Yuzhou Green City, #1 Middle School. Now, it is the beginning of spring. Cherry blossoms are blooming on both sides of the road to school. And the falling cherry petals fall on Li Qingshue's black hair. But she is completely unaware of it, and her fair little hand holding the phone is getting stronger and stronger. The call was from the attending doctor of the Municipal People's Hospital. The content was very simple, with only one sentence. Li Xiao woke up. Li Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and tears welled up in her peach-like eyes. Li Xiao is her brother. He was in a coma due to a car accident 10 years ago, and the family has exhausted their savings for his treatment. In order to save money, her mother relied on some connections to become a drug tester. She relied on a large number of experiments to exhaust herself into renal failure. When she found out, her mother was already in the hospital. When her father learned about this, he said nothing, but just scolded his own incompetence. He returned to his hometown and knelt down to borrow a large sum of money from relatives, and then went to work 3 jobs alone. However, God didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. One time when her father was working, a 3-meter-long tempered glass suddenly burst, and the sharp fragments pierced into the meniscus of his knee. The foreman gave him 20,000 yuan to settle the case privately, and he used the money to continue to pay for his son's medical expenses, but his own leg was completely lame. The family had completely lost hope, but now his brother woke up. In a trance, Li Qingxue wiped the tears from her cheeks and said quickly, "I know. How is my brother?" This. The doctor was silent after hearing this, and after a moment, he said, "Thanks to your careful care over the years, Li Xiao's physical condition is very good, but he is a little weak. But his spirit is a little abnormal." The last words made Li Qingshue's heart skip a beat. "Please tell me in detail." "Well, it's like this. The patient seems to have severe delusional disorder." The doctor's tone revealed helplessness. He claims that he lives in another world and fantasizes that he is some Uchiha. "What leader?" "Uchiha." The nurse next to him reminded, "Oh yes, he has always believed that he is the leader of the Uchiha clan. When he saw us, he still believed that this is the world of infinite moon reading, saying that we are all illusions." How could it be? Li Qingxue felt that the sky had fallen. His brother, who finally woke up, now suffers from hysteria. Is fate so unfair? In short, the patient's mental state is quite bad, and he has an aggressive tendency. I suspect that this is because the hospital environment is too unfamiliar to him. The doctor said this and suggested, "I suggest that your family visit him as soon as possible to see if the patient can recall the past. If the mental state continues to be so unstable, he may be transferred to a mental hospital." "I know." Li Qingshue's eyes dimmed for a moment, and then he became firm again. "Now that I am the only hope left in the family, I must cheer up. The Municipal People's Hospital is not far from the first middle school, and Li Qingxue has already been familiar with it. After entering the hospital gate and taking the elevator to the 10th floor, I saw the nurse standing at the door of the ward and talking in a low voice. That mental state doesn't seem good. Yeah, I took his temperature just now, and he almost beat me up. It's over." Li Qingxue had a bad feeling when she heard the discussion between the two, but she was mentally prepared when she came. So she took a deep breath and slowly opened the door of the ward. Creak, the door opened, and the window opposite was slightly open. A slight breeze flowed in, blowing the hair of a young man in hospital clothes slightly. The young man had long hair and was about 1.85 meters tall, but he was emaciated. He stood in front of the window with his back to Li Qingxue like an old man. "Brother." Seeing the young man in front of her, Li Qingxue felt a sour nose. 10 years later, she saw her brother standing up again. Although his image is much different from before, no matter what, her brother finally recovered from that state. Li Qingxue? Interesting, this time it's a relative. Li Xiao seemed to realize who was behind him, but he had no intention of recognizing him. His tone was cold. "Are you Madara or Abido?" "Madara? Abido?" Li Qingxue had prepared 1,000 words, but as Li Xiao opened his mouth, she was a little at a loss. Li Qingxue corrected with a stammer, "Brother, I am Qingxue." "Of course I know." Li Xiao's voice did not change, but he just looked at the world outside the window quietly, watching the traffic on the street. He whispered, "If I were still in that world, my sister might be this old." In a sense, the infinite moon reading is indeed a very interesting thing. It makes me see my hometown that I have not seen for a long time. Li Qingxue looked at Li Xiao like this, and she didn't know what to do. What is the infinite moon reading? Brother has been completely immersed in his own world. Could it be that brother is really completely crazy? Her mind is completely confused, and the pressure of so many years suddenly surged into her heart. The mother who lost a kidney for her brother, the father who owed a lot of debts. What were they doing? Wasn't it to make her brother recover? The result, is it just this result? So unwilling. Li Xiao just muttered to himself, "Ban, you succeeded. Even if it is just an experiment, this infinite moon reading does work on me. I can't sense my power." Li Qingxue has walked behind Li Xiao. Li Xiao also sensed something, turned around, and looked at his sister quietly. He was a little dazed. When he last saw his sister in his previous life, she was just an 8 or 9-year-old kid who would only follow him every day and call him brother. However, that memory has gradually blurred. It was 100 years ago, right? Since he traveled to the Naruto Warring States period, he has been living a life of fear. As a result, in the end, he has almost forgotten what his family looks like. Is this what his sister looks like when he grows up? However, what Li Xiao saw was his sister holding his collar tightly, tears bursting like a dam. She cried and said, "You bastard. For you, mom can only be a guinea pig for drug experiments. She has been hospitalized for kidney failure. Even so, she still insists on working. She's almost 60 years old. Dad is the same. For money, he knelt down and kowtowed to his uncle who had broken up with him. He also broke his leg while working. Who do you think this is for? It's all for you. But what are you doing? What infinite moon reading? Well, Madara, what Obito, brother, what are you doing? Don't go crazy anymore." Pa! A slap on the face. Li Xiao touched his burning face and looked at his sister in a daze. Chapter 2. It was not a dream. A throbbing pain enveloped his head, and his body felt unbearably heavy. In the early hours of the morning, the gentle spring breeze caressed his face, and his hair danced in its embrace. When Li Xiao opened his eyes, the astonishment in his gaze was beyond imagination. The towering skyscrapers outside, the very room he occupied, everything served as a stark reminder of one undeniable truth. He was in the modern world. But how could this be? He had clearly been reborn. He was no longer Li Xiao but the legendary ninja, the third figure alongside Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Shun, also known as the Blazing Azura. Yet, the world around him felt too real. The incessant chatter of doctors and nurses, the bewildering smartphones, all indicating a decade and Apple's worth of rapid technological advancement. He struggled to comprehend it all. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that, in his final moments, he had fallen victim to Uchiha Obito and Apple's or Uchiha Madara and Apple's infinite Tsukuyomi, leading to a flood of past memories in his mind. Perhaps his distant home on Earth was merely a manifestation of his subconscious longing. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of his sister. The words mother and father, long absent from his ears, pierced his heart like needles. Those nearly forgotten images surged back into his mind, suddenly as vivid as stars in the night sky. He grasped Li Qingxue and Apple's hand tightly, murmuring, "Qingxue, don't cry." The flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Even if this world might be an illusion crafted by infinite Tsukuyomi, the words spoken by his sister struck a chord deep within him, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. "Brother, you're back?" Li Qingxue stared at her brother in disbelief, her tears momentarily ceasing. "Yes, I've returned," Li Xiao replied, wiping her tears away and gently patting her head. "I'm sorry, I want to lose control again." Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed he would have to endure in this world for a while. Infinite Tsukuyomi was far from a simple technique. He recalled how Naruto had once been ensnared by a similar jutsu. At that time, he and Sakura had been trapped in a world that was the polar opposite of their own. Perhaps he could draw parallels from Naruto's experiences. Unfortunately, Naruto had not divulged much about that time, leaving him in the dark regarding how the jutsu was ultimately unraveled. But regardless, even within the realm of infinite Tsukuyomi, he was determined to ensure that his parents lived well. "Wonderful." Li Qingxue suddenly embraced Li Xiao, her voice brimming with joy. "Mom and Dad will be overjoyed to hear you've woken up." Li Xiao asked softly, "How have you been?" "Very. Not good." Li Qingxue pouted, her earlier resilience seemingly evaporating. The remnants of her childhood demeanor resurfaced on her face, looking wrought. "Even though I'm in high school now, many classmates bully me. No matter how hard I study, it feels futile. Our family is out of money. Continuing my education will only burden the family further. Mom keeps insisting that no matter what, she will support my studies, but I can't bear to let her. Even with scholarships, it doesn't help. It's better to start working and alleviate some of the pressure on our family." However, upon seeing Li Xiao, Li Qingxue suddenly shifted her tone, laughing cheerfully. "But now that you're back, things will definitely be different. You were once." At this point, Li Qingxue suddenly realized something, and tears began to flow again. Li Xiao had once been a renowned academic prodigy, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the county. In his first year of high school, he had won accolades in a national mathematics competition, and he was on the verge of being recommended to prestigious universities. Yet, a decade had passed, and at 26, he had long surpassed the typical age for schooling. Would he really need to return to school? But without a diploma, what future awaited Li Xiao? Li Qingxue felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Her once illustrious brother now awakened to a shattered home. How could he cope? They could never return to the past. Her eyes dimmed with despair. Li Xiao, sensing her turmoil, gently shook his head, steering the conversation away from family matters. Instead, he smiled and asked, Qingxue, do you notice any changes in me? Well, I suppose there is something different. Li Qingxue stepped back, curiously surveying her brother. His hair, unkempt from lying down, fell to his shoulders and danced in the breeze. Though his face appeared gaunt, his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, resembling two radiant stars. Li Qingxue blinked, locking eyes with him, and suddenly exclaimed, I know. It's confidence. The word slipped out, but Li Qingxue quickly sensed something amiss. How could her brother, who had just awakened from a coma, possess such inexplicable confidence? Or had she misjudged him? Li Xiao merely smiled enigmatically. You're curious, aren't you, Qingxue? But the situation at home will change, trust me. Why? Li Qingxue gazed at her brother, an inkling of uneasiness stirring within her. Because during these 10 years, I was not merely in a coma. I found myself in a place called the Ninja World. Li Xiao's gaze fell, his voice soft. Even now, I cannot discern whether the world I inhabit is real or an illusion. Panic surged within Li Qingxue. It was clear. Her brother had not improved, but had completely succumbed to delusion. Would his mental affliction persist indefinitely? A sense of despair enveloped her, yet she suppressed her emotions, and, after a moment and Appo's hesitation, decided to follow Li Xiao and Appo's lead. So what is the ninja world like? A brutal realm, reminiscent of the Warring States period of Fusang. Li Xiao recalled briefly, then spoke succinctly. In my memory, it was about a century ago that I was born into a clan known as Uchiha. Becoming one of their own, the world was rife with endless conflict and hatred. To survive, I endured considerable hardships. Two pivotal figures in that world were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Li Qingxue bit her lip, incredulous that even a comatose person could dream of such a worldview. Li Xiao continued, the discord instigated by these two men had global ramifications, and I was no exception. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama waged a titanic battle, culminating in Madara and Appo's feigned death and Hashirama and Appo's establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, while I ascended as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. I initially intended to guide my clan toward recovery, but following Hashirama and Appo's demise, the second Hokage began to target the Uchiha, and as the leader, I became the primary target. That man developed numerous jutsu aimed at the Uchiha clan. Despite my strength, my vision was nearly lost, and I ultimately faced defeat. Li Xiao recounted his experiences over the past century. After being defeated by the second Hokage, he fled, plotting his revenge. During that period, his talents were remarkable. Yet the Uchiha clan's power hinged on their Sharingan. Lacking siblings, he could only reach the level of a Meijiki Sharingan, falling short of the eternal Meijiki. Afterward, he lived in the shadows until he encountered a man named Orochimaru. While Orochimaru and Appo's combat skills were lacking, his innovative research captivated Li Xiao. Despite his modest education, Li Xiao, having studied physics and chemistry, found common ground with Orochimaru. Together, they explored the genetic lineage of the first Hokage, ultimately discovering cloning techniques and successfully creating a clone resembling Li Xiao. After cultivating the clone to the level of Meijiki Sharingan, they exchanged their eyes, resulting in the birth of Li Xiao, now possessing the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. After that, he, alongside Orochimaru, instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, nearly obliterating Konoha. And Li Xiao himself was dubbed the Inferno Azura within the ninja world. Yet, at the critical moment, Li Xiao learned of Obito and Uchiha Madara's schemes. Unbeknownst to him, Madara and Appo's eyes had already acquired the ability to ensnare individuals within the infinite Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu so profound that even Li Xiao, who possessed the Sharingan, was at a loss as to how to dispel it. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself in the world before him. Whether he had truly returned home or was ensnared within the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi remained a mystery to him. However, he understood that he could not linger in the hospital any longer. Li Qingxue stood by, lost in thought. The tale her brother recounted was simple. Merely a conventional story of resurgence, yet those narratives were fabrications, mere dreams. Though reluctant, seeing Li Xiao in such a state compelled her to embrace him tightly, softly whispering, "But brother, a dream is but a dream, and reality is reality. Awaken, for our home no longer permits us to indulge in recklessness." Li Xiao remained silent for an extended period before gently nodding. I understand. Chapter 3. The unhinged brother. Following that moment, Li Xiao encountered his parents. His father appeared significantly older than he remembered, his once jet black hair now entirely gray. Upon seeing Li Xiao, he became reserved, repeatedly murmuring, "This is enough, this is enough." His mother stood behind him, a smile gracing her cheeks, yet her eyes were red, evidently having wept in secret moments before. This scene stirred Li Xiao and Appo's heartstrings once more. He had thought that after living for so long, he had cultivated an almost unfeeling heart. Yet the mere mention of family awakened certain emotions within him. After meeting his family, Li Xiao commenced a brief rehabilitation training. His body was weak, but fortunately, due to the long-term attentive care from his family, he had not developed any sores. As long as his nutrition was adequate, he would soon be discharged. 7 days later. On the hospital rooftop, the cold wind brushed against his face. Li Xiao, having had his long hair cut short, revealed his handsome features, compared to his previous frail self. His cheeks had gained a bit of fullness, no longer the gaunt visage he once bore. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, quietly observing the ebb and flow of people below, his mind swirling with thoughts. Through these past few days, he had garnered a general understanding of his family's situation. They were in debt to the tune of approximately 1.8 million, with 400,000 owed to relatives. The remaining million was particularly unique, comprising donations from former classmates, kindness from acquaintances met online, and loans from banks. The banks accounted for the largest portion, with his parents having mortgaged their home and car for around 800,000 million in debt. Li Xiao closed his eyes, pondering. Had it been the former him, the one who had not traversed worlds, facing such a colossal sum would have felt utterly helpless. However, the current Li Xiao is different. He was not merely Li Xiao, but also Uchiha Shun, a harbinger of devastation on the battlefield of the shinobi world. In that realm, chakra was nearly omnipotent, capable of transcending the cycle of life and death. Having been in this world for over a week, Li Xiao had yet to uncover other clues, but he was certain that his Sharingan had undoubtedly followed him here. Let me make this world a tad more interesting, he murmured softly. Upon reopening his eyes, the once pitch-black orbs had vanished, replaced by a vivid crimson hue. Within his gaze, 3 Tomo began to rotate slowly. At the entrance of the city hospital, Lang Weiniang sat idly in the passenger seat of a Maybach. Through the glass, she caught sight of countless envious glances directed her way, yet she felt no pride, only a sense of ennui. To her, wealth and status were mere trifles, easily within reach. What she truly sought was something far more ethereal. Just then, her eyes fell upon a familiar figure, a girl clad in a white dress, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming quietly upon a snowy mountain, drew her gaze. Li Qingxue. Lang Weiniang lowered the window and waved. The girl, Li Qingxue, approached, inquiring, Weiniang. What brings you here? I came to visit my father. And you? I and Appos. I'm here to pick up my brother from the hospital. Your brother? A look of surprise flashed across Lang Weiniang's face as she suddenly recalled that Li Qingxue did indeed have a brother, who had fallen into a vegetative state a decade prior. The fact that she was now here to take him home implied that her brother, Li Xiao, had awakened? Lang Weiniang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the doctor said he has recovered well and can be discharged today, Li Qingxue replied, her joy palpable. Observing her, Lang Weiniang couldn't and Appos, help but shake her head inwardly. Li Qingxue was academically exceptional, with remarkable talents that would secure her a bright future in any normal family. Yet, she was burdened with a brother in a vegetative state, which was truly unfortunate. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lang Weiniang smiled and suggested, since I'm also feeling bored, why not let me accompany you to see your brother? Look, I even brought a gift. She exited the vehicle and retrieved a box of chocolates from the trunk, shaking it lightly. This. Li Qingxue hesitated momentarily, but considering that Lang Weiniang had always been kind to her, she nodded gently. All right. In the hospital room, Lang Weiniang soon laid eyes on Li Qingxue and Appos' brother. Li Xiao had changed out of his hospital gown, now dressed in a simple shirt and jacket. Compared to ordinary individuals, he exuded a unique aura. Standing still, he resembled a statue, his eyes half open, gazing out the window into the distance, embodying an indescribable sense of emptiness. A weight settled upon Lang Weiniang, and she was taken aback, although she could discern from Li Qingxue and Appos' appearance that her brother was likely handsome. The combination of his looks and demeanor exceeded her expectations. Brother, this is Lang Weiniang, a classmate who has been very kind to me, Li Qingxue introduced. A classmate? Li Xiao turned to face Lang Weiniang, noticing the striking beauty before him. He nodded lightly and introduced himself. Li Xiao. Hello. Lang Weiniang acknowledged him with a nod, her demeanor indicating a lack of interest in further conversation. She was not one to engage easily with just anyone. Her presence here was solely due to her relationship with Li Qingxue. As she observed Li Qingxue bustling about, pouring tea, Lang Weiniang let out a quiet sigh. She was all too aware of the difficult situation Li Qingxue and Appos' family faced, a predicament that could be described as a desperate struggle. Yet, Li Qingxue remained so optimistic, which tugged at her heartstrings. As a classmate, Lang Weiniang was inclined to offer help, yet she pondered how best to assist while preserving Li Qingxue's dignity. Now, having seen Li Xiao, she mused for a moment before suddenly asking, Qingxue, what does your brother wish to do now that he has awakened? Will he return to school? Or seek work? Li Qingxue scratched her head, looking a bit troubled. I haven't thought it through yet. What does my brother think? Li Xiao, contemplating how to regain his strength, was momentarily interrupted by Li Qingxue and Appos' question. He gently shook his head. I haven and Appos' decided either. Lang Weiniang smiled, saying, I heard your brother excelled in science before and won awards in national mathematics competitions. Such talent would be a shame to waste. How about this? My younger brother is in need of a tutor, so why not have Li Xiao come to my house to teach? I can offer 15,000 a month, and if he teaches well, the the pay can be increased. 15,000 a month. Li Qingxue was taken aback. Such a sum was exceedingly high for tutoring. Yet, considering her brother and Amp, Apos, as former mathematical prowess, it was and Amp, Apos, entirely outlandish. However, she hesitated. I refuse. To her surprise, Li Xiao rejected the offer outright. What Long Weiying had thought to be a generous proposition caused her to pause momentarily, her brow furrowing. Why? Is the price too low for you? Not at all. Li Xiao replied softly. It and Amp, Apos, it's just that earning money this way is too slow. What? Long Weiying was momentarily stunned. Was he jesting? She was offering him 15,000 a month, yet he deemed it too slow? Did he realize the current circumstances? Regaining her composure, Long Weiying and Apos' expression darkened. She had expected Li Xiao to be a practical person, yet his audacity astonished her. If it weren't and Apos, for her composure, she might have turned and left right then. Was Li Qingxue's brother truly such a person? Her gaze shifted to Li Qingxue, only to find her also lost in thought, as if pondering something deeply. Then, Long Weiying observed her pick up a cheap smartphone and begin to fiddle with it. What was she doing? As Long Weiying was taken aback, she discovered her phone incessantly vibrating. Upon unlocking it, she was astonished to find a message that left her utterly speechless. Li Qingxue, I apologize. My brother is currently not in a stable mental state. Chapter 4. The Abnormal Ability Bureau. Cold Weiying raised her eyebrows at the striking words before her. How exaggerated could this be? Stealing a glance at Li Xiao, she noted that he was merely resting with his eyes closed, oblivious to her presence, prompting her to type a quiet response. Cold Weiying, what do you mean? Li Qingxue, in simple terms, my brother imagines himself to be powerful in another world, believing he can replicate that strength in reality. Cold Weiying and Amp, Apos' expression shifted to one of perplexity. How unfortunate for Li Qingxue. After finally awakening from a 10-year slumber, her brother had turned out to be mentally unstable. Concern crept into her thoughts as she texted back. Will he be able to leave the hospital like this? Li Qingxue. Yes, he will. My brother is quite considerate of me and usually refrains from speaking nonsensically. I will do my best to accommodate him. As Cold Weiying read Li Qingxue and Amp, Apos' reply, her expression grew complex, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She shut her phone and looked back at Li Xiao, her gaze now tinged with sympathy. Cold Weiying initiated the conversation. What are your plans? Not yet clearly defined. But it should be soon, once I regain my strength. Li Xiao trailed off, abruptly halting his words. Cold Weiying fell silent. A sense of dread creeping in. He was indeed suffering from a delusion. Nodding silently, she felt a profound despair for Li Xiao. With a brother like this, Li Qingxue and Apos' life seemed doomed. The thought unsettled her greatly. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiao observed her reaction keenly. Having lived for over a century, he could easily discern their perceptions of his words as mere fantasies. In his youthful arrogance, he might have engaged in a serious debate. But after experiencing countless battles, from the Warring States period to the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had long since lost interest in debating with the young, recognizing it as a futile expenditure of energy. At that moment, Li Xiao pondered how to reclaim his former glory. As a member of the Uchiha clan, his eyes possessed terrifying abilities. His left eye, known as Tian Chong Li, granted him the power to perceive and manipulate time, allowing him to control his own temporal flow and briefly glimpse the future. This ability had enabled him to survive from the Warring States era to the Fourth Great Ninja War by halting his aging process, perpetually remaining at his peak. His right eye, named Shinchan Xiaori, while bearing a different name, absorbed and plundered everything. During his time in the ninja world, he had collected numerous intriguing jutsu and an array of bloodline limits, the most precious of which was likely the black flames of Amaterasu. Now, as the powers of his eyes resurfaced, they flooded his mind. However, his current frail body lacked the chakra to employ many jutsu. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to recalibrate this weakened vessel. Li Xiao murmured to himself. The potency of jutsu was intrinsically linked to chakra, which was the foundation of all. Yet, chakra was not something one could simply acquire, aside from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, who were naturally endowed with chakra. Others could only increase their chakra by honing both spiritual and physical energies. Presently, Li Xiao and Amp, Apos' frail body limited his chakra extraction, making even the first of the 8 gates difficult to unlock. Nonetheless, this did not render him powerless. As a legendary ninja, his extensive experience was his greatest asset. A plan began to form in his mind, and he was no longer willing to remain in the hospital. He glanced at his busy sister and nodded gently, signaling it was time to leave. Li Qingxue promptly nodded and turned to Cold Weiying, apologizing. I'm sorry, Weiying, for wasting your kindness. Ah, it's quite all right. Cold Weiying replied noncommittally. In truth, after learning of Li Xiao and Apos' condition, her earlier displeasure had dissipated. Yet witnessing Li Qingxue and Amp, Apos' circumstances stirred a mix of emotions within her. She couldn't and Amp, Apos' help but wonder how Li Qingxue would navigate her future. It seemed so challenging. She resolved to encourage her to regain her strength. And as for this comatose, her delusional brother, Remaining trapped in his fantasies could not bode well. Perhaps there was a way to awaken him, if not to save him, at least to help Li Qingxue. With these thoughts, Cold Winning turned and left to find her father and Amp, Appos, as hospital room. Room 1000. Pushing the door open, Cold Wen-ing was met with an astonishing sight. Her father, Cold Qing-shan, lay bandaged upon the bed, flanked by a youthful-looking elder and a tall man standing at around 6 feet. The imposing presence of both men sent a shiver down her spine. Wen-ing, you're here, Cold Qing-shan said from the bed. Introducing the two men, these are the two ability users from the Abnormal Ability Bureau I mentioned, Mr. Su Mo Ran and Mr. Wang Zhou. They have come to investigate the incident from that day. The Abnormal Ability Bureau, Cold Wen-ing and Appos, as breath caught in her throat. Indeed. This was the reason she had sensed a shift in the world around her. At some point, an organization known as the Abnormal Ability Bureau had quietly emerged in the country, filled with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities that made her question the nature of her reality. All of this stemmed from her father's injury. The Cold family was renowned in Yu Province as real estate magnates, their wealth placing them among the province's elite. However, approximately a month ago, an unremarkable man had burst into Cold Qing-shan's office, demanding 10 million in cash. As a seasoned businessman, Cold Qing-shan, upon noticing the man was unarmed, commanded his bodyguards to apprehend him. Yet, the man unleashed flames, incinerating 2 bodyguards and severely burning Cold Qing-shan, leaving him on the brink of death. Afterward, the man forced Cold Qing-shan to reveal the location of the safe, melted it down, and made off with 8 million in gold bars and 3 million in jewelry, leaving Cold Qing-shan hospitalized. Subsequently, their family was approached by representatives from the Abnormal Ability Bureau. Ah, you must be Miss Cold. The youthful elder Su Mo Ran nodded gently at Cold Wen-ing, then turned directly to Cold Qing-shan. Mr. Cold, that individual is an ability user fugitive we are actively pursuing. Your case is not unique. Many wealthy individuals have fallen victim to him. However, you need not worry any longer. We have identified his whereabouts and will apprehend him tonight. Thank you so much. Cold Qing-shan and Amp, Appos, eyes brightened. The memory of that night filled him with unparalleled terror. In the world of real estate, he wielded great power, yet before that man, he felt like an ant, leaving him in utter despair. Yet, the situation was different now. Though he might never become an extraordinary being, his daughter Cold Wen-ing had the potential to learn abilities. Mr. Su, could you tell me when my daughter might be able to join the Abnormal Ability Bureau for training? Cold Qing-shan asked hopefully. They're in Appos, no rush. Miss Cold, your talent is indeed commendable, but the time is not yet right. Su Mo Ran smiled, then turned to Cold Wen-ing. If possible, please also bring your classmate Li Qingxue. The Bureau is in need of someone like her. Certainly. Cold Wen-ing nodded eagerly. Chapter 5, Training Under the Moonlight. In the present day, Li Xiao and Amp, Appos, family finds itself in a state of dire straits, even during their first reunion in a decade. The only notable event was a slightly heartier meal at the dining table, devoid of any other relatives to offer their congratulations. Observing the circumstances around him, Li Xiao could not help but sigh inwardly. He bore no resentment towards his relatives. After a decade of debt, even the strongest of ties can wither. However, witnessing his parents' despondency stirred something deep within him. After dinner, as other family members succumbed to slumber, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. A scarlet sheen glimmered in his gaze. He raised his hand, and his once frail arm became enveloped in swirling white mist, continuously billowing forth. Should anyone scrutinize Li Xiao and Amp, Appos, physical condition closely, they would be astonished to discover that his cells were undergoing rapid regeneration, his feeble body astonishingly recovering at an incredible pace. This was the power of Tian Changli, enabling him to manipulate the flow of time within his own body, accelerating his physical recovery that had been so long stifled. Yet, this method was not as convenient as it appeared. The consumption of chakra was substantial. During his time in the ninja world, Li Xiao could harness the chakra of the tailed beasts to suspend his own time. Now, however, with his chakra reserves dwindling, he could only achieve a modest degree of recovery. Nevertheless, this restoration allowed Li Xiao to engage in other pursuits, namely, training. With a leap from his bed, he flung open the window and vanished into the night. In the darkness, his figure darted swiftly among the buildings, surveying locations suitable for training. The transformation of Green City was indeed remarkable. Was that canal part of the south to north water diversion project? Suddenly, Li Xiao's gaze fell upon a spacious artificial waterway. He pondered for a moment, distant memories surfacing in his mind. He recalled his parents speaking of the south to north water diversion when he was a child. Back then, it was merely a series of excavated riverbeds, yet a decade later, it had blossomed into a broad river. Quite fascinating. With that thought, he decided to train here. Descending gracefully from the air, he stood upon the water and Amp, Appos, surface, quietly positioned at the center of the canal. His silhouette gently swaying with the rippling waves stirred by the breeze. His physical agility was commendable. And as for his strength, he estimated it to be at the level of a genin. He took a moment to sense the chakra within him and swiftly assessed his current state, despite enduring prolonged weakness. As long as there was even a trace of chakra in his body, he could fully harness it, temporarily elevating his physical capabilities to extraordinary levels. To draw an analogy, It was akin to Uzumaki Naruto when he first appeared, a genin unable to master even the shadow clone technique, yet capable of scaling the rooftops of Konohagakure. Presently, Li Xiao found himself in a similar predicament. Standing upon the lake's surface, the river was alive with the sounds of croaking frogs, and the cool night air combined with the mist rising from the water created a refreshing ambience. So, should he employ some techniques to accelerate his growth? Li Xiao and Appos, SI seemed to penetrate the depths of the lake, envisioning the swimming fish. For an ordinary ninja, the path to strength was straightforward, relentless training. Even for formidable figures like Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, rigorous training was essential to attain a balance between body and spirit, a process that typically spanned years. However, Li Xiao was not bound by such limitations. Utilizing the capabilities of his Manjiki Sharingan, he had developed a unique temporal technique known as Tian Changli, Seven Senses Manipulation. This technique allowed him to control the flow of time within his physical form, enabling him to accelerate his digestive processes for enhanced nutrient absorption, thereby augmenting his strength. Similarly, he could manipulate the speed of cellular division and repair, gaining complete control over his bodily restoration at a molecular level. In simpler terms, while an ordinary ninja might require 3 years to complete a physical training regimen, Li Xiao could achieve the same in just 3 months by accelerating his muscle fiber metabolism 12-fold. Of course, regrettably, given his current physical condition, he could only amplify it 5 times the norm. Nevertheless, if he maintained adequate nutrition, he could complete the first step of his training tonight, allowing his body to adapt to an extraordinary state. With a flash of determination, Li Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he began forming hand seals. Bang! As a cloud of white mist materialized, a figure identical to his own appeared beside him. The shadow clone technique. For Li Xiao, conventional training held little significance. What a ninja sought was the pinnacle of combat. Unlike Guy, who engaged in grueling mechanical exercises, Li Xiao opted to fight against his clone with all his might. This way, he did not need to train deliberately. As the battle unfolded, every muscle in his body would naturally be honed. Once the clone manifested, it crossed its arms, surveyed the surroundings, and chuckled lightly. To the death? To the death, Li Xiao replied, his expression shifting dramatically. His gaze turned fierce and audacious, imbued with an astonishing aggressiveness, making it difficult to believe that he was the same person as moments before. Boom! Blue chakra erupted from beneath him, enveloping his entire being in a blaze of azure flames. He harnessed every ounce of chakra. The same old training method. Upon witnessing this, the clone's expression turned serious. A death match was Li Xiao's unique method of gaining strength. He could engage in fierce combat with his clone at any cost. For with the existence of Tian Changli, even fatal injuries could be easily healed, provided his chakra reserves permitted. For this reason, Li Xiao was a figure of dread on the battlefields of the ninja world, as every move he executed was solely for the purpose of annihilation. Without uttering a word, he inhaled deeply, his ankles coiling with power as he surged forward at breakneck speed. The moonlight on the lake shattered beneath his steps as he collided with his clone in the canal. Bang! An elbow strike was intercepted by a raised knee, and the two figures intertwined in a flurry of motion, each collision sending rippling waves across the surface. I'm feeling it now. Bring it on. Li Xiao laughed, reveling in the chaos. Free combat was immensely taxing on stamina. For an ordinary person unaccustomed to training, even 5 minutes of fighting could lead to utter exhaustion. Let alone Li Xiao, who had recently awakened from a vegetative state. His stomach churned as Tian Changli continually supplied nutrients to his limbs, enabling his fatigued muscles to recover at an astonishing rate. Slap! He evaded a sweeping kick from the clone with a leap backward, only for it to change tactics midair into a downward strike. Li Xiao's scarlet eyes instantly detected the movement. His Sharingan made the physical combat appear almost like cheating, effortlessly unveiling any vulnerabilities. Yet, as the saying goes, what the eyes can see, the body may not always respond accordingly. The clone's maneuver was honed from countless battles, and despite Li Xiao and Appos' awareness, he could not evade it in time, opting instead to brace for impact, his calf plunging into the water. The clone smirked, using Li Xiao's arm as leverage to propel itself into the air, completing the first seal in a fluid motion. Then, a chilling voice echoed from above. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. This opponent was truly unrestrained. Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged, given his current chakra levels. A single fire style technique could deplete all his reserves. However, Li Xiao planted his foot firmly on the water-ass surface and exerted his strength. His thigh muscles erupted with power, allowing him to swiftly evade the Grand Fireball and amp Appos' attack range, soaring directly above the clone. Was that body flicker technique? The clone's pupils dilated as it hastily raised its arms to defend against Li Xiao's sudden, powerful kick. Thud. The force sent the clone crashing into the water, akin to a stone skipping across the surface, sliding nearly 10 meters before gradually coming to a halt. Looks like your stamina has improved considerably. To even employ the body flicker technique, a doppelganger reclined upon the water's surface, speaking softly. As an extension of Li Xiao, its combat awareness was unparalleled. The formidable fireball jutsu was indeed unleashed in a manner that left the main body with no recourse for evasion. However, the existence of Tian Changli was undeniably terrifying. as it had restored Li Xiao's physical prowess to a level capable of employing the body flicker technique. After all, achieving a five-fold acceleration was no small feat. Li Xiao gasped for breath. The rapid recovery of his body demanded a copious amount of nourishment, although he had consumed a substantial dinner. The excessive exertion had rendered his stomach utterly empty, necessitating prompt sustenance. The doppelganger uttered no further words, instead turning its gaze to the water and Apos' surface, from which a black flame suddenly emanated from its right eye. Amaterasu. Its tone was indifferent, and the black flame instantaneously adhered to the water's surface. Sizzling, an astonishing heat surged forth, and in an instant, the entire river began to boil, causing numerous fish, akin to grass carp and silver carp, to surface, flipping onto their bellies. Occasionally, turtles could be spotted, along with a multitude of toads. This was the manifestation of Li Xiao's right eye, the Shinjutsu Amaterasu. He had previously absorbed considerable flames of Amaterasu and had dedicated a space within his eye to harbor them, never anticipating that it would be employed for the purpose of fishing. These flames of Amaterasu were not a product of Li Xiao's inherent abilities. The doppelganger merely released them from the spatial confines of the eye, thus requiring minimal chakra expenditure. Nevertheless, the act of boiling fish was undeniably excessive. Yet, Li Xiao could not afford to ponder such details any longer. He was indeed quite famished. The doppelganger's chakra depleted, dissipating into a wisp of white mist that vanished entirely. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiao felt the fatigue brought on by the doppelganger's exhaustion, though he had long since acclimated to it and was not particular about his food. Sitting upon the water's surface, he began to partake of the boiled fish. However, at that moment, Li Xiao sensed an approaching presence. Chapter 6. Is there modern ninjutsu? This aura is not that of an ordinary person. Li Xiao swiftly ceased his meal, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. As a ninja, he possessed an acute ability to discern human auras. Typically, one can gauge a person and Apos' combat proficiency through their stride and breathing patterns. Ordinary individuals often exhibit a dissonance between their steps and breathing, lacking a meticulous attention to rhythm. In contrast, a master exudes a distinct force in every movement, an immutable trait. Li Xiao sensed the presence of three individuals engaged in battle. Intriguing. Could it be that this world still harbors classifications of superpowers? His interest piqued. This information was of paramount importance to him. With a swift motion, he vanished from the center of the river, traversing the riverbank under the cover of night, pursuing the auras of the trio. Ultimately, he discovered that their intentions were akin to his own, as they too gravitated toward the canal and Apos' edge. Indeed, the canal was sparsely populated, providing ample open space, and its banks formed a trapezoidal shape. Consequently, even amidst fierce skirmishes below, the riverbank might remain oblivious to the fray. However, should he wish to approach the trio, he would need to observe them closely, which carried a considerable risk of detection. Yet, did he truly need to be evasive? A smirk played upon Li Xiao's lips. He could discern their relative strength, categorizing them merely as low-ranking ninjas within the ninja realm. Although his own chakra was also at the low-ranking level, the disparity between low-ranking ninjas was vast. Let me see what you are truly made of. Li Xiao activated his Sharingan, the crimson orb shimmering with intensity as he stealthily advanced toward the trio. Meanwhile, beneath the full moon, three figures stood upon the water and Apos' surface. However, their mastery over elemental control was not formidable. The weakest of them, a young man, had his knees submerged, while the elder beside him fared slightly better, with only his lower leg immersed. The middle-aged man, in contrast, had merely his ankles dipped in the water. Casting a glance at the elder and the young man, he grinned widely. The renowned Su Moran and Apos' abilities are rather lackluster. Your control over spiritual energy is quite mediocre, unable even to master such a simple exercise as treading water. Su Moran scoffed, retorting, Lei Yutao, merely being able to tread water indicates some skill in spiritual energy manipulation, but it does not equate to true strength. Do you genuinely believe that your unorthodox methods learned from the Forbidden Grounds can challenge us at the Supernatural Bureau? Ha ha ha, the Supernatural Bureau? It's merely a newly formed, insignificant organization. Do you truly consider yourselves noteworthy? Lei Yutu laughed heartily, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of intensity. Old man, today you and your apprentice shall meet your demise here. With a powerful stride, he surged towards Su Moran, his iron elbow slicing through the air with a fierce wind. The speed was astonishing. Su Moran's pupils dilated in shock as he attempted to retreat, but the water impeded him, forcing him to brace himself with crossed arms. Bang! The two collided with a thunderous crash, Su Moran staggering back several steps, the water beneath him erupting as though boiling. Lei Yutao and Apos' physical prowess was terrifying. As a middle-aged man, the sheer strength of his bones and muscles nearly overwhelmed the elder, almost shattering him with a single blow. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Zhong leapt from the water, his feet enveloped in a pale blue energy, delivering a powerful strike. Martial arts. Sensing the danger of this attack, Lei Yutao chose not to engage further, sidestepping the blow. Boom! Wang Zhong and Apos' foot crashed into the river, sending waves soaring several meters high. Before the water could settle, he pivoted, using his supporting leg as an axis to unleash a sweeping kick like a steel whip, forcing his opponent to raise his arms in defense. carving a 10-meter-long trench across the river's surface, only for it to be swiftly filled by the returning water. Yet, this was not the end. Seizing the opportunity, Su Moran executed a follow-up kick. This strike was even more terrifying than the last, sending Wang Zhong hurtling through the air for over 10 meters. In the realm of ordinary people, such a feat was impossible. No amount of strength could launch another human being into the air. Yet, Su Moran had accomplished it. The source of his incredible power lying in the manipulation of spiritual energy. Success. Wang Zhong could not suppress his astonishment. However, Su Moran's expression darkened. No. I did not feel a significant injury. Indeed, Lei Yutao fell into the water, rolling several times before stabilizing himself with his right arm, erupting into wild laughter. Ha. Ha ha. What are you laughing at? Su Moran furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition creeping over him. So, the Supernatural Bureau is merely composed of such individuals. I understand now, alas. Being a newly established organization, it is in dire need of personnel. I cannot fault that. Lei Yutao, as if reborn, laughed heartily. I assumed you were well aware of such things and had been troubled for some time. Yet, it turns out your grasp of spiritual energy is merely superficial, limited to strengthening the body. Humph, showmanship will get you nowhere. Watch me eliminate you. Fueled by rage, Wang Zhong charged forward, intent on killing Lei Yutao. However, Lei Yutao merely smirked. Enough. Since that is the case, I shall let you witness. Why spiritual arts? Spiritual arts? The moment these words were uttered, not only Su Moran and Wang Zhong, but even Li Xiao, who had been quietly observing from above, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Such a clever use of nomenclature, what could it possibly entail? Clap. Lei Yutao brought his hands together, his fingers moving rapidly. What is he doing? Wang Zhong could not comprehend, questioning the need for hand seals. Yet Su Moran felt a chill run down his spine, exclaiming, "Stop him." But it was too late. Water release, water dragon bullet. Lei Yutao bellowed, and the water beneath him surged violently. Su Moran and Wang Zhong watched in disbelief as the water spiraled upward, transforming into a dragon that loomed before them. How is this possible? The two stood frozen, stupefied. The water had transformed in such a manner, akin to divine sorcery. Yet, the reality was undeniable. They could not fathom how Lei Yutao had conjured such a phenomenon. Fear enveloped them as the water dragon coiled and danced in the air before suddenly charging at them. Wang Zhong felt as though he were swept away by a torrent. His body spun around as he was dragged deep into the lake. Wang Zhong. Su Moran exclaimed in horror. The canal was not shallow. If he were submerged, Wang Zhong might very well drown. But what was the source of Lei Yutao's power? No need to shout. He is as good as dead. Lei Yutao replied with a calm smile. Though the water bullet lacks lethality, it is exceedingly troublesome in the water. For someone of his caliber, survival is nearly impossible. But do not worry. I will take my time to kill you. Before that, he paused, surveying the surroundings, and declared, "You rodents lurking nearby. Why do you not reveal yourselves? Nearby, there are others?" Su Moran gasped, turning to see a young man standing on the riverbank, arms crossed, quietly observing the lake's surface. When did he arrive here? Su Moran felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Yutao was equally astonished. Unbeknownst to him, he had been entirely oblivious to the presence of others around him. It was only when he unleashed the water dragon technique that he sensed, however faintly, the mocking laughter directed at him. Upon glancing up, he discovered a shadowy figure observing him intently. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. Someone had been silently watching him from above the entire time. The individual had not made any effort to conceal their aura. Even the laughter was uttered openly. Yet, he only became aware of their presence upon hearing the laughter. What could this mean? Ah, have they truly noticed me? Li Xiao gently applauded, a gesture of admiration, finding the situation exceedingly intriguing. Where, he wondered, had they acquired such ninja techniques? Chapter 7. The Scarlet Eye for Li Xiao. There was no need to deliberately conceal himself. Having already been discovered, stepping forward was of little consequence. Moreover, the combat techniques exhibited by the individuals before him were indeed astonishing, as they demonstrated a partial application of ninjutsu. This was exceedingly intriguing. If his own ninjutsu originated from the ninja realm, then what could be said of these individuals? When did modernity incorporate such phenomena? For Lei Yutao, Li Xiao's appearance sent ripples through his heart. His instincts suggested that this individual was a formidable opponent, perhaps of comparable strength, if not slightly more powerful than himself. However, judging by his demeanor, it appeared he did not align himself with the Bureau of Abilities. This realization greatly improved Lei Yutao and Appo's own situation. Su Moran also sensed that Li Xiao was no ordinary person, yet his urgent desire to rescue Wang Zhong drove him to plunge beneath the surface. Indeed, he soon located the nearly unconscious Wang Zhong. After pulling him from the depths, both men emerged to witness Lei Yutao bowing respectfully to Li Xiao. Who is this esteemed senior? Wang Zhong pondered aloud. Senior? Huh. Li Xiao replied with a faint smile, choosing not to directly answer but to inquire. From whence does your spiritual technique originate? After a moment's hesitation, Lei Yutao coldly retorted, that is my secret. In his view, regardless of how powerful Li Xiao appeared, he was merely marginally stronger, perhaps even on par with himself. The reason he had failed to perceive Li Xiao earlier was simply due to his complete focus on the battle, leading to a moment of carelessness. Thus, all that was required was a modicum of courtesy. If this individual remained obstinate, he could resort to combat. Of course, some politeness was necessary. Yet if it pertained to his own secrets, he had no intention of divulging them. He was no fool. Li Xiao, indifferent to the exchange, merely nodded. However, their interaction did not go unnoticed by Wang Zhong, who had just resurfaced. He scrutinized Li Xiao for a moment before exclaiming, "The person on shore. This one underwater is the infamous fugitive Lei Yutao. Since you are also an ability user, why not come down and assist us?" Upon hearing Wang Zhong's words, Su Moran sensed impending trouble. Wang Zhong was still youthful, barely in his 20s, and oblivious to the treacherous nature of interpersonal relations. Although the young man on shore appeared powerful, his allegiance was uncertain. How would they fare if they offended him by issuing such commands? Nevertheless, Su Moran refrained from intervening, choosing instead to silently observe Li Xiao's every move. Like Lei Yutao, Su Moran believed that while Li Xiao might possess considerable strength, it was still limited. After all, the emergence of ability users had only recently begun, and those like Lei Yutao were already considered strong. What could this young man possibly achieve, regardless of their prowess? He had his own trump cards to contend with. Unexpectedly, the young man on shore did not take offense at the provocation. Instead, he chuckled softly and shook his head, responding, "That is your affair. I have no stake in it, so why should I help?" "No stake?" Su Moran exclaimed in astonishment. "My friend, do you not belong to any faction?" Although 3 months had passed since the discovery of spiritual energy in the country, only a handful of ordinary individuals had grasped its significance. Those who truly studied spiritual energy were affiliated with well-known factions. Even someone like Lei Yutao was a traitor of the martial sect, once renowned as a master of internal martial arts. It appeared that this young man might be an exceptionally gifted layperson, perhaps lacking in true power. Su Moran quickly deduced the essence of Li Xiao's confidence. For someone of his experience, a single statement could often unearth valuable insights. Although Lei Yutao was slower to react, he eventually caught on, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a paper tiger. A mere outsider dares to intimidate me?" However, this individual and Apos' arrival presented an opportunity. Lei Yutao and Apos' own spiritual energy was insufficient, especially after expending much in the previous attack. If this stalemate continued, he risked facing a counterattack from Su Moran and Wang Zhong. While these two hailed from the Bureau of Abilities and were somewhat inept in their use of spiritual techniques, if they were armed with firearms or grenades, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps it would be wiser to exploit this young man, feign an attack, and then escape? With this thought, Lei Yutao and Apos' eyes gleamed with intent. "Of course not," Li Xiao replied, maintaining a serene smile. "Finished," Su Moran noted, his pupils narrowing as Li Xiao's words fell from his lips. As anticipated, Lei Yutao suddenly launched himself into the air like a ferocious tiger, aiming directly for Li Xiao's face. This speed was astonishing. "Without a faction, you dare to threaten me? I'll kill you first." Lei Yutao's laughter echoed as he closed the distance, intent on his attack. Initially a feigned offensive, he now harbored murderous intent. Driven by the immense psychological pressure Li Xiao exerted upon him, he felt as though he could not escape the scrutiny of those eyes. Yet, throughout this encounter, Lei Yutao had fundamentally miscalculated one crucial element. Li Xiao was no benevolent figure. Or rather, Li Xiao had never regarded the trio before him with any seriousness. "Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my query." Li Xiao grasped Lei Yutao's wrist, leveraging his strength to effortlessly toss him back into the river. Lei Yutao was caught off guard, feeling as though he were weightless, and he stared incredulously at Li Xiao. This time, however, Lei Yutao was utterly taken aback. The Li Xiao before him was starkly different. His eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of crimson, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance under the moonlight, exuding an unsettling charm. "I shall inquire once more, from whence does your spiritual technique derive?" The question was posed anew, yet the tone was entirely different, aggressive, domineering, and as chilling as the depths of the abyss, freezing souls in their tracks. After a brief moment of shock, Lei Yutao erupted in laughter. "You, a mere rogue without a faction, presume to covet my spiritual technique?" Aha! Yet before he could finish, he noticed Li Xiao forming a unique seal with his hands from the shadows. That is, Lei Yutao was taken aback, only to hear a cold voice declare, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Boom. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing Lei Yutao's lower body in mere moments. Ah! Lei Yutao's maniacal laughter morphed into a harrowing scream as he writhed amidst the inferno. However, Li Xiao's great fireball was no ordinary flame. It was laced with the black flames of Amaterasu, whose mere trace possessed nearly terrifying power. Despite being submerged in the lake, it was futile. The black flames swiftly vaporized his lower half. Lei Yutao felt no pain, only the horror of witnessing his body gradually disintegrate. What madness is this? Lei Yutao attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. What on earth was this? Was it also a form of spiritual technique? How could such a formidable power exist? What sort of person had he provoked? Overwhelmed by panic, he could not even articulate his thoughts. His body plummeted from midair into the water, immobile. his eyes fixated on the bright moon above. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lake boiled as clouds of steam rose, the surrounding temperature soaring to a point of discomfort. Beneath the moonlight, Lei Yutao beheld a young man standing before him. His entire visage was shrouded in shadow, rendering his features indistinct, save for his pair of crimson eyes, which glimmered like the moon, exuding an enchanting radiance. "Now may you speak?" he intoned from his elevated position, his voice devoid of any emotion. Beside him, Su Moran and Wang Zhong stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. Chapter 8. Pieces and Monsters. This phrase lingered in the minds of Wang Zhong and Su Moran. At this moment, Li Xiao's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying and absurd. Just moments ago, he appeared to be gentle and amiable, yet in an instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred, instilling a profound sense of dread in both men. Wang Zhong, in particular, began to regret his earlier tone when addressing Li Xiao. However, unbeknownst to them, Li Xiao was indifferent to their manner of speech or attitude. For him, the only matters of significance were his family and certain unique secrets. Everything else in this world held no importance. Thus, he acted decisively against Lei Yutao, who possessed a particular secret that piqued Li Xiao's interest, a secret akin to ninjutsu. I don't know. I truly know nothing," Lei Yutao stammered, his voice trembling, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. "Master, spare my life. I am but a traitor of the martial sect. By chance, I came across a special scroll that contained some information about spiritual techniques. Out of curiosity, I attempted to learn it and managed to grasp one B-rank spiritual technique. But I assure you, I know nothing more. This is the truth." He incessantly reiterated his pleas. Li Xiao remained silent, his eyes reflecting the slow spin of the three-tomo Sharingan. This was a genjutsu technique most adeptly wielded by the Uchiha clan, known for its remarkable hypnotic capabilities. Even those Uchiha who were not particularly skilled in illusions could utilize it to assault the minds of others. As Li Xiao activated the hypnotic power of his Sharingan, Lei Yutao's voice gradually became mechanical, echoing his prior statements. It seemed that this man had merely been fortunate. However, the scroll, where is it? Li Xiao's voice remained calm. It's on my chest, the man replied numbly. Upon inspecting, Li Xiao indeed found a green scroll nestled against Lei Yutao's chest. He opened it hastily, and upon a fleeting glance, his expression shifted. It contained references to ninjutsu, yet it was labeled as spiritual techniques, which intrigued him. Without further examination, he folded the scroll and flicked his fingertip, igniting the remaining Amaterasu flames that instantly consumed Lei Yutao's body. The horrifying heat vaporized his corpse, leaving not a single trace. Witnessing such a scene, Su Moran and Wang Zhong were struck with terror. They had not perceived the hidden black flames within the orange blaze before, but now, witnessing the might of Amaterasu firsthand, they were even more terrified of Li Xiao and Appo's enigmatic power. Such methods were beyond their comprehension. "What value do you hold?" Li Xiao inquired with a semblance of a smile. He was never one to embody benevolence. Killing was a mere act for him, yet if someone could prove advantageous, why not exploit it? I. Wang Zhong's forehead was slick with cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming pressure as the shadow of death loomed over him. Scrutinized by those blood-red eyes, his heart raced, as though it would be crushed by Li Xiao's gaze at any moment. Su Moran, however, reacted more swiftly, declaring, "Master, we can help you understand this world." Li Xiao nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Su Moran promptly elaborated, "Currently, the world is just beginning to awaken to spiritual energy. The nation is in turmoil and many situations are unstable. It is a time when assistance is desperately needed." Spiritual energy awakening? Li Xiao was taken aback by this unexpected terminology, his tone reflecting slight surprise. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Su Moran quickly explained, "Yes. Approximately 3 months ago, or perhaps even earlier, certain sects suddenly discovered unique energies. After discussions, it was collectively decided to refer to these abilities as spiritual energy. This substance can be extracted from within, merging with various domestic techniques to unleash astonishing power. Indeed, the world was abnormal. Spiritual energy had resurfaced." Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "Are the top experts in the country akin to that man just now?" "Not at all," Su Moran shook his head. "Lei Yutao was merely a fugitive at best. He was not formidable. As for Wang Zhong and me, we are members of the newly established Supernatural Bureau, part of an emerging force still in the exploratory phase. The true top experts within the country remain an enigma. At least, I have never encountered. No. I have seen someone of your caliber." His final words were nothing more than flattery, revealing his cunning nature. Li Xiao, however, discerned something different from this. It appeared that, for Su Moran, despite his earlier display of strength, he did not consider him to be among the top experts. This was quite interesting. He had not anticipated the awakening of spiritual energy within the country. Li Xiao did not doubt the capabilities of the top experts domestically. He believed that even a decade ago, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, exceptional individuals would occasionally surface. Those individuals would likely be regarded as prodigies within the ninja realm. With the return of spiritual energy, these already gifted individuals would have undergone extensive training. And once spiritual energy manifested, the refinement of both mind and body would enable them to advance at an astonishing pace. Nevertheless, even so, Li Xiao found no reason for concern. He was not in a rush to inquire about the divisions of power within the country. Such matters bore no significance to him. Instead, he contemplated how to deal with these two individuals. Simply eliminating them would yield the least benefit. Even someone like Uchiha Obito ultimately required the Akatsuki to help realize his plans. In the ninja world, had Li Xiao faced Uchiha Obito in a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he would not have lost. Despite Obito's near-infinite stamina and chakra in his Edo Tensei state, Li Xiao could easily have sealed him. It was only due to that man's collaboration with Kakashi to ambush him that he faced defeat. Thus, having allies was crucial. Perhaps these two could assist him in achieving something. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao turned to them and stated, "I have grasped the gist of the situations. I shall let you go this time." With that, Su Imo Rand and Wang Zheng seemed to deflate, collapsing to their knees. However, Li Xiao's tone shifted, reigniting their apprehension. "Although you two may not be of significant use, you are fortunate. I currently require pieces for my game." Wang Zheng and Su Imo Rand struggled momentarily. As if deep in thought, Li Xiao remained patient, silently awaiting their response. Soon, Su Imo Rand trembled as he asked, "Master, may I inquire what you intend to do?" "Merely gathering information. Fear not, you may continue your work within the Supernatural Bureau." "Your abilities are not yet worthy of my attention," Li Xiao replied, glancing at the scroll in his hand before smiling faintly. If he could ascertain the origin of this item, it might unveil many truths. Su Imo Rand inhaled deeply, finally nodding slowly. "Understood." Wang Zhang ultimately yielded, stating, "I am willing to serve you, master." Chapter 9. The clue of the tailed beasts to Li Xiao. The two pawns were hardly significant, particularly given their lackluster abilities, which barely warranted his imposition of restrictions upon them. However, their feebleness posed a challenge for him. These individuals, lacking in ninjutsu, had also not honed their taijutsu effectively. After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, Li Xiao addressed them. "Aside from those rudimentary skills you just displayed, do you possess any other techniques?" Rudimentary skills. Wang Zhang's expression was one of complexity. He had not anticipated that his diligently honed martial arts would be met with such disparagement. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "I do not know any others." Li Xiao showed no further reaction and pressed on. "How is spiritual energy refined?" "Well, we merely utilize it instinctively." Su Moran uttered words that left Li Xiao astonished. It was no surprise their combat was so unrefined. They seemed to grasp even the basics of water treading poorly. As evidenced by Wang Zheng, who had half his knee submerged in the current, they likely had no true understanding of how to engage in combat. "Since that is the case, come to my home tomorrow. I will instruct you on how to cultivate," Li Xiao proposed after a brief consideration. Of course, he had no intention of personally teaching them, as that would be too cumbersome. He merely needed to extract usable segments from the ninjutsu scroll and hand them over. Nevertheless, this would greatly benefit Su Moran and Wang Zheng. The two expressed their excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Let us dispense with the formalities. My name is Li Xiao," he stated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a smirk appeared on his lips. "You may also call me Uchiha-shun." This was not born from a nostalgia for his Uchiha identity, but rather an instinctive feeling that the recent upheaval in the real world might be linked to certain individuals from the ninja realm. Whether this world was under the influence of the infinite Tsukuyomi or not, it was quite plausible that Uchiha Obito lurked in the shadows. In light of this, Li Xiao considered it prudent to amplify his own reputation, perhaps compelling the other to reveal themselves. Although he was currently constrained in power, should the adversary indeed appear, Li Xiao was not without means to confront Uchiha Obito. Li Xiao, Uchiha-shun. Su Moran murmured these names before clasping his fist in gratitude. "Yes, I shall remember." Wang Zheng hesitated slightly. "My lordly, may I inquire about something?" "Speak." "We work for the Abilities Bureau, which is under national oversight. Although you saved us tonight, in the interest of public accountability, may I report this incident to the authorities?" Su Moran's complexion instantly changed, and he scolded, "Fool, what are you thinking?" His disciple's naivety was utterly absurd. This reclusive powerhouse, Li Xiao, surely wished to avoid the limelight, yet Wang Zheng was suggesting reporting to the state? Did he desire a swift demise? Even if he wished to report, it should be done in private, not brazenly stated here. However, Li Xiao merely glanced at the two, a light chuckle escaping him. "It matters not. It matters not." His response left Su Moran in a state of confusion. Did this indicate a lack of fear towards the state, or was it sheer arrogance? Despite Li Xiao's earlier display of strength, could he truly remain unfazed in the face of national power? No. Perhaps it was an overture to the state? This realization dawned on Su Moran, illuminating his understanding. Indeed, even someone as formidable as Li Xiao had refrained from eliminating them upon learning of their affiliation with the Abilities Bureau. If he sought to cultivate a relationship with the Bureau, then all of Li Xiao's actions became comprehensible. "I understand now, Lord Li Xiao. I shall endeavor to convey your might and valor to the state, ensuring you reap the utmost benefits," Su Moran declared, invigorated by the prospect. If Li Xiao were to join the Abilities Bureau, they would gain an extraordinarily powerful ally, a veritable boon. Wang Zheng looked at his master, bewildered by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Li Xiao wore a smile that was not quite a smile, aware that Su Moran had misconstrued his intentions. Yet he did not feel the need to correct him. For him, it was of little consequence. Let the chips fall where they may. Upon returning home, it was well past midnight. For Li Xiao, possessing mastery over his own time, he needed merely 2 or 3 hours of sleep to fully rejuvenate. Hence, slumber was not a pressing need. At that moment, he was more concerned with the extent of his strength's restoration, although it had only been a night of training. His physical condition had fully transitioned into that of an average human, and notably, one of above-average strength. As he removed his shirt, the contours of newly formed abdominal muscles became visible, and a sense of vigor coursed through him, a stark contrast to his former frail state. Indeed, even if my strength is merely that of a regular human, it suffices for my needs, as chakra can elevate it to its zenith. Li Xiao was quite satisfied with his current state. As long as his body functioned normally, he could extract chakra from it, thereby employing various ninjutsu. For a ninja, chakra was the essence of all. As for taijutsu, he indeed needed to practice it in the future, yet even with time acceleration, the honing of taijutsu was not something easily achieved. It appeared he would need to find time to craft some lead weights. In his previous life within the ninja realm, Li Xiao had encountered a man named Might Guy, whose fervor for taijutsu bordered on obsession. Both he and his disciple, Rock Lee, were exceptionally skilled in this art, and Li Xiao had gleaned several training methods from them. The simplest method involved binding specialized lead weights to various parts of the body and continuing with normal training. As the body adapted, the weights could be incrementally increased, ultimately leading to an astonishing physique. Of course, while Li Xiao was somewhat tempted by this idea, it was not something he could implement immediately. The pressing concern was to examine the scroll he had obtained that day. The scroll in Rei Yutao's possession piqued Li Xiao's interest. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, but had noticed numerous references to ninjutsu. Upon reopening the scroll, he could confirm it was indeed a ninjutsu scroll, though incomplete, containing only a few types of ninjutsu without detailed instructions for cultivation. No wonder that individual could only perform the rudimentary water dragon jutsu. He had neither tested his chakra attributes nor undergone systematic training. So it was no surprise he had only attained such basic skills. Li Xiao gazed at the scroll, shaking his head slightly. It contained little of value. Merely an introduction to ninjutsu. Its only peculiar feature was the substitution of ninjutsu with spirit techniques, rendering it of little worth. It would be more beneficial for him to articulate the training methods himself. With this thought in mind, Li Xiao summoned the flames of chakra, instantly reducing the scroll to ashes. His chakra attributes were comprehensive. He possessed elemental affinities for fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth, and later, through research with Orochimaru, he would be able to utilize several bloodline limits. Would release was one such ability, making him a versatile warrior. Burning a scroll was therefore a trivial feat yet unexpectedly. Rather than disintegrating into ashes, the incinerated scroll revealed some text. Li Xiao paused, focusing intently, and discovered astonishing words. To the fated, rejoice. In this world lies something remarkable, which we refer to as tailed beasts. And this scroll is the key to locating the tailed beasts. Chapter 10. The excitement of the supernatural bureau tailed beasts. Is it truly possible for such entities to exist in this world? A flicker of astonishment ignited in Li Xiao's eyes as he hastily perused the entire scroll, his mind beginning to formulate hypotheses. According to the scroll's account, the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth did not occur 3 months ago, but rather a decade prior. It was said that at that time, nations across the globe discovered a terrifying monster formed from the convergence of celestial energy within their territories. These beings, composed of concentrated energy and possessing tails, were dubbed tailed beasts by humanity. Following this discovery, humans embarked on research into tailed beasts, inadvertently acquiring what is referred to as spiritual energy, thus initiating the revival of spiritual energy across the earth, although the tailed beasts subsequently vanished. However, the tailed beasts themselves are not immortal. They are the essence of heaven and earth condensed. With the passage of time, their revival is inevitable. And this scroll serves as one of the keys to locating them. The scroll indicates that to find a tailed beast, one must possess both a map and a key, which would unlock the sanctum of the tailed beasts. The scroll, indeed, contains one half of the map. To complete the map, the other half must also be found. The map described in the scroll bears a striking resemblance to that of the ninja realm. Could it be that the tailed beasts are truly of the same origin? Li Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, and suddenly, his gaze shifted. He bit his thumb, drawing blood to inscribe a mark upon his arm, and swiftly began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang. As he pressed one hand upon the ground, a flurry of runes scattered like tadpoles in all directions. Yet no trace of anything materialized. Witnessing this, Li Xiao fell into deep thought. The summoning technique, as its name implies, is a jutsu that enables the summoning of contracted beasts, capable of transcending space to bring forth the other party. During his time in the ninja realm, Li Xiao had captured all tailed beasts from 1 to 7, raising them as his pets. If the tailed beasts in this world were indeed akin to those of the ninja realm, he should be able to summon them. Yet, the result was nothing at all. It appeared there was a discrepancy, although the description of the tailed beasts was accurate. With this realization, Li Xiao's mind instantly devised a plan. Regardless of the circumstances, the tailed beasts are of utmost importance, and he must secure them. However, given the nature of the scroll, there was no need for haste. This matter was of great significance and required careful planning. With this thought, Li Xiao gently closed his eyes for a brief moment of rest. Meanwhile, at the Supernatural Bureau, located at the heart of Green City, this establishment serves as the nexus of the entire city. Unbeknownst to Li Xiao, in his eyes, Su Moran and Wang Zhong appeared weak, scarcely more than children, not even worthy of being classified as lower ninjas in the ninja realm. Thus, he subconsciously regarded them as having little status. However, this was Earth, where for most individuals, it was already an impossible feat to combat a mere leopard unarmed, let alone wield extraordinary powers. In truth, due to their ability to manipulate spiritual energy, both Su Moran and Wang Zhong held considerable status within Green City. Otherwise, Lung Weiniang's father would not show them such profound respect. Upon the return of the two to the Supernatural Bureau, their presence immediately stirred a considerable commotion. If Lung Weiniang's father were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for these individuals represented the very core of Green City. Any utterance from one of them could send ripples throughout the entire city. Su Laozhang, you have finally returned. The foremost figure, a man clad in a black suit with graying temples yet exuding confidence in his stride, was none other than Yin Fansong, the deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau. Upon seeing Su Moran's return, he promptly approached, inquiring about Lei Yutao, a being endowed with supernatural abilities who had been causing unrest within Green City. Even he, the deputy director, felt a tinge of anxiety regarding this matter. He has been eliminated. Su Moran sighed. These words elicited a collective sigh of relief from Yin Fansong and the officials behind him. To them, Lei Yutao represented a significant threat, and his removal truly alleviated a heavy burden from their hearts. However, Yin Fansong noticed that Su Moran's demeanor appeared troubled, prompting him to ask, Su Laozhang, you should be pleased now that the enemy has been vanquished. Why do you still wear a frown? Alas, it is not that I do not wish to rejoice, but rather, I have encountered a formidable opponent. As he spoke, Su Moran recalled Li Zhao's icy, bewitching gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly altered his tone. No, my sigh is merely a lamentation of my own inadequacy, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. To be honest, tonight I encountered a senior. He slowly recounted the events of his meeting with Li Xiao, with Wang Zhong occasionally interjecting for clarification. In the hall, the audience nodded in understanding, but upon learning that Li Xiao had effortlessly obliterated Lei Yutao with a single strike, their expressions collectively shifted. What level of power does this individual possess? To annihilate Lei Yutao with a mere blow, could he possibly be a third-tier powerhouse? The third tier represents the pinnacle of the mundane. Is it truly possible that Green City harbors such a formidable entity? Even if he is not, he must be exceedingly close. Such a person must be fervently courted by the Supernatural Bureau. Yet, what if his intentions are nefarious? Ultimately, Yin Fansong inquired, Su Laozhang, did that Mr. Li Xiao mention anything else? He expressed a desire for Wang Zhong and me to visit him tomorrow. Mr. Li Xiao mentioned he would personally impart knowledge regarding cultivation methods. Oh, this exchange ignited a wave of joy among the crowd. It was clearly a gesture of goodwill. The inclusion of a powerhouse like Li Xiao within the Supernatural Bureau would be nothing short of a boon. Excellent. We must pay him a visit tomorrow. Adhering to the highest standards of etiquette, the head of the Security Bureau declared decisively. The others raised no objections, though a debate arose between those favoring a grand display and those advocating for a more understated approach. Nevertheless, such matters ultimately seemed trivial. As the sun rose and light streamed into the room, Li Xiao opened his eyes. Although he had already come to terms with his arrival on Earth, the environment within the room still left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He had lived for over a century in the ninja realm, yet his time on Earth had been but a fleeting few years. Had it not been for his deep-seated obsession, he might have genuinely questioned whether his experiences on Earth were merely a fleeting dream. Now, having returned, he found himself struggling to readjust to life on Earth. However, he had ultimately returned. Li Xiao rose to his feet. If no other matters arose today, he intended to continue his cultivation, for strength remained of paramount importance to him. Yet, it seemed his parents had other thoughts. Li Xiao overheard their soft conversation emanating from the adjacent room. Chapter 11 Uncle, are your legs still hurting? Sigh. Just bear with it for now. Our son has just regained consciousness, and we have many financial obligations ahead of us. I can endure. The pressing matter is how to arrange for the child. Given his innate talent, he must continue his studies. Education is the only pathway to a better future. No matter how arduous our situation becomes, we cannot delay his progress. In a little while, I shall venture outside to tend to the bees. Even if my leg is impaired, I can still sell honey. The hushed murmurs of my parents reached Li Xiao's ears, and his gaze remained tranquil. Owing to his circumstances, their health had deteriorated significantly. His mother suffered from renal failure and required dialysis periodically, while his father limped, unable to perform hard labor, relying solely on his own resources. Perhaps he could utilize the medical ninjutsu of the ninja realm. Li Xiao gathered a trace of chakra in his hand and furrowed his brow slightly. No. Medical ninjutsu merely accelerates cellular recovery. Should an organ be damaged, it necessitates a surgical approach for replacement. Unless one possesses a forbidden technique akin to Tsunades, which allows for regeneration, such abilities can only be employed on oneself and cannot be shared with others. Addressing his father's leg issue seemed straightforward. But his mother's kidney condition would likely require financial resources for transplantation. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money, and financial matters were not his concern. Li Xiao clenched his hand. As a formidable figure in the ninja world, he had never been preoccupied with monetary concerns. He was acutely aware of one fundamental truth. Money is merely a medium of exchange. When one's strength is sufficiently formidable, one can dictate what constitutes currency. He had a premonition that, whether in a matter of days or months, financial troubles would soon dissipate. Brother, it's time for dinner. Li Qingxue and Appo's voice echoed from outside the door. Li Xiao responded and stepped out. Hey, brother, have you become more handsome? Li Qingxue gazed at Li Xiao, somewhat astonished. The primary reason was that Li Zhao's complexion had vastly improved since yesterday, as if he had transformed into a healthy individual overnight. Li Xiao offered no further explanation, merely fabricating a trivial excuse to deflect her curiosity. Their parents harbored no suspicions, attributing their son's swift recovery to youthfulness. However, after breakfast, Li Xiao noticed that Li Qingxue had yet to attend school, and a vague sense of unease began to surface. What are we doing for lunch? He inquired, looking at Li Qingxue. Dad and Mom specifically asked me to inform you, Li Qingxue replied, seemingly recalling something. Since you've awakened, relatives such as uncles, aunts, and others will be visiting. Dad particularly mentioned that you used to be quite shy and didn't like to greet relatives, so this time, you must speak up. Even if you make a mistake, it's fine, but you must be polite. She meticulously advised him, and Li Xiao couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. He had experienced numerous similar family gatherings in the ninja realm. Initially, he was merely a junior member of the Uchiha clan, but as the years passed, he transitioned from greeting others to being respectfully addressed as the clan leader. Eventually, however, Li Xiao found himself alone, surviving in the ninja world for decades. For Li Xiao, relatives were merely burdens, but for his parents and sister, they held a different significance. Thus, despite his indifference toward relatives, he refrained from displaying a frigid demeanor. Dawn and Appo's be distracted. Seeing that Li Xiao's attention seemed elsewhere, Li Qingxue puffed her cheeks in annoyance. I know you have a proud nature, but you must not behave like this during lunch. Understood. Li Xiao patted her head, prompting a smile from Li Qingxue. Recovering from a serious illness, especially awakening after a decade in a vegetative state, was indeed a momentous occasion. Even if Li Xiao's family could not afford the expenses, relatives willingly rallied to gather for a feast. Today's gathering was summoned by his uncle. After informing Li Xiao about the lunch gathering, Li Qingxue soon felt her phone vibrate slightly. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Long Weiniang. Long Weiniang, why didn't you come to school today? Li Qingxue, we're celebrating my brother's awakening at home. Long Weiniang, oh, a feast, is it? That sounds wonderful. However, I have something to tell you. Li Qingxue, what is it? Long Weiniang, do you believe in superpowers? Li Qingxue, what? Long Weiniang, if I told you I could offer you a chance to develop superpowers, would you want it? Upon reading Lang Weiniang and Appo's message, a wave of confusion washed over Li Qingxue. Had even she succumbed to whimsical fantasies? With a sigh, she resolutely declined Lang Weiniang and Appo's proposition and closed her phone, furrowing her elegant brows. Although many relatives were expected today, she found them quite bothersome. Sigh. Li Zhao's two-story self-built home nestled at the edge of a village, with ivy climbing the weathered concrete walls and a cracked plastic awning rustling in the spring breeze. Not far from the entrance lay a road, dotted with numerous parking spaces. As noon approached, cars began to arrive, including 2 Audis and BMWs, drawing the attention of the villagers. Leaning against the rusted iron gate, Li Xiao regarded the scene with a cool detachment. He was not surprised. His relatives were indeed quite affluent. His childhood memories lingered faintly. It was around the early 2000s when his father astutely identified a lucrative opportunity in the food processing industry, prompting him to partner with close relatives to establish a spicy snack factory. Despite the seemingly humble name, the venture yielded astonishing profits, generating hundreds of thousands within a mere month of operation. Back then, in the early 2000s, even the capital's real estate prices were only a few thousand per square meter, making such earnings incredibly enticing for his uncles. His father, having invested the most and established the sales channels, received the largest share. However, his uncles banded together to undermine his father's authority, effectively ousting him from the business. From that point forward, his father severed ties with his brothers, yet he remained melancholic, as they were still his kin. Li Xiao had assumed that the families would remain estranged, but fate had other plans. His father sought assistance from that very uncle to cover his medical expenses. Creaking, the jarring sound of brakes shattered the reverie. A BMW X5 came to a halt by the roadside, and its door swung open. A portly uncle, clad in a suit, emerged, followed by an aunt draped in fur and adorned with jade, along with their fashionably dressed daughter. Chapter 12. The excited cousin for Li Xiao. It was a distant memory, one that had nearly faded away amid the century-long turmoil of the ninja world. The hatred he once felt had dissipated to a mere faint smile upon recollection. As for his father, he seemed to have forgotten the matter entirely, eagerly approaching his elder uncle upon seeing him. The moment uncle laid eyes on father, His eyes brimmed with tears as he warmly embraced him, exclaiming, "Chongqing, I've told you countless times not to trouble yourself to greet me. Your legs are not what they used to be. As your elder brother, I truly feel unworthy." Father, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly reply, "This is what I ought to do. We are family, no need for such formalities. Yao Gao, quickly bring over the gifts." Uncle supported father as they made their way home. Upon noticing Li Xiao, his face lit up. "Li Xiao? Is that you? Haha, truly a fine young man. Do you still remember your uncle?" "Yes, uncle," Li Xiao replied with a gentle nod, acknowledging him. In his eyes, uncle was indeed putting on a show. It was hard to believe that he was the one who had once suggested expelling father from the factory. However, Li Xiao remained indifferent to those past grievances. Since father had said nothing, he chose not to involve himself in their brotherly affairs. "Oh, I've long heard that you have awakened. This is wonderful news. Your parents have endured much hardship lately, but thankfully, heaven has shown favor," uncle lamented, then assured father, "Chongqing, leave Li Xiao's future to me. You need not worry." "Is that wise?" Father hesitated, feeling a twinge of discomfort. His pride resisted accepting his brother's goodwill, yet for Li Xiao's future, he fell silent. "What is wrong with that? We are brothers, and Li Xiao is my dear nephew. How could I not care for him?" Uncle declared, wrapping his arm around father's shoulders with conviction. Father, still skeptical, nodded in agreement. At that moment, the second uncle stepped out of an Audi Q7. Uncle turned to greet him. "Ah, the second one has arrived. It has indeed been a long time." The second uncle appeared noticeably slimmer, his hair dyed black, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by his handsome son and his graceful wife. Strolling over leisurely. "Indeed, it has been quite a while," he said, offering a black cigarette to both uncle and father. "Chongqing, and to you, elder brother. It's good to see you both well. Ha ha ha. We old fellows are of a certain age. What changes can there be? But how's your son, Jingguo? He seems quite the fine young man." Uncle beamed, eyeing the young man behind the second uncle, named Li Yuqing. Yuqing has just returned from studying abroad and is currently interviewing for the National Security Bureau. Who knows if he'll succeed? The second uncle replied with a smile. "Studying abroad? Where?" Uncle inquired, surprised. "I believe it was the University of Tokyo, though I'm not entirely sure." "He only pursued a master's degree there and learned little of substance," the second uncle chuckled. "The University of Tokyo?" At that moment, Uncle S' daughter, Li Weiying, displayed a look of astonishment. This institution was indeed prestigious, part of Japan's Super International University Program, ranked 28th in the QS World University Rankings. Li Qingxue, listening nearby, felt somewhat bewildered. Although she was beautiful and academically gifted, she was merely a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. Terms like A-class school and QS World ranking were far beyond her grasp. As for father, he sighed inwardly, having lived so long. He could easily discern that the seemingly polite inquiries between his elder and second brother were, in fact, veiled boasts. This silent display of superiority left him powerless to retort. "Ha ha, it's all trivial matters. Yueying, how are you doing?" The second uncle turned his attention to Li Weiying. "I'm still studying at Qibei," she casually replied. "Qibei? That is excellent. The most prestigious schools in our country are Tsinghua and Beida. Our Li family truly produces talents," the second uncle exclaimed, filled with admiration. At this point, the second aunt interjected, "Oh, this girl has managed to earn quite a sum working in the internet industry while studying, over 100,000 a month. She is quite pleased with herself. In this day and age, money is so easy to make." Her words plunged the vicinity into silence. It was evident to all that the second aunt was attempting to overshadow her daughter's accomplishments. However, for Li Xiao and Appos, as family, it was a different sentiment altogether. Previously, they had desperately needed funds and had scoured every relative's home, ultimately borrowing a mere 400,000 from a dozen relatives, including the elder and second uncles, and various other family members. Now, with Li Xiao's awakening, the second and S boast about money being easy to make felt rather inappropriate. "Wang Yun." Uncle cleared his throat, casting her a stern look before turning to Li Xiao's father, Li Chongqing, with a forced smile. "Women often love to boast. Yueying is merely making a little money as a streamer, and she acts as if it's a grand achievement. If we're speaking of accomplishments, none can compare to the talents of Li Xiao in his prime." "Ah, yes, indeed," the second uncle quickly chimed in. Li Chongqing and Mother S expressions gradually grew awkward. Indeed, Li Xiao had once been the most promising figure in the Li family, unmatched in academic performance. Yet, what did that matter now? The past was merely a memory. The current Li Xiao was just a recently awakened patient, nothing more. Following this interlude, the atmosphere among the group grew quieter. Eventually, the relatives entered the home, gathered together, and began to enjoy their drinks. The adults deliberately avoided discussing Li Xiao, while the younger generation was different. After all, they shared a table with Li Xiao, and the relatives had various connections. Both Li Weiying and Li Yuqing had some impression of him. Li Yuqing observed the calm Li Xiao, his gaze complex. He had once seen his cousin as exceptionally intelligent, a role model set by his parents during their upbringing. Little did he expect that time would transform his once promising cousin into this state. He finally spoke. "Li Xiao, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing this, the other younger relatives turned their attention to Li Xiao. They were either cousins or distant relatives and had only heard fragments of stories about him. But they were undeniably curious about his situation. Li Xiao glanced at him and slowly shook his head. I don't know. Sigh, times have changed. In the past, one only needed a junior high diploma to find work anywhere, but now it's different. Even university graduates struggle to find jobs, and those without credentials face great difficulties. Li Yuqing lamented, then shifted his tone. How about you come work with me? I just returned from studying abroad and am currently applying to the National Security Bureau. I have a senior there who could help. Li Yuqing's suggestion sparked a wave of excitement among the younger relatives. The National Security Bureau? Cousin, that's impressive. Cousin. Will you soon be as high-ranking as in the novels? Li Yuqing's prospects were indeed remarkable and admiration filled the air. The National Security Bureau, known as the State Security Bureau, only accepted the most exceptional individuals. Moreover, with Li Yuqing's connections, others looked upon his family with newfound envy. However, Li Yuqing, having heard such praises countless times before, remained silent, merely observing Li Xiao. Li Xiao, however, simply smiled calmly and replied, I want to be going. What? Are you afraid of relying on your cousin's connections? Li Yuqing chuckled. Li Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. His resolute nature dictated that once he refused something, he would not entertain it again to avoid unnecessary complications. However, Li Yuqing perceived Li Xiao's actions as excessively arrogant, prompting him to frown. Was this not a bit pretentious? It was not a decade ago. Did he truly believe himself to still be the prodigy of his youth? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, considering that his cousin, merely a recent middle school graduate, would eventually come to understand the essence of social status when he faced the harsh realities of life. Realizing that Li Yuqing would remain an unattainable figure for him, this thought brought a wave of satisfaction to Li Yuqing and Apos' heart. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Initially dismissing it as yet another spam message, he soon discovered it was a message from his superior on WeChat. Noted as a senior from the National Security Bureau and also his interviewer. Could it be that he had successfully passed the interview process? Anxiously, he opened WeChat, revealing a message from the interviewer. Senior, Li Yuqing, do you have a cousin named Li Xiao? Surprised, Li Yuqing wondered why his senior would inquire about Li Xiao. No, this was a political background check. He quickly grasped the intention behind the inquiry and promptly replied. Li Yuqing, yes, senior, is there a problem? Senior, indeed. That is the case. No issue, you have passed the interview, and fortune is smiling upon you. In approximately 10 minutes, some officials will come to meet you. At that time, please provide an overview of the Li family situation. Remember, seize this opportunity, it could lead to your ascension. Senior, allow me to introduce the leaders you will meet. Su Miran, Wang Zhong, and he had passed. And the leaders were coming to visit him? Oh my. In an instant, Li Yuqing was overwhelmed by a rush of immense joy. Chapter 13. A visit from the Security Bureau. Li Yuqing unexpectedly lost his composure. This behavior did not escape the notice of those around him, instantly sparking a wave of curiosity. The relatives at the adjacent table exchanged glances, and it was the elder uncle who spoke first. Yuqing, what has brought you such joy? Haha, uncle, I have been accepted by the National Security Bureau, and my senior mentioned that a leader will come to visit today. Li Yuqing exclaimed with delight. To be honest, even he had not anticipated that not only had he passed the selection process, but he would also receive a visit from a leader. Upon hearing Li Yuqing and Apos' words, the faces of the others lit up with astonishment. This was the National Security Bureau. Previously, Li Yuqing had merely participated in an interview. Even with the connection of his senior, it could only be deemed commendable. However, now that he had succeeded, the outcome was entirely different. This indicated that Li Yuqing was destined for a bright future, rising above the ordinary ranks of society, becoming an individual of a completely different caliber. Even more astonishing was the fact that he would be honored with a visit from a leader. What exceptional achievements must he possess to warrant such special attention? In an instant, the elder uncle's expression shifted through various emotions before he hurriedly approached Li Yuqing, patting him on the shoulder and expressing his congratulations. You truly are my remarkable nephew. This is incredible. In comparison, your cousin's achievements seem rather inconspicuous now. You must take good care of your younger siblings from here on out. The elder uncle had previously thought that his daughter, Li Weiying, achieving admission to prestigious universities and earning a substantial income through social media was already quite impressive. Yet, the sudden turn of events made him realize that his nephew's future was limitless. Perhaps he would even need to seek favors from him in the future. He felt fortunate to have attended this gathering. Other relatives quickly chimed in with their congratulations. They had long known that Yuqing was a prodigy, and his accomplishments today were indeed extraordinary. Our Li family is destined to produce a high-ranking official. Haha, it appears today is indeed a fortuitous day. Cousin Yuqing, allow me to toast to you. A chorus of compliments surrounded him, and in contrast to before, the relatives clearly exhibited a newfound respect. This elevated Li Yuqing's spirits, prompting him to glance at Li Xiao. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not care about his cousin. It was not that he was particularly concerned about him, but rather a genuine sense of jealousy. As a child, Li Xiao's brilliance had cast a long shadow over him, and now, after achieving such remarkable success, Li Yuqing found that Li Xiao garnered little attention. Today was originally intended to celebrate Li Xiao's awakening, yet it had unexpectedly transformed into a celebration of his own accomplishments. Li Yuqing yearned to witness the expression on Li Xiao's face. Regrettably, Li Xiao's eyes resembled a tranquil, undisturbed well, dark and profound, devoid of emotion. When their gazes met, he merely raised his glass slightly in acknowledgement. TSK, how infuriatingly composed. Li Yuqing felt a twinge of annoyance but refrained from displaying it openly, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. After all, he and his cousin were no longer on the same level. What was there to compete over with someone in a vegetative state? At that moment, his second uncle, Li Jinghua, hurried over, astonished. Yuqing, did you say a leader is coming to visit? How significant is this leader? Li Jinghua's heart soared. Even though he boasted assets of around 10 million. In the presence of influential figures, it was nothing. Now his son claimed a leader would be visiting? The excitement was overwhelming, and Li Jinghua and Apos' face flushed with exhilaration. Let me see. Li Yuqing stifled his excitement and picked up his phone to check the message from his senior. He gasped in surprise. The number of leaders arriving was even greater than he had anticipated. The most prominent among them were two individuals, one named Su Moran, 58 years old, who seemed to be the personnel director of the National Security Bureau, and another, the even more formidable Yin Fansong, the deputy director of the bureau. Just seeing these two names left Li Yuqing dumbfounded. He had never imagined he would have the honor of hosting such esteemed leaders. However, this shouldn't be happening. Should it? After all, he was merely a graduate student. Even if he were outstanding, it shouldn't escalate to this level. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he anxiously inquired with his senior, who promptly responded, Senior, you are correct. The leader's visit is not specifically due to you. They happen to be in the vicinity for inspections and need your assistance in introducing local customs. However, you were fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. Make a good impression, and who knows, you might leave a lasting impression on the leaders. Upon reading his senior's explanation, Li Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, his excitement rekindled. Indeed, while the leader's visit might not be directly related to him, his fortunate presence here was an undeniable stroke of luck. What Li Yuqing was unaware of was that Su Moran and his team sought him out solely due to the Special Abilities Bureau's late-night investigation into Li Xiao's connections, which revealed that Li Yuqing was Li Xiao's older cousin. A suggestion arose within the Bureau to use the visit as an opportunity to approach Li Xiao subtly, thereby maintaining a low profile while having a legitimate reason for the visit. Although Su Moran and Yin Fansong were leaders of the Special Abilities Bureau, their authority was vast, allowing them to navigate seamlessly between the National Security Bureau and their own. Thus, today's events unfolded. Despite Li Yuqing and Apos' ignorance of the underlying motives, his excitement remained undiminished. After sharing the news with Li Jinghua, his father and Apos' face radiated with pride, nodding repeatedly. Well done. No doubt you are my son. Aha. Cousin is becoming more formidable by the day. Li Qingxua, witnessing this, felt a twinge of envy. At her tender age of 16 or 17, seeing her cousin achieve such success undoubtedly stirred something within her. Are you envious? Li Xiao glanced at his sister. A little. Li Qingxuan nodded softly but soon clenched her fist. However, I will work even harder. I want our family to live this kind of life too. Hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile. His sister's ambition was commendable, and he had no intention of interfering. As for the other relatives, their praises for Li Yuqing grew louder, placing him at the center of attention, as though he were the protagonist of the world, with no one able to overshadow his brilliance. Simultaneously, two elongated red flags came to a halt at the entrance, followed by a group of individuals disembarking. Among them were Su Moran and his team, clad in administrative jackets. Besides Su Moran, Wang Zhong took the lead, his military-like demeanor and brisk pace exuding authority. The relatives had long been peering curiously when they caught sight of the newcomers. Gasping in astonishment, "That's Wang Zhong. I recognize him. He is from the Wang family in Yuzhou, a genuine young talent. But why is young Master Wang here? Is he also here to find Li Yuqing?" At this revelation, everyone in the room was once again taken aback, gazing at Li Yuqing with envy. Today was undoubtedly a day of great fortune for him. Li Yuqing, radiant with joy, adjusted his appearance and hurriedly made his way to greet them. Chapter 14 Mr. Li. With a series of knocks from Wang Zhong, Li Yuqing hurried to greet him. At that moment, everyone present finally got a clear look at Wang Zhong and Apos' visage. A man of imposing stature, with piercing eyes that exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. He inspired awe merely by his presence. Those familiar with him knew he was merely 25 years of age, yet he held a significant position within the Security Bureau, indicating a boundless future ahead. Despite his remarkable standing, he greeted Li Yuqing with warmth. Truly, he was the young scion of the Wang family, a paragon of youthful talent. As some of Li Xiao's cousins exclaimed in astonishment, with Wang Zhong's arrival, the Li family ceased their comparisons. After all, no matter how impressive they were, they could not possibly rival Wang Zhong. This scenario only served to heighten the pride of second uncle Li Jinghua, who stood a little taller, convinced that his son's association with such a man foretold a bright future for him as well. "You are Mr. Wang Zhong, correct?" Li Yuqing approached eagerly, beaming as he extended his hand. In his mind, Wang Zhong represented the pinnacle of individuals he could engage with, far beyond the administrative clerks that trailed behind him, whose status was beyond his reach. Who are you? Wang Zhong noted Li Yuqing and Apos, as humble demeanor with mild surprise. I am Li Yuqing, the one who passed the interview today. He quickly introduced himself. Interview? Oh, I see. Wang Zhong nodded slowly, his mind elsewhere. He had no recollection of any interviewees, for his primary concern was locating Li Xiao. They had anticipated that the Li family would host a gathering due to Li Xiao's circumstances, thus opting for a discreet visit. While a flurry of thoughts raced through Wang Zhong's mind, he maintained a smile, patting Li Yuqing's shoulder. Well done. This praise sent Li Yuqing's spirits soaring. But Wang Zhong and Apos' next inquiry left him somewhat bewildered. You are a member of the Li family, so you must know Mr. Li Xiao, yes? Could you guide us to him? Wang Zhong's intent was straightforward. Leveraging family connections would diminish the barriers between them. However, to Li Yuqing, this felt like a bolt from the blue. What? Why does Mr. Wang Zhong seek out Li Xiao? What could that possibly have to do with him? He stammered. You must be mistaken, Mr. Wang. You do not know Mr. Li Xiao? Wang Zhong furrowed his brow, pressing further. Isn't this family banquet in celebration of Mr. Li Xiao's awakening? Li Yuqing stood in shock, realizing the truth in Wang Zhong's words. Indeed, the banquet was held to celebrate Li Xiao's revival. Nevertheless, a question nagged at him. What connection did Li Xiao have with the security bureau? His mind was racing, and beside him, Li Yueying pointed in a daze. My cousin is over there, though she too felt bewildered. Her curiosity compelled her to discover why Wang Zhong and his associates were seeking out Li Xiao. The crowd followed her gesture and beheld Li Xiao, serene and meditative at the banquet and Apos' center. His demeanor evoked a shiver in both Wang Zhong and Su Moran as they recalled Li Xiao's appearance from the early morning hours. Yet, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Mr. Li Xiao. Indeed, it is Mr. Li. Wang Zhong's eyes lit up, eager to approach. Meanwhile, Li Yuqing, recovering from his stupor, interjected, Mr. Wang, were you not here to find me? I ranked third in this year and Apos' Security Bureau written exam third? Wang Zhong was taken aback. How could someone rank third possibly gain entry to the Security Bureau? Were it not for Li Xiao's influence, Li Yuqing would likely have been dismissed outright. Nonetheless, Li Yuqing possessed certain advantages. Intelligence indicated that Li Xiao was a man who valued family. Winning the favor of his parents could facilitate future endeavors. With this thought in mind, Wang Zhong smiled warmly. Rest assured, I certainly remember you, Mr. Li Yuqing. As a member of the Li family, could you kindly inform me who Mr. Li Xiao's parents are? Li Xiao's parents? My uncle and aunt Li Yuqing and Apos' mind raced. And he pointed to the somewhat bewildered Li Changxing and Li Mu standing nearby, these two. Wang Zhong glanced over and spotted Li Xiao's father, Li Changxing. He had dark skin, leaned on a cane, and bore numerous scars on his rough wrists. His clothing was faded and patched, marking him as perhaps the least affluent person at the gathering. Beside him stood Li Xiao's mother, her fingers gripping a pilled apron, her knuckles roughened from years of exposure to cold water. In their daily lives, they were quintessential working-class citizens, but today, due to their son, their status was on the verge of a remarkable transformation. Wang Zhong inhaled deeply, quickly retrieving the gifts he had brought, and approached them. Uncle, aunt, these are humble gifts for you both. Please accept them. He placed 2 bottles of Maotai at Li Changxing and Apos' feet. And it was evident that beneath the bottles lay concealed cigarettes and cash, an extravagant offering that, while discreet, held immense value. Moreover, this was a gift from Wang Zhong himself. This is too much, Li Changxing stammered, instinctively waving his hands in refusal, at a loss for words. Yet, Su Moran swiftly stepped forward, grasping his hand warmly. Old friend, do accept it. This is but a trifle for the Security Bureau. Why would you bring us gifts? Li Mu asked, bewildered. She did not recognize these individuals, but their attire suggested they were of considerable standing. It was unusual for someone of such caliber to associate with their family, much less to present gifts. What could this mean? Su Moran chuckled heartily. This is all thanks to Mr. Li Xiao. You have a wonderful son. The once curious relatives fell silent, stunned. Who else could Li Changxing's son be but Li Xiao? Yet, what connection did the Security Bureau have with him? After all, Li Xiao had been in a comatose state for a decade. The rapid turn of events was nothing short of astounding. Chapter 15. Eager to bow and crouch, what has my son done? Li Changxing asked, still in a daze. Su Moran hurriedly smiled and replied, of course. He has accomplished something remarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to award him a first-class merit. Changing the subject, he continued, by the way, brotherly, I noticed you were hosting a banquet. I wonder if we old fellows could join in the festivities? For Su Moran, having already seen Li Xiao at the banquet, approaching him was now a foregone conclusion. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Xiao's parents, which would, in turn, facilitate future conversations with Li Xiao. Furthermore, given his age, many matters were quite apparent. Mr. Li Xiao did not seem to possess a particularly flamboyant personality. Approaching him rashly might incur his displeasure, as it would undoubtedly draw too much attention. Of course you can. Li Changxing, having realized the situation, quickly invited a few people to take their seats. Besides Su Moran, Wang Zhong, and Yin Fansong, there were 2 other middle-aged men of considerable standing, who remained notably low-key. merely offering a nod and gesture of congratulations to Li Xiao as they took their seats. Li Xiao responded with a slight nod but did not engage in further conversation. However, at that moment, the relatives erupted in astonishment. What was the situation in the Chongqing household? The identities of these individuals were too significant. Aside from the security bureau, who were the other leaders present? They seemed extraordinarily impressive. What had Li Xiao done? Did you not hear that esteemed Mr. Su mentioned that Li Xiao received a first-class merit? What? This is incredible! I initially thought that our Li family had produced a true dragon in Yucheng. But it seems Li Xiao is even more formidable. I have always believed that Li Xiao is exceptionally bright since childhood, destined for greatness. But I never expected his rise to be so swift. The relatives' perception of Li Xiao's family shifted dramatically within moments. As for Li Yuqing and Li Weiying, they exchanged bewildered glances, both equally astonished. Their uncles quickly approached them. Son, what on earth is happening? Asked second uncle Li Jinghua cautiously. I don't and Oppos. Tino, I know nothing. Li Yuqing murmured, feeling his composure unravel. Just moments ago, upon learning that these leaders were visiting him, he had felt elated. Believing himself to be the protagonist of the day, the most accomplished member of the Li family, finally able to hold his head high. But who could have anticipated that? In an instant, this honor would be snatched away by his cousin Li Xiao. What did his earlier behavior amount to? He felt like a mere clown. The elder uncle's expression turned troubled. To be honest, he too wished to be involved, yet he could not grasp what had transpired. He did not recognize those who appeared to be leaders. What did it have to do with him? Li Weiying, noticing his discomfort, whispered, Dad. The one at the front is Yin Fansong, Director Yin, Deputy Director of our Yuzhou Security Bureau. What? The elder uncle and Oppos' face was filled with disbelief. Are you joking? Such a prominent figure could determine the fate of our small factory with a single word. Why is he being so courteous to Li Chongqing now? Before he could process this, Li Weiying continued. As for Wang Zhong and Su Muron, we have already discussed them. The individual sitting beside them is the second in command of our Green City, a man of considerable authority. He is among the elite. The mention of the second in command of Green City left not only the elder uncle but also second uncle in a state of shock. How could this be possible? The elder uncle muttered. How could the Chongqing household be so fortunate? It Shuden and Oppos, T.B. It truly Shuden and Oppos, T. He could not comprehend how to accept the reality before him. Just a moment ago, he had been feeling proud in front of Li Chongqing, and now, in a heartbeat, Li Chongqing had forged connections with such influential figures? The last silent figure, the deputy director of our Green City Police Station, wielded power beyond measure. Li Weiying sighed as she spoke. Her acquaintance with so many influential figures stemmed from her role as a streamer. Online, she was a well-known personality. In local contexts, when a streamer's follower count reached a certain threshold, they caught the attention of local authorities, who sometimes sought collaborations with them for promotional purposes, often concerning fire safety, anti-fraud campaigns, or tourism promotions. This led to Li Weiying frequently interacting with officials and occasionally meeting some prominent figures. However, to those influential individuals, she was merely a minor streamer. Were it not for her follower count, they likely wouldn't spare her a glance in ordinary circumstances. Yet now, these individuals, whom she had hoped to impress by memorizing their names, were showing such deference to Li Xiao's parents. No, their demeanor could not merely be described as courteous. It bordered on ingratiating. What on earth was happening? The elder and second uncles exchanged pale glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They looked at each other, each reflecting the incredulity in the other's eyes. Damn it, what extraordinary luck had Li Xiao stumbled upon? Their previous cordiality towards Li Xiao's family stemmed from the knowledge that the Li family had no hope of resurgence. Their amiable demeanor was merely for appearances. Their relationship with Li Xiao's family had been irreparably shattered when they united to oust Li Chongqing from the factory years ago. The financial assistance they had provided was akin to tossing coins to a beggar. With assets in the millions, they had lent Li Chongqing a mere 100,000. Appearing benevolent while merely seeking to appease their own consciences, they had long since severed ties. Yet now, Li Chongqing had turned the tables? Their heads buzzed. But watching Su Muron and the others clinking glasses, the elder uncle gritted his teeth and declared, ultimately, it's just that Li Xiao has achieved some merit. I believe the leaders are merely putting on a show. What do we have to fear? Does he truly believe he can turn the tide? Indeed, we were merely overthinking. Second uncle nodded, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. Let us go join the toast. If Chongqing can establish connections, why can't we? Aha, exactly. The elder and second uncles exchanged smiles and hurried toward the banquet. At that moment, Su Muron and the others were thoroughly enjoying their drinks. And someone mentioned that the banquet was held to celebrate Li Xiao's recovery. Su Muron slapped his forehead and promptly stood up with his wine glass. His action triggered a chain reaction. Those behind him, including Wang Zhong, Yin Fansong, and the two silent leaders, also rose to their feet, glasses in hand. Hastily approaching Li Xiao. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xiao, on your recovery. I raise a toast to you, Su Muron said, striving to appear gracious and unconcerned. Yet, it was evident to all that Su Muron held Li Xiao in excessive reverence. His back bent. His one-straight posture now resembled a bow as he nearly inclined himself to pour wine for Li Xiao. In the end, the two lightly clinked glasses. with Su Muron and Apos, Escup not daring to rise above Li Xiao and Apos. Witnessing this scene, the elder and second uncles, along with Li Yuqing and Li Weiying, stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 16. Wu Yan Li Xiao, an extraordinary individual, emerged as one of the second batch of beings capable of exhibiting superhuman combat abilities following the resurgence of spiritual energy. For the intelligence department of Green City, such superhuman capabilities are a rare find, upon encountering them, if they are not adversaries. Every effort must be made to win them over. Otherwise, a city devoid of superhuman guardians risks suffering the same fate as the events involving Su Mo Ran and Wang Zhong last night, where they were overpowered by a fugitive. This urgency is precisely why Yin Fansong and his companions hastened to meet Li Xiao. Mr. Li, we had previously arranged to visit you today. This should not be considered overly ostentatious, correct? Su Mo Ran's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. Not at all, Li Xiao replied with a gentle shake of his head, opting for tea in place of wine. In truth, he was somewhat taken aback. Last night, he had merely contemplated cultivating a few informants, unaware that Su Mo Ran and Wang Zhong's statuses exceeded his expectations, prompting such a grand visit today. Of course, their discernment would spare him considerable trouble. Mr. Li, I am Yin Fansong, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, Yin Fansong said with a beaming smile as he presented his business card. Slightly bowing as he shook hands with Li Xiao, his demeanor left the surrounding relatives astounded. Even the usually composed Li Qingxue found it difficult to remain still, her mind buzzing with confusion. What on earth is happening? When did my brother earn such distinguished accolades, and how did he come to associate with such high-ranking officials? She paused, her thoughts racing. Wait, perhaps this esteemed leader is simply a benevolent person, aware of my brother's recent recovery, hence his amiable demeanor? Yes, that must be it. Li Qingxue concluded to herself, nodding repeatedly. After his introduction, Yin Fansong exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zhong, who instantly understood and produced a large box from seemingly nowhere. Mr. Li, in light of your remarkable achievements, our government has decided to award you a cash prize of 2 million yuan. He opened the box to reveal a bounty of vibrant red banknotes. This revelation left the relatives utterly bewildered. What exactly has Li Xiao done? This is too intriguing. And to think, he received 2 million yuan so effortlessly? For a moment, they were dazed, reflecting on how just moments ago, Li Xiao's household was modest. Yet now it seemed he had attained a status beyond their reach. Unbeknownst to them, Su Mo Ran and his companions had not initially prepared cash or gifts. However, upon discovering Li Xiao's circumstances the previous night, they hastily arranged the cash to leave a favorable impression. The sum of 2 million was neither excessive nor insufficient. It was just enough to clear the debts of Li Xiao's family, with some remaining. A small portion of cash was also included within a bottle of Maotai. But that could only be considered as pocket change. Thank you, Li Xiao said with a faint smile, leaving Wang Zhong taken aback. Noticing the discomfort of Su Mo Ran and the others, he stood and said, Follow me, it is not convenient talk here. Of course. Su Mo Ran and the others instantly tensed. Their intentions were clear, and it was evident that Li Xiao was aware of their purpose. They quickly followed him to the courtyard. Once outside, the relatives who had been whispering among themselves erupted in astonishment. Longxing, what has Li Xiao done? This is astonishing. Qingxue, could you inquire if your brother is in need of a girlfriend? Perhaps I could introduce someone to him. My goodness, how is he so close to such high-ranking officials? This is incredible. The Li family is truly becoming formidable. Li Chongxing, Li Mu, and Li Qingxue found themselves the center of attention, basking in the admiration of others. Xinhua, what should we do? The uncle observed the situation with ashen lips. If the connections between his family and Li Xiao's were revealed to those high-ranking officials, what would become of his daughter's future? What of their family's prospects? Li Xinghua's expression darkened further, shaking his head repeatedly. I don't know. Li Yuqing and Li Weiying remained silent, sensing that their days of prosperity might be drawing to a close. Su Mo Ran and the others followed Li Xiao into the courtyard. Li Xiao's home was unpretentious, covering approximately half a football field, with tires scattered about in a doghouse near the house. In the distance, a gazebo adorned with unripe grapes stood. This modest setting was a result of Li Xiao's father taking up tire collection after the closure of a spicy snack factory. A venture that ended due to his leg injury, yet the yard remained. Today, you've made quite an entrance, Li Xiao remarked with a light laugh. Please forgive us. Sir Su Mo Ran hastily cupped his hands in apology. Not at all. I bear no ill will. However, I am surprised by the number of visitors, Li Xiao said. Glancing at Yin Fansong, who promptly bowed, Li Xiao merely chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to Su Mo Ran and Wang Zhong, stating, While my intention to nurture you is rather unintentional, I am a person who believes in clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. Besides my commitment to teach you cultivation, I can also grant you one request. You may contemplate what it shall be. Thank you, sir. Su Mo Ran and Wang Zhong exhaled in relief. They had indeed made the right choice. It was clear that providing assistance would earn Li Xiao's favor. Though 2 million yuan was not a significant amount for Li Xiao, it had alleviated a minor inconvenience for him. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Li Xiao clasped his hands together in a seal and gently tapped the ground. Summoning technique. Instantly, black runes radiated outward, followed by a burst of white mist from which a scroll emerged. This scroll contained the ninjutsu techniques and chakra refining methods that Li Xiao had prepared that morning. He casually tossed the scroll to Su Mo Ran, saying, "The foundational practices and some ninjutsu are contained within. You may return now." The group stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? The summoning technique? Their minds swirled with astonishment. Such a technique could conjure a scroll from thin air. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, for Li Xiao, this was merely a commonplace occurrence. Yin Fansong regained his composure, his voice trembling with excitement. "Thank you, Lord Li Xiao." The others quickly echoed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Li Xiao." If there had been any doubt among Yin Fansong and his companions regarding Li Xiao's prowess, it was now entirely dispelled. Their respect for him deepened. Their eyes filled with awe. Li Xiao chose not to speak further. For him, this was merely an interlude. He was gradually acclimating to this world and needed to focus on strengthening his abilities to pursue the tailed beasts. Yes, the group, reluctant to linger, expressed their gratitude once more before departing. As they entered their luxurious red flag car, Yin Fansong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Everyone, what do you believe about Li Xiao's true capabilities?" His words hinted at a newfound scrutiny and wariness towards Li Xiao. For individuals of their stature, public and private personas often differ, especially after witnessing Li Xiao's abilities. Respect was now laced with trepidation. A being with such terrifying powers, if not harnessed for one's own benefit, could spell disaster for society. Li Xiao was undoubtedly aware of the thoughts of those around him. However, for someone who had endured nearly a century, such calculations had long become second nature. In this world, true camaraderie was but an illusion. Everything revolved around self-interest. As long as they did not directly cause him trouble, Li Xiao would remain indifferent to their machinations. Beside him, Su Muron remarked, "It must be a Tier 3. Tier 3. Yin Fansong inhaled deeply, his expression grave. At present, the world was in the nascent stages of spiritual energy revival, and individuals with abilities were simply categorized into Tiers 1, 2, and 3. Among these, Tier 3 represented the pinnacle of the mundane realm. Beyond that lay Tiers 4, 5, and 6, which transcended human limitations. Li Xiao being recognized as Tier 3 by Su Muron was also acknowledged by Yin Fansong. Yet, his greater concern was that such a formidable human should never exist without checks and balances. Otherwise, he could easily spiral out of control. Inquire with the capital to see if there are any other Tier 3 powerhouses available. It is imperative that they dispatch someone swiftly. Green City cannot allow Li Xiao to hold all the power alone, Yin Fansong commanded promptly. Wang Zheng interjected in astonishment. "Director Yin, must it be so? Mr. Li Xiao has been exceedingly kind to us." "Kind? You are overly optimistic." Yin Fansong sighed. "Wang Zheng, one must never judge solely by appearances. If Green City had only Li Xiao as its sole powerhouse, what do you think he would do? It's simple. Desires would inevitably clash, leading to increasingly reckless behavior. Eventually, should he resort to violence in the streets, how would we manage the situation? What could we possibly do?" Pausing, he continued with a heavy heart. "Personal strength does not equate to psychological stability. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the crime rate has surged. Countless power users have committed murder, theft, and assault. The darkness within the human heart is a gamble we cannot afford. We must maintain equilibrium." Wang Zheng fell silent, vaguely sensing the complexity of this world. Su Muron, however, smiled amiably. "Wang Zheng, take it easy. We are not intending to take action against Mr. Li Xiao. We merely wish to be prudent. 2 Tier 3 powerhouses, especially those with conflicting natures, would create a necessary balance. This was both protocol and inevitability." "I understand," Wang Zheng replied, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, the silent deputy chief of the police station had begun making a phone call. "Yes, Green City has a Tier 3 powerhouse, judging by age. He should be around 25 years old, having been in a coma for nearly 10 years. You mean to say that during this decade-long slumber, he naturally absorbs spiritual energy, resulting in a mutation? So, his constitution is exceedingly powerful." "What?" He nodded repeatedly into the phone, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. "This might not bode well. If that individual comes, then Li Xiao may." "Yes, I understand. I will inform Director Yin and the others." Yin Fansong had been closely observing the deputy chief and Appo's reaction. Upon hearing him hang up, he immediately pressed, "What is the situation?" "They said they will dispatch Wu Yin." The deputy chief whispered. "What?" The car erupted into an uproar of incredulity. Su Muron, Wang Zheng, and Yin Fansong all turned pale. Wu Yin, the recently renowned Tier 3 fire-type power user. His notoriety stemmed from his infamous temper and a penchant for combat, often displaying disdain for those of similar strength. The moment he arrived in Green City, given his temperament, a conflict with Li Xiao seemed inevitable, and it would likely not be a mere skirmish. Why would they send Wu Yin here? "I only intended to establish a balance against Li Xiao's power, not to provoke a life-and-death struggle," Yin Fansong said anxiously. The deputy chief replied helplessly. According to higher-ups, although Li Xiao is powerful, his decade-long coma may have left his mental fortitude lacking, making him more susceptible to straying down a dangerous path. Therefore, sending Wu Yin could test the limits of Li Xiao's character. Moreover, A new heavenly secret realm has opened in the capital, rich in spiritual energy, leading to an increase in Tier 3 powerhouses. Wu Yin was initially slated to be dispatched to Green City, and he is merely the first of many who will follow. Upon hearing the deputy chief and Appo's explanation, the others felt their heads spin. A new heavenly secret realm had opened in the capital, suggesting that the number of Tier 3 powerhouses would likely rise. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Wu Yin and Li Zhao's personalities were inherently incompatible. Given Li Zhao's demeanor, it was likely that a confrontation with Wu Yin would erupt instantaneously. Suddenly, Yin Fansong's phone rang. Noting an unfamiliar number, he hesitated briefly before answering. Hello? You must be Yin Fansong. A gruff voice boomed from the other end. Yes, may I ask who this is? I'm Wu Yin, he declared loudly. I heard there's a remarkably strong individual in your midst, someone named Li Xiao? Mr. Wu Yin, you misunderstand. Aha. Have him wash up and wait for me. I've yet to meet anyone more impressive than myself. I want to see what he's really made of. With a resounding click, the call ended abruptly, leaving Yin Fansong no chance to retort. The group exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of foreboding. This could spell trouble. Alas. This could be a dilemma, Yin Fansong lamented, his frustration evident. Who could have anticipated that such a person would be dispatched? Ha. Let us take it one step at a time. I suspect our secret realm in Green City will soon open as well. And with many Tier 3 powerhouses joining our ranks, we won't need to worry about such matters anymore. Su Muron, ever the optimist, cheerfully suggested. Moreover, I stand with Mr. Li Xiao. To be candid, I must inform him about Wu Yan's arrival. Let us hope they don't end up clashing, Yin Fansong quickly interjected. A nagging intuition warned him that things were likely to become exceedingly complicated. Chapter 17, The Disparity Within the Third Tier. Half a day later, as the relatives departed, Li Xiao finally found a semblance of tranquility. Naturally, his sister and parents were brimming with questions, particularly concerning the origin of Li Zhao's first-class merit. In response, he casually fabricated an excuse to placate them, ensuring their peace of mind. With newfound financial stability at home, the burden of debt would soon be alleviated, sparing Li Xiao a considerable inconvenience. Additionally, he had acquired a mobile phone, having been in a coma for nearly a decade. Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback by the advancements of the modern world. However, he was relieved to find that smartphones had already emerged during his unconsciousness, and thus he was not entirely at a loss. He registered a phone number and, with the assistance of his sister Li Qingxue, managed to retrieve his Penguin account from a decade ago, subsequently adding Su Moran as a friend. No sooner had he done so than Su Moran sent a voice message. Li Xiao, my lord, I have urgent matters to report. Li Xiao furrowed his brow as he opened the audio clip. After listening with some effort, he quickly typed back. Please refrain from sending voice messages. Use text instead. Su Moran replied, understood, my lord. I will have Wang Zhong type, as I am of the older generation and only proficient with penmanship. Su Moran continued, there is troubling news. A third-tier master is expected to arrive in Green City, possessing formidable strength and likely harboring considerable animosity towards you. Third tier? Upon receiving this information, Li Xiao was slightly taken aback. What constitutes third-tier strength? Su Moran explained. In terms of classification, the third tier represents the pinnacle of mortal strength. For instance, individuals like Wang Zhong and myself are those who have merely begun to grasp spiritual energy, superior to ordinary people, but merely at the entry level. The individual you dispatched yesterday, Lei Yutao, possessed second-tier strength, whereas someone of your caliber, who can wield techniques at will, is classified as a third-tier master. A faint smile graced Li Yao's lips, for he found Su Moran's assessment somewhat underestimating. Su Moran's limited perspective prevented him from comprehending the true nature of Li Xiao's prowess. For Li Xiao, the arbitrary divisions of strength were mere trifles. He could effortlessly vanquish 1,000 opponents of the third tier, who would stand no chance against him. This exemplified the unrivaled strength of the ninja realm. However, Li Xiao was unconcerned with superficial titles. He surmised from Su Moran's tone that the emergence of this third-tier master was likely a consequence of the information leaked by certain individuals earlier that day. Yet, he remained indifferent, simply responding, it matters not. Should he harbor hostility, he shall be dealt with. For now, I wish to ascertain the origin of this scroll. Li Xiao sent a picture of the singed scroll from last night to Su Moran. This was the item dropped by Lei Yutao, inscribed with the location of a tailed beast, a map, albeit a fragmented one. Alone, Li Xiao found it challenging to investigate further. At this moment, the roles of Su Moran and Wang Zhong became apparent. As agents of the Special Abilities Bureau, they wielded significant influence in the realm of information. Su Moran promptly posted the image on the Bureau's official forum, and it wasn't long before an expert responded. He relayed, according to the expert in the Bureau, this is likely a product of a secret realm. A secret realm? Intrigued by these words, Li Zhao's instincts told him that this could be linked to the mysteries surrounding the world's transformation. Indeed, in recent years, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, portals to different dimensions have sporadically opened across the globe. These realms possess entirely distinct geographical environments, rich in spiritual energy and teeming with formidable foes. Nevertheless, despite the inherent dangers, these secret realms yield astonishing wealth. According to other experts, Your scroll likely originates from a secret realm situated at the border of Green City and Bianjing. Li Xiao's pupils dilated as he pressed for more details. What is the exact location? My lord, that secret realm is currently closed. The next opening is scheduled for the end of May, located in Muzhou. Instantly, Li Xiao activated his map navigation to verify. Muzhou was a county, still under the jurisdiction of Green City, with Bianjing just beyond. Confirming the location. His eyes flickered with determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his intention to explore this secret realm. The potential of the tailed beast was self-evident, and he must seize it. Noting Li Xiao's prolonged silence, Su Moran tentatively inquired, My lord, do you intend to travel to Muzhou? Indeed. May I accompany you? We shall discuss it later. As Li Xiao concluded his reply, he suddenly recalled the need to resume his physical training regimen. Inspired by the weighted training methods of Rock Lee and Mike Guy, he promptly informed Su Moran of this intent. Su Moran quickly responded with a link, which Li Xiao opened to discover it led to the Bureau's official resource portal, abundant with treasures sourced from the secret realms, albeit requiring merit points for exchange. Glancing through the offerings, Li Xiao was pleased to find a plethora of valuable items, including fruits that could enhance spiritual energy and scrolls containing powerful techniques, along with formidable contract beasts. The variety exceeded his expectations, and in that moment, he realized that these so-called secret realms might indeed have ties to the ninja realm. Though perhaps not directly. Rather, they hinted at a broader, more expansive world. Fascinating. This was truly intriguing, and he found himself increasingly eager to uncover the truths of this world. As he surveyed these items, Li Xiao felt a surge of appreciation. The world had surpassed his expectations, revealing the existence of such captivating secret realms. Furthermore, it validated his decision to retain Su Moran and Wang Zhong, as they had efficiently provided the information he sought without excessive effort on his part. It is worth noting that Li Xiao could utilize Su Moran's merit points to exchange for items, as the link could only be accessed by authenticated bureau personnel. Regrettably, Su Moran had a mere 100 points, but that would suffice for Li Xiao, who discovered an unexpected treasure, weighted Li blocks infused with spiritual energy. By channeling energy into them, their weight could be increased, serving as the core of his training regimen. This was precisely what Li Xiao required. As his physical progress had been sluggish, he needed to train diligently, and thus promptly purchased them. On the other end, Su Moran set down his phone, wincing at the reduction in his merit points. 100 points. He had toiled for 2 years to accumulate such a sum, only to have it swiftly depleted by Li Xiao. What did he say? Inquired Yin Fansong, who had been anxiously awaiting a response. He was particularly interested in Li Xiao's perspective on Wu Yin's situation. Su Moran hesitated for a moment before replying. He mentioned that if Wu Yin harbored hostility, it would be best to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Yin Fansong relaxed, a smile gracing his features. I see. He likely belongs to the category of individuals unaware of their true strength. This could indeed lead to an unexpected surprise for Wu Yin. Su Moran expressed his astonishment. Deputy Director, are you suggesting that Li Xiao cannot defeat Wu Yin? Yin Fansong smiled faintly. It is inevitable. You must understand, even within the third tier, there exists a disparity. Chapter 18, The 8 Gates of Duanjia, the first gate. 3 days later, Li Changxing, Li Xiao's father, stared blankly at the health examination notification in his hand. The recent days had brought about an astonishing transformation. Ever since Li Xiao had achieved merit, their lives had undergone a radical change. First, they had inexplicably been gifted 2 million, followed by an unsettlingly friendly demeanor from various municipal departments. The village even organized a health check for the entire community, and subsequently, they initiated charitable assistance for his and Li Mu's ailments. Treatment for his leg condition was provided free of charge, and Li Mu's dialysis was completely waived. Today, the situation escalated further when the First People's Hospital of the city sent a notification declaring they could perform surgery at no cost, even offering a prepared kidney for Li Mu's transplant. This astonishing turn of events left Li Changxing utterly astounded. Wang Yun, what on earth is going on here? Li Changxing murmured, clutching the examination slip. Wang Yun, naturally Li Xiao's mother, chuckled at his bewilderment. What else could it be? I believe the authorities have recognized our son's remarkable talent. Wasn't he involved in that national math competition? And the chemistry competition as well? That was quite a spectacle. Humph. A woman's perspective, Li Changxing scoffed. Although he acknowledged Li Xiao's previous accomplishments, he doubted they were sufficient to elicit such obsequiousness from the authorities. Gifts of money, complimentary health examinations, and treatment. This was genuine benevolence from the community. Li Changxing was no fool. Having experienced much over the years, he had seen through the nature of society. It was all about connections. Without them, achieving such success was unthinkable. Even his elder brothers, who were worth millions, would be insignificant in the eyes of someone like Yin Fansong. You and Appos, Re so clever, why not provide an explanation? Wang Yin placed her hands on her hips. You, old man, are just being paranoid. Clearly, it's our son who is impressive, yet you insist on overthinking it. What do you know? No matter how brilliant our son is, he was a vegetable not long ago. How could such a transformation happen overnight? Li Changxing took a drag from his cigarette, and suddenly a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've got it. I know what it is. What are you shouting about? Wang Yun, who was washing clothes, scolded him. My grandfather must have returned from the battlefield. Li Chongqing's eyes sparkled. Have you lost your mind? Wang Yun widened her eyes in disbelief. Yet, Li Chongqing became increasingly certain. It must be true. My grandfather has definitely returned from the battlefield. If it were him, those people would surely exhibit such behavior. Alas. Is this good news or bad? Seeing him smoke and sigh deeply, Wang Yun retorted, Are you insane? If your grandfather were alive, he'd be nearly 100 years old. What battlefield are you talking about? Li Chongqing, however, looked pained. They say you village women know nothing. The Li family was once quite formidable, a genuine prominent family. Though I've never met my grandfather, my father always spoke of him as a top-notch practitioner, a renowned grandmaster. Nonsense. Wang Yun spat. Even if he were that powerful, how could he live so long? Such individuals have exceptionally long lifespans. Even if I died, my grandfather would not. At this, Li Chongqing abruptly finished his cigarette and sighed. Forget it. It's hard to explain to you. If my grandfather returns, it certainly won't be a good thing. He doesn't favor our branch. If Shower benefits from his influence, we might have to prepare to return everything. Wang Yun ignored him, dismissing him as a madman. By the riverside, under a clear blue sky, Li Xiao stood gazing at his reflection in the water, surrounded by reeds taller than himself. He had shed his shirt, and after 3 days of rigorous training, his physique had reached a new pinnacle, his body now showcasing distinct muscle definition, embodying incredible explosive power. His physical condition seemed to have ascended to the level of an ordinary genin. As he felt the surge of power within, Li Xiao began to contemplate his next steps. His progress was still too slow. Reaching the level he had attained in the ninja world seemed nearly impossible. In that realm, he had access to tailed beasts for chakra and had honed his skills over time, achieving terrifying prowess. For his modern self to reach such heights would require not only time but also some external transformations. However, with his physical strength at this level, he was ready to commence training in the 8 gates of Duanjia. He utilized a summoning technique to call forth the lead blocks he had previously ordered from the Special Abilities Bureau. These unique blocks resembled armor plates, each no larger than the combined size of 2 fingers, weighing approximately 200 grams. But, with a mere infusion of chakra, buzz, the entire lead block instantly transformed into a weight of around 1 kilogram. With 40 such blocks strapped to his body, he bore a total weight of 40 kilograms, 10 on each limb and 20 on his torso. While 40 kilograms may seem trivial, an ordinary person could even manage to run with such a load. Li Xiao was different. His training focused on explosive power, and he aimed to move at high speeds and engage in combat as if unencumbered, even while bearing that weight. This was the challenge. The path of physical training offers no shortcuts. One reaps rewards proportionate to their efforts. Fortunately, being a prodigy, he anticipated that the returns would not be long in coming. Li Xiao secured the lead blocks to himself and instantly felt the uncomfortable weight. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and summoned Shadow Clone. The two locked eyes and immediately began their usual high-speed combat. Bang, bang, bang. The pure physical attacks coalesced into a flurry, the lead blocks on his wrists and ankles generating tremendous inertia with their rapid movements. Under normal circumstances, such weight could injure an ordinary person due to inertia. However, the special lead blocks significantly mitigated this impact. This high-speed explosive combat was incredibly taxing. After merely 3 minutes, Li Xiao was drenched in sweat, feeling as though his muscles were on the verge of tearing apart. An ordinary person would have to rest at this point. Yet, with the activation of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, his fatigued body was instantly rejuvenated to peak condition. The battle continued. 3 hours later, boom, with a punch, Li Xiao shattered his clone, his body glistening with sweat. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan consumed a significant amount of chakra. After 3 hours, he had depleted all of his reserves. Now utterly exhausted, his thighs quivered beneath him. However, there was a silver lining. The quality of these 3 hours of combat had been exceptionally high. Li Xiao estimated that he had reached the level of Uchiha Sasuke during his first battle against Gaara, with extraordinary physical prowess that could rival that of Rock Lee. Moreover, he was now capable of opening the first gate of Duanjia. With his stamina and chakra nearly exhausted, he could continue no longer. It was time to return home. As Li Xiao assessed his physical state, he inhaled deeply. It had been a long time since he had pushed his body to such limits. He could barely walk, swaying unsteadily. Just then, whoosh! From the reeds, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Who was there? Li Xiao's gaze turned cold as he looked ahead. Before him, the thicket of reeds had been pierced, creating a gaping hole as 2 figures darted past. Chapter 19. Yin Ziho. At present, Li Xiao found himself utterly exhausted, his body weak and movement laborious. However, to assume that he was vulnerable at this moment would be a grave misjudgment. Besides forcibly opening the first gate of 8 gates of Duanjia to activate the last vestiges of his stamina, Li Xiao possessed a secret weapon unknown to others, his Sage Mode. In the realm of ninjas, Shinja Hashirama wielded the most formidable Sage Mode, enabling him to vanquish Uchiha Madara through sheer will, and his chakra combined with would release. Madara, in turn, had taken a piece of flesh from Hashirama to fuse with himself, subsequently acquiring the Rinnegan and effortlessly tapping into Hashirama's cells to harness Sage Chakra. The enmity between these two had inadvertently benefited Li Xiao, who, during his collaboration with Orochimaru, extensively studied Hashirama and Amp, Appos, S cells and attempted fusion, ultimately gaining astonishing Sage Chakra. Regrettably, Li Xiao's eyes did not transform into the Rinnegan, as such a transformation required the unique merging of Azura and Indra's Chakra, a feat Li Xiao could not achieve. Nevertheless, he could effortlessly enter Sage mode, granting him nearly unparalleled power for a brief period. At this moment, Li Xiao's dark eyes fixated on the scene before him. On the other side of the reeds, a small squad was sprinting, having taken notice of Li Xiao's presence. Opposite Li Xiao, two ability users brandished firearms. Glancing nervously at the middle-aged man beside them, "Are you two brainless fools?" The middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. "I told you, even in the suburbs. You must be careful and avoid firing indiscriminately. Look what you've done, you almost shot me." Mr. Feng is right. The two ability users hastily bowed their heads in apology. "Humph, how did I end up bringing along such imbeciles?" Feng Qifeng scoffed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, growing angrier as he continued. Two second-tier ability users, armed with guns. "Chasing after Amir Ziho for so long and still failing to catch him. You've truly embarrassed me. When Wu Yin arrives, I'll likely face his ridicule." Mr. Feng Ziho is a peak third-tier ability user. The techniques he wields are beyond our capability to handle, remarked the tall ability user on the left, exuding a sense of helplessness. The man before them, Feng Qifeng, was a third-tier ability user dispatched from Magic City, tasked with supporting Green City. Currently, major cities across the nation were witnessing the emergence of top-tier secret realms, leading to an influx of powerful beings. Third-tier experts were not scarce in these elite cities. Hence Feng Qingfeng's assignment. However, correspondingly, while the righteous had their share of powerful figures, the dark side possessed even more. Recently, the Ability Bureau had uncovered that the previous Lei Yutao was not an isolated case, but rather part of an organization. Their ambitions were vast, aiming to steal not merely a single spiritual technique scroll, but entangled in an entire web of interests. That so-called Lei Yutao was merely a small fry in the grand scheme. What of a peak third tier? Am I not also a peak third tier? Until one ascends to the fourth tier, everything else is worthless. Feng Qingfeng's mood soured as he vented his frustrations, his gaze trailing the reeds toward the water's surface. Had those two subordinates' reckless gunfire harmed the youth? He pondered, glancing back at his subordinates, signaling them to follow. "Friend, have you sustained any injuries?" From a distance of approximately 4 or 5 meters, Feng Qifeng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao, arms crossed, scrutinized Feng Qifeng, sensing the flow of chakra emanating from him, indicative of a low-level genin. He raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "No." Behind Feng Qifeng, the tall subordinate quickly added, "Sir, we are from the Magic City Ability Bureau, sent here to hunt down the third-tier expert Yin Ziho. Have you seen his whereabouts?" "Fool. This youth is merely an ordinary person. Why are you bothering him with the Ability Bureau?" The smaller subordinate sneered. Li Xiao chuckled softly. This third tier. That third tier, these so-called third-tier experts were truly of little worth. He wondered how Su Moran and the others would react upon hearing such remarks. Casting a cool glance at the trio before him, Li Xiao stated, "I have not seen him. A mere third tier is hardly worth the fuss." Li Xiao felt a rare surge of irritation towards these individuals, especially since they had approached him while he was at his weakest, opening fire without a word. He had been prepared to kill, yet they turned out to be mere agents of the Ability Bureau? How utterly mundane. A mere third tier. The two men were momentarily stunned before their eyes widened in disbelief. What did this kid just say? A mere third tier? How audacious. Do you have any idea who stands beside you? That is Feng Qifeng. Known as the Windwalker in Magic City, he commands wind attribute spiritual energy. Wielding wind techniques with unparalleled mastery, effortlessly crushing adversaries with a mere gesture. And yet, he has been referred to as a mere third tier? How dare you? Which faction do you belong to? State your name. Do you think you can insult Lord Feng? You are truly ignorant of the world. The two were frantic. Acutely aware that even they were mere second-tier ability users, third tier was an insurmountable chasm for them. Even Feng Qifeng felt his expression shift, anger flaring within him. As a dignified third-tier expert, he was esteemed wherever he went, yet here he was, being dismissed by a mere youth as just a third tier. Fortunately, he was of a forgiving nature, merely smiling as he raised a hand to signal his subordinates to cease their outbursts. Enough. I see this young friend is but a wandering soul, as the saying goes, a newborn calf fears no tiger. There is no need to stoop to his level. Li Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a cold smirk before leisurely departing. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qifeng trembled with rage. Sweat pouring down his brow despite the chill in the air. What audacity! What arrogance! To disregard a third-tier expert. His subordinates hurriedly reassured him, Lord Feng. That individual surely does not comprehend what a third-tier expert represents. Once he faces danger, he will learn what it means to be outmatched. Indeed, Lord Feng. He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Why should you concern yourself with him? Let us focus on our mission. Humph. What do you know? Feng Qifeng scoffed, retrieving his phone to contact Wu Yan. Soon, the call was answered. Hello? Is this the esteemed Windwalker? What brings you to call me? Looking for a duel? Wu Yan, I have no time for games. I'm currently in Green City and have found a lead on Yin Ziho. What is Yin Ziho's current strength? Peak 3rd tier. Interesting. I shall come immediately. Chapter 20. The school for the superpowered. Meanwhile, in Green City, at the first high school, the playground, surrounded by fitness equipment. Long Weiying and her friends were intently listening to Li Qingshui's phone conversation with her family. What? Great-grandfather might be coming back. Is that so? Then does that mean my brother? I understand. After hanging up, a pallor washed over Li Qingshui's charming face. Seeing her expression, Long Weiying immediately pressed. What is going on, Qingshui? What happened to your brother that day? Having learned of the turmoil in Li Qingshui's family, Long Weiying felt a deep sympathy for her friend, striving in every way to help her escape her original family. Of course, her motives were not entirely altruistic. It was primarily beneficial for Lang Weiying herself. After all, Li Qingshui was a prodigy coveted by the Superpower Bureau, and bringing her into the Bureau was her main objective. Thus, Long Weiying was particularly concerned about Li Xiao's situation, wanting to uncover how he managed to repay the debt in such a short time and became entangled with the Security Bureau to such an extent. My father said it might be because of my great-grandfather. Li Qingshui bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. What? Your great-grandfather? The two classmates behind her gasped in astonishment. One of them, a young man adorned with various gemstone rings, furrowed his brow and asked, Qingshui, what does this mean? I heard your father is nearly 60. Does your great-grandfather really have such connections? His name was Yi Tiangan, one of Li Qingshui's admirers. My father said that my great-grandfather is likely still alive and that he seems to be an incredibly powerful martial artist. In short, he mentioned all sorts of bizarre things, and I don't know whether to believe it. Li Qingshui felt helpless. She had never anticipated that her usually honest father would undergo such a drastic change after that day. Indeed, her brother's background seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. But could her father really be so off base? Long Weiying, however, wore a thoughtful expression and suddenly remarked, Qingshui, do you remember what I mentioned earlier? There are superpowers in this world. Weiying, are you joking with me too? Li Qingshui naturally did not believe her. Joking? Qingshui, you are underestimating the situation. Long Weiying smirked, surveying the crowd before continuing, do you know why I invited you here today? It is to reveal to you the differences in this world. Superpowers truly exist. Of course, mere words may not convince you, but with a snap of her fingers, she smiled and said, Brother Tiangan, could you please demonstrate? Of course, it's a simple task. Yi Tiangan flashed a gentlemanly smile, stepping forward. He first assumed a horse stance, then brought his hands together, straining with all his might, his face reddening. Doppelganger technique. He shouted, and astonishingly, a doppelganger suddenly appeared beside him, swaying unsteadily. The doppelganger was pale, resembling a lump of clay collapsed on the ground. Frothing at the mouth, devoid of any ability to act, it had startled Li Qingshui. What is happening? She gasped, cautiously crouching down to poke the doppelganger with her finger. Her fingers seemed to pierce through an illusion, making contact with the ground, devoid of any tangible sensation. Beside her, Yi Tiangan's companion, Xie Jun, proudly declared, Ha ha ha, Qingshui, you were unaware of this, weren't you? This is my boss's doppelganger technique. Doppelganger technique. Li Qingshui gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. Such phenomena far surpassed her understanding, leaving her utterly astonished. Just a trivial skill, Yi Tiangan exhaled. Yet a faint confidence lingered in his demeanor. Qingshui, did you not say that your brother was suddenly treated by various leaders from the Superpower Bureau that day? In fact, that is nothing extraordinary. People like me, who can wield spiritual techniques, can effortlessly obtain the same treatment as your brother. Seeing this, Long Weiying added, you are mistaken. Your brother's situation was influenced by your great-grandfather's power. If I am not mistaken, your great-grandfather should also be a similar type of superpowered individual. However, in the past, people referred to superpowered individuals as martial artists. Both terms are accurate. So, does that mean there is a legacy of superpowered individuals in Qingshui's family? Xie Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Li Qingshui paused, sighing, I don't know. My father told me that my great-grandfather despises our lineage. If it truly is him, my brother would be in trouble. Oh, I understand now. This clarifies the logic. Xie Jun suddenly smacked his forehead as if realizing something. Noticing the confused gazes from the crowd, he quickly explained, it's quite simple. Li Xiao, a man who has only awakened from a 10-year coma, might have inadvertently discovered a method to utilize his great-grandfather's bloodline, thus leveraging it to gain the trust of the Superpower Bureau and obtain significant benefits. For this reason, Qingshui, your father is worried about your great-grandfather returning for revenge. That's impossible. Li Qingshui retorted angrily, my brother is not that kind of person. Calm down, Qingshui. Long Weiying frowned in contemplation. Your brother might not have acted with intent. It's possible he stumbled upon a method to harness your great-grandfather's bloodline inadvertently. Consider this. Your brother's sudden rise is too suspicious. It is the Security Bureau we're discussing, although you may not know the specifics of the position. Since they personally visited your brother and even offered him 2 million, can it be trivial? Such an award for a first-class merit is entirely implausible. Upon further reflection, it must relate to your great-grandfather. Yi Tiangan nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. Qingxue, this is not mere conjecture. Remember, your father brought this up first. If you don't trust us, do you not trust your father's statements? Li Qingxue hesitated momentarily. She certainly believed her brother was not the kind to engage in deception, yet Tiangong's words were indeed correct. The clues regarding her great-grandfather were initially raised by her father, and Long Weining and the others were merely analyzing the information. No matter what. I will stand by my brother. After a moment of worry, Li Qingxue soon made up her mind. Over the years, she had always been protected by her brother. How could she possibly doubt him over trivial matters now? Qingxue, trust the facts. After all, your brother was a comatose individual for 10 years. How could he possibly achieve such first-class merit immediately upon awakening? Xie Jun shrugged. Forget about your brother for now. We are here to discuss something serious. The reason we sought you out today is that the Superpower Bureau is about to undertake a significant initiative. What initiative? Li Qingxue inquired. Quite simply. The Superpower Bureau is establishing a new school dedicated to nurturing gifted superpowered individuals. And you, my dear, possess the qualifications to enroll in this prestigious institution, Long Weining interjected. Chapter 21. A Grave Misunderstanding. A School for Supernatural Abilities? Li Qingxue was utterly astonished by Long Weining's suggestion, as it shattered her preconceived notions of reality. Being informed of such matters while still a student was profoundly unsettling. Observing her hesitation, Tianran smiled and said, Qingxue, broaden your horizons. Given our talents, once we enter the school for supernatural beings, it won't be long before we ascend to positions in the Supernatural Bureau. At that point, we would have access to anything we desire, far more effortlessly than following the conventional path of taking the college entrance examination and attending university. Xie Jun chimed in confidently. Ego is absolutely right. You may not realize that university graduates are now a dime a dozen, and countless individuals with degrees struggle to find employment. It's naive to think that merely attending a university guarantees a good job. But in the realm of supernatural abilities, as we enhance our strength, our influence will inevitably grow, leading to limitless prospects. Just imagine, once you become a supernatural being, those from the security agency will have to show you deference. In that light, your brother's earlier display seems insignificant, doesn't it? Li Qingxue fell silent. She held little affection for Tianran and Xie Jun and found their overly familiar addresses rather distasteful. Were it not for Long Weining's sake, she would not have come here today. However, the earlier revelation had profoundly shocked her. She struggled to comprehend why such extraordinary transformations could occur in this world. Did such hidden matters truly exist? Recognizing her reaction, Long Weining smiled and said, Qingxue, if you have concerns regarding safety, fear not. Our school boasts an exceptionally powerful master of supernatural abilities. I will introduce you to him. Li Qingxue had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually nodded in agreement. After all, she was still a high school student, and even as a girl, she had contemplated scenarios where she transformed into a formidable force to rescue her family from peril. Yet, she had never imagined such a thing would actually happen to her. Leaving her in a daze, the group arrived at the Academic Affairs office, where no principal or administrative leaders were present. Only an elderly man with graying hair seated leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. Dressed in an administrative jacket with neatly cropped hair, he appeared vibrant and alert. Upon their arrival, he nonchalantly acknowledged, You are here. Yes, Mr. Su. Long Weining quickly mimicked the greeting style of ancient scholars, raising his hand in a bow and signaling to Tianran and the others. Tianran promptly responded with a respectful bow. Before them was none other than Su Moran. For Long Weining and her companions, Su Moran represented the most formidable individual they would ever encounter in their lives. Indeed, Su Moran occupied a prestigious position. He was once a master of inner strength and belonged to a prominent family in Green City with extensive connections in both business and politics. Consequently, Su Moran enjoyed immense notoriety in Green City as a well-known elder in elite circles. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, he swiftly cultivated to his second-tier strength and was appointed as the Minister of the Action Department of the Supernatural Bureau. However, Su Moran had long contemplated retirement. Given his age and the unsuitability of frontline work, his recent encounter with Li Xiao further solidified his resolve to step back. Transferring from the Action Department to the Education Department to recruit students, he had taken note of Long Weining and her companions early on, so their presence did not surprise him. Yet, as he calmly sipped his tea and glanced up, he nearly sputtered out his drink. Who was that girl with black hair and black eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Li Xiao? Li Qingxue? Cough, cough, cough. Su Moran nearly coughed up a lung. Yes, he had sensed Li Qingxue's exceptional talent and had specifically instructed Long Weining to bring her in as soon as possible. But that was before encountering Li Xiao. After meeting Li Xiao, Su Moran was utterly bewildered. What right did he have to educate her sister? A powerhouse like Li Xiao surely had her own plans, and Su Moran wouldn't dare interfere. Gazing at Li Qingxue, Su Moran pondered for a moment, realizing the situation had grown somewhat complicated. If he accepted Li Qingxue as a student, what if it angered Li Xiao? He certainly could not allow her to learn under him unless Li Xiao consented. A thought crossed Su Moran's mind, and he calmly remarked, Li Qingxue? Yes, Li Qingxue replied. surprised and nodding. It was evident that she recognized Su Moran, having made a strong impression during her brother's banquet. However, she found it strange that this elder seemed rather indifferent, perpetually frowning. Had she inadvertently offended him? Su Moran replied coolly, I see. You may return. This place is not suitable for you. He decided not to accept Long Weining and her companions either, as he could not gauge the relationship between them and Li Xiao. Thus, he hastily dismissed them and resolved to seek out Li Xiao instead for further discussions. Yet, upon hearing Su Moran's words, Long Weining and her companions were instantly stunned. Mr. Su, why is this? Long Weining exclaimed in disbelief, as it was Su Moran who had urged them to find Li Qingxue, and now that she had arrived, he was dismissing them outright. Su Moran's voice remained calm, his emotions inscrutable. What else could it be? It is because of Li Xiao. Li Xiao must surely have plans for his sister, and Su Moran's intrusion would be akin to overstepping boundaries. Such taboos could not be violated. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck Long Weining and the others, leaving Li Qingxue's face ashen. Because of Li Xiao? Because of her brother? It became clear that her brother had likely invoked their great-grandfather's name, which explained Su Moran's prior demeanor. Now that the misunderstanding was clarified, Su Moran had evidently developed a distaste for her brother. Contemplating this possibility, Li Qingxue felt her head spinning. The situation was glaringly obvious. Su Moran's demeanor suggested he found them bothersome, explicitly stating it was because of Li Xiao. At this point, further speculation was unnecessary. Brother, what should we do? Are we destined to repeat the same mistakes? Li Qingxue felt a sense of despair, knowing that if this were indeed due to her brother, their family would likely face retribution once more. Long Weining and the others were already dumbfounded, and upon regaining their senses, they dared not utter another word, quickly retreating outside. For Su Moran, however, a sigh of relief escaped him, grateful that he had promptly dismissed Li Qingxue and her companions from seeking apprenticeship. Surely, Master Li Xiao would appreciate his discretion, wouldn't he? He chuckled to himself. Chapter 22. Li Xiao and Appo's deception. Outside the door, Lang Weining and her companions were utterly blindsided. They had never anticipated that a matter seemingly set in stone would be outright rejected by Su Moran, leaving them unable to conceal their inner turmoil. How could this happen? Li Qingxue, look at the trouble your brother has caused. He has dragged us all down with him. Now, none of us can attend the ability school. Tianren shouted in a fit of despair. To him, the ability school represented his future. At this nascent stage of spiritual energy recovery, the world was undergoing a transformation, and he was on the verge of being among the first to seize the opportunity. Yet, due to Li Qingxue's brother, his prospects were obliterated, and his eyes turned red with frustration. We are doomed. We are utterly finished. Xie Jun murmured, his voice laced with hatred for Li Xiao. That school could lead to extraordinary paths, yet here we are, unable to even attend due to him. Li Qingxue, what on earth is wrong with your brother? Is he intent on ruining us all? Faced with their accusations, Li Qingxue clenched her fists and insisted, it's not like that. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Isn't Lord Su's statement clear enough? It must be due to your brother misusing your great-grandfather and Appo's name or engaging in some despicable act. Otherwise, why would such a good man like Mr. Su treat us this way? Xie Jun spat. I suggest you take us directly to confront your brother and demand to know what he has done. My brother, he is just. Li Qingxue was unprepared for such an interrogation and momentarily panicked, tears glistening in her eyes. Although she trusted Li Xiao, she was at a loss for how to address the current situation. After all, the fact remained that Su Moran had denied them entry into the ability school. How could she possibly refute this? Enough. Cold Weining took a deep breath and interrupted their bickering, speaking coldly. Tianren, Xie Jun, are you two even men? This matter clearly has nothing to do with Qingxue. Cold Weining, Xie Jun was taken aback, his anger flaring up. Just as he was about to respond, Tianren stopped him. He glanced at Cold Weining, exhaling, Weining, please share your thoughts. Seeing this, Cold Weining said nothing more. Instead, she rummaged through her waist pouch, pulled out 10 yuan, and smiled. Qingxue, could you please buy me a bottle of water? I'll handle things here. Oh. Li Qingxue, somewhat clueless, took the money and headed toward the small shop. As she walked away, Cold Weining shared her analysis. Qingxue knows nothing, but her brother might. You all know that Qingxue's family situation is challenging, but I've noticed something peculiar. For instance, her brother is only 25, yet her father is nearly 60. Don't you find that age gap strange? Are you suggesting that Qingxue's parents had Li Xiao when they were around 35? And that when Qingxue was born, her parents were likely in their 40s? Tianren responded immediately. Precisely. Isn't it odd? Moreover, let me tell you, Li Xiao has no siblings. He is an only child. Cold Weining displayed a confident demeanor, thus I am certain that there is something amiss with Qingxue's family, especially her brother, who likely harbors ill intentions. Perhaps he is exploiting Qingxue's ignorance to keep her tethered to her original family. That does seem plausible. Tianren's expression turned contemplative. Logically, since Li Qingxue and Li Xiao are siblings, if Qingxue possesses great talent, Li Xiao must also be exceptionally gifted. Yet, Mr. Su did not express interest in taking Li Xiao as a disciple, only naming Li Qingxue, and then he rejected her. This incident must be intricately connected to her brother. I see now. Li Xiao has undoubtedly been deceiving Li Qingxue all along. Xie Jun felt as though everything had fallen into place. I concur with that assessment. Cold Wei Ning's expression turned serious, and she said coolly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan. We shall confront Li Xiao and seize the opportunity to expose him. Here's how we will proceed." She quietly outlined her strategy. Yi Tianan and Xie Jun exchanged astonished glances. This plan is feasible. Before long, Li Qingxue returned with a can of cola, having even secured some change. As she counted the money, she sensed an unusual atmosphere around her. Puzzled, she looked up to find Cold Wei Ning and the others wearing surprisingly gentle expressions. "Qingxue, I just conferred with Yi Tianran. Since Mr. Su stated that this matter pertains to your brother, let us visit him directly and inquire about it." Cold Wei Ning feigned a pitiful demeanor. "You understand that being able to become an ability user makes a significant difference for us. We had previously been assured of our places, and now, due to a single statement, we have been cast aside. We are quite unwilling and wish to comprehend the situation. Rest assured, Qingxue. We merely seek to understand the reasons behind this. Our earlier outburst was driven by heightened emotions." Yi Tianran added an appropriate apology. Seeing their sincere expressions, Li Qingxue pressed her lips together and sighed. "I understand. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have sought out my brother to inquire. For students, attending school is their only pathway forward. Su Moran's refusal, because of her brother, could not simply be ignored by Li Qingxue. Out of respect for both sentiment and reason, this was the right course of action for her to take. That is splendid. The group breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could meet Li Xiao, everything would be fine. As they were discussing, suddenly, the school gate swung open, and a Bentley sped into the campus at breakneck speed. Before anyone could react, a man with deep red hair leaped from the vehicle and dashed toward them at lightning speed. What is happening? Cold Wei Ning and the others were taken aback. They watched as the man glanced up at them from below, seemingly noticing their presence. With a powerful leap, he sprang up, his feet striking the wall as he ascended directly toward them. A high-level ability user. Witnessing this display left the group in stunned silence. To run up walls, what an astonishing feat. The man's feet appeared to adhere to the wall, covering 6 meters in the blink of an eye as he approached Cold Wei Ning and the others, speaking in a gruff tone. "You kids. Is Su Moran that old man here?" "Mr. Su is over there in the administrative office," Cold Wei Ning quickly replied. "Oh?" The man turned, spotting the administrative office at the end of the corridor, and laughed heartily. "How fortuitous. Sir, are you an ability user? How can you stand on the wall?" Cold Wei Ning exclaimed in amazement. "Indeed, I am a third-tier ability user. Standing on walls is merely a trivial skill." The man swept his gaze over the group. Suddenly his expression shifted as he spotted Li Qingxue. "Ah, you, girl, possess astonishing talent. Is it true that Su Moran intends to recruit you as a student?" The group was taken aback that this powerful ability user would recognize Li Qingxue as talent at such a moment. Cold Wei Ning felt a surge of excitement, realizing it was an opportunity, and quickly said, "Mr. Su overlooked us and suggested we seek other options." "Humph, that old fool is growing increasingly short-sighted. How could he overlook such top-tier talent?" The man pondered for a moment and then declared, "You all stay here. I will go ask Su Moran about this." "That would be wonderful, sir. We truly appreciate your help," Cold Wei Ning exclaimed with delight. "May I ask your name?" "Wu Yin." The man uttered a brief remark, then leaped to the entrance of the Academic Affairs office and rapped on the door. Chapter 23. Youthful Aspirations. Lord Wu Yin. As Su Moran pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of a man standing outside. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why aren't you reporting to the Ability Bureau? What brings you here?" Wu Yin cut straight to the chase. Circumstances have changed. In Ziho, that beast, has infiltrated Green City. Feng Qifeng is currently tracking him, and I intend to assist. In Ziho, Su Moran's pupils constricted. This man was a peak third-tier criminal, having wreaked havoc in the Magic City, and now he had managed to breach Green City? This was far more terrifying than the previous threat posed by Lei Yutao. "Indeed," Wu Yin stated gravely, "you are well aware of his strength, peak third tier. Just a step away from breaking through. Even if Feng Qifeng can restrain him, victory is not guaranteed. We need more hands on deck. You are the only second-tier powerhouse in Green City. Lend me your strength." This. Su Moran hesitated slightly. It was indeed within his purview to address such matters, especially considering the chaos that would ensue if Yin Ziho reached the city center. A third-tier powerhouse could easily take countless hostages. "I suppose I could help, but what exactly is going on?" "First Lei Yutao, now Yin Ziho. Disasters are multiplying in Green City," Su Moran said, his expression filled with concern. A peak third tier could not withstand formidable firearms. However, if he were to break through to the fourth tier, entering the true realm of the extraordinary, would Green City be safe then? That would be truly catastrophic. "This incident likely relates to the tailed beast," Wu Yin said, his gaze flickering. According to rumors, both Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho hail from the same faction. Their elders discovered the legendary tailed beast within the Tianzi secret realm, and they were subsequently besieged by various martial arts experts. Those surrounded managed to switch places, passing the information regarding the tailed beast to their sect and Appos, lower-tier disciples, allowing them to escape, and Yin Ziho was one of them. The tailed beast? Su Moran was taken aback. Was this the entity that Li Xiao is searching for? I must inform Li Xiao about this immediately. Ah, little do you know. The tailed beast is a profound secret concerning cultivation, the ultimate goal pursued by all martial artists, Wu Yin remarked with a faint smile before changing the subject. By the way, why haven't you recruited those students outside as your disciples? With the resurgence of spiritual energy, there is a pressing need for talent. Among them, there is a young woman whose aptitude is nothing short of perfect. She is already absorbing spiritual energy on her own. How can you let such a talent slip away? Alas, it's not that I don't want to, but they already have someone in mind, Su Mo Ran replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. He picked up his phone, preparing to contact Li Xiao. Someone in mind? Who? Wu Yin frowned. Li Xiao, Su Mo Ran said. At that moment, Wu Yin exploded. What? Who does he think he is, to compete with me for students? And this man, a mere third tier, does not even lend a hand against Yin Ziho's invasion. What a coward. Lord Wu Yin, you must speak to Lord Li Xiao personally about this, Su Mo Ran shrugged. Both Wu Yin and Li Xiao were rated as third tier within the Ability Bureau. It was difficult to determine who was stronger. But Su Mo Ran felt he could not intervene. Then I shall speak to him directly. Very well, I will let these students witness the terror of a third-tier battle. Wu Yin laughed maniacally. You intend to take them to the scene? That will not do. Su Mo Ran exclaimed urgently. These students are mere mortals, not even having reached the first tier. What if they get caught in the crossfire? Fear not. Do you truly believe the authorities are inept? Wu Yin replied confidently. Su Mo Ran, the concentration of spiritual energy has risen. Those ancient beings have already returned. Can you guess why Yin Ziho dares not unleash a massacre in Green City? Could it be? Su Mo Ran gasped. Is there a fourth-tier powerhouse stationed in our city center? Ha ha ha, and more than one. Wu Yin grinned widely. Do not forget, Yuzhou is the core of the North Shaolin, a place where martial artists have flourished for generations. Those enlightened monks are all in Yuzhou. Su Mo Ran felt a sudden jolt in his mind. Indeed, Yuzhou is the very birthplace of North Shaolin, tracing its roots back to Master Bodhidharma, and it serves as the ancestral ground of Zen Buddhism and the origin of Shaolin martial arts. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, how could North Shaolin Temple lack strong guardians? He had completely overlooked this formidable force. Your local knowledge seems to surpass mine, yet it is still lacking. Nevertheless, it is indeed inconvenient for North Shaolin Temple to intervene at present. The abbot is guarding the secret realm, yet there are still numerous powerful figures within. Wu Yin reclined casually, cradling his head. It's a pity that the true powerhouses need their rest. Capturing criminals is left to us lower-tier individuals. Su Mo Ran fell silent. He now understood that when Wu Yin spoke of needing people, he was referring to middle-tier fighters like themselves. Aside from them, there were indeed no suitable candidates to pursue the fugitive. Thus, taking these young ones to broaden their horizons is entirely reasonable. Wu Yin waved dismissively. I will give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Hurry and follow me. Feng Qingfeng has left a tracking mark on Yin Ziho, who is currently fleeing northward along the canal. I understand. Su Mo Ran nodded gravely, swiftly locating Li Xiao's contact information to send a message. Su Mo Ran, Lord Li Xiao, urgent matters to report. I may have found information about the tailed beast. Li Xiao, speak. Su Mo Ran, it concerns Yin Ziho. Today, I encountered Wu Yin, who informed me that he hails from a powerful faction that discovered clues about the tailed beast within the secret realm and was attacked by righteous forces. In order to disseminate information about the tailed beast, they entrusted it to their disciples, among whom Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho are included. Li Xiao, where is Yin Ziho? Su Mo Ran, he is fleeing northward along the canal. Li Xiao, I understand. Was this an indication that he was preparing to take action? Su Mo Ran was momentarily stunned before sending another message. Su Mo Ran, my lord, Yin Ziho is a formidable opponent, a true peak third tier. You may not be his match. Su Mo Ran perceived Li Xiao as exceptionally strong, a third-tier powerhouse. However, with the rapid resurgence of spiritual energy, third-tier warriors were becoming increasingly inadequate. If Li Xiao rushed in recklessly, he might find himself in over his head. The priority was to ally with Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng. Yet, Li Xiao did not respond. Su Mo Ran stroked his chin, speculating that Li Xiao might have heeded his advice and chosen not to insist. It made sense. Li Xiao was no fool. He understood the opponent and Oppos as strength and would not charge in recklessly. His silence was likely due to youthful pride, unwilling to admit defeat outright. With this thought, Su Mo Ran couldn't help but smile. Ah, the essence of youth. Chapter 24. Sage Mode, activate. Amidst the reeds, butterflies fluttered gracefully, settling upon the shoulder of a young man. Yin Ziho, the tailed beast. Li Xiao switched off his phone, reflecting on the information conveyed to him by Su Moran. The assertions made were likely true. After all, the fragment of the map in Li Xiao's possession had been seized from Lei Yutao. Given this, it seemed necessary to take action. Li Xiao placed his phone back into his pocket, slowly shedding his shirt and removing the weights from his arms. Thud. The lead weight struck the ground with a dull thump. Although this training session was brief, the accelerated time provided by his kaleidoscope Sharingan had already afforded Li Xiao extraordinary progress. He began to stretch his arms before unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang! Bang bang bang! The rapid succession of punches created a shockwave, compressing the air and producing a series of explosive sounds, a speed that was truly breathtaking. Next, Li Xiao removed the weights from his legs. This time, he did not test his speed, but merely took a moment to feel his fatigued muscles. Contemplating, my stamina is critically low, and my chakra is nearly depleted. If I wish to directly confront Yin Ziho, I must enter Sage Mode. With this thought, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he focused on the weights at his feet. A vortex materialized, instantly drawing them into the space within his Sharingan. Soon after, the vortex created by his Sharingan began to whirl again, this time manifesting 2 orbs of chakra, which Li Xiao grasped with his hand. These 2 sources of chakra were the natural energy required for Sage Mode, derived from the Dragon Cave and the Cursed Seal on Jago. Of course, Li Xiao could absorb the surrounding natural energy to enter Sage Mode directly, but that would be inefficient and demanding, far less convenient than utilizing the natural energy he had already stored. Moreover, Li Xiao had developed an exceptionally comprehensive understanding of Sage Mode, effortlessly activating various forms from the ninja world. Ideally, Li Xiao envisioned a perfect state wherein he would transplant the cells of Hashirama Senju into himself, allowing those cells to autonomously absorb natural energy, thereby achieving an infinite supply of Sage Chakra. However, his current strength was insufficient to perfectly bear the transplant, so he would have to rely on natural energy to enter Sage Mode. The combination of the Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave and Jago's chakra would allow him to attain a different, albeit slightly inferior, form of Sage Mode, which was nevertheless undeniably stable. Li Xiao gazed at the 2 orbs of natural energy and gently squeezed. Whoosh! The energy surged into his body, and he immediately began to marshal all his internal energy to maintain balance. The activation of Sage Mode came with significant restrictions: the physical energy, stamina, mental energy, willpower, and natural energy must be maintained in a strict 1:1 ratio. Any excess or deficiency could lead to astonishing transformations, and underutilization of this energy could easily result in mishaps. Li Xiao was adept at harmonizing energy. His exterior rapidly began to change, with black scales faintly appearing on his upper body and a dragon horn gradually emerging from his forehead. However, this transformation was soon overtaken by another force of darkness, causing his skin to turn pitch black as if dipped in ink. His hair grew wildly, and a malformed wing with feathers sprouted from his back. Humph! Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and under the Sharingan's influence, the pupils transformed into an eerie cross shape, emitting an otherworldly golden light. His power remained too feeble, leading to such exaggerated alterations in his appearance. Rising to his feet, he raised a hand. Creak! It was as if 1,000 birds were chirping in unison. A gathering of black-purple lightning coalesced in his palm, darting erratically. Simultaneously, Li Xiao's ocular strength rapidly restored itself. His previously scant stamina and mental energy surged to full capacity in an instant. Jago's power was inherently linked to the Cursed Seal, and combined with the Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave, Li Xiao's form underwent a dramatic transformation, his height increasing significantly while his entire being resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, akin to Uchiha Shun when he activated his second stage Cursed Seal. In the past, Li Xiao's Sage Mode had been flawlessly complete, and once activated, it would rarely alter his appearance. However, given his current weakness, such transformations were indeed more likely. Nevertheless, this power evoked a profound nostalgia within Li Xiao. The being known as the Hellfire Azura, Uchiha Shun, seemed to return in that moment. Crack! He clenched his fist, and the black lightning dissipated instantly. Then, glancing down the river, he sensed Yin Ziho's escape route and chuckled coldly, lightly flapping the half-formed wing on his back. Boom! He propelled himself down the river with astonishing speed, creating waves that surged and crashed, his black figure vanishing in an instant. The screech of a Bentley S brakes echoed as it halted at the edge of the dam. Wu Yin exited the vehicle, surveying his surroundings. They had arrived at the reservoir's edge, where a narrow bridge spanned the chasm between the banks. Beneath the bridge, the lake churned, cascading into a waterfall that plummeted below, appearing to drop at least 30 fathoms. Yin Ziho certainly had a remarkable capacity for evasion. Wu Yin scoffed. Reaching this Tianhe Dam is a dead end for him. Has he unwittingly chosen his own grave? Indeed, being a non-local, it was understandable that he was unfamiliar with the canal routes. Feng Qifeng stood at the edge of the narrow bridge, hands clasped behind his back, stating calmly, "Ahead lies Yin Ziho." Wu Yin focused intently, soon spotting a young man, seemingly in his late 20s, seated cross-legged at the center of the bridge. Green spiritual energy swirling around him, exuding an astonishing aura. A body cultivator? Wu Yin was taken aback. An extreme body cultivator, Feng Qifeng added. Then turned to the cold-faced Long Weining and her companions who had just descended from the Bentley, exasperated. "Wu Yin, why did you bring so many students along?" The nominated students, including Lang Weining, were rendered speechless, surprised that Wu Yin would even notice their presence. One cannot cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. Allowing the younger generation to witness a third-tier battle will greatly benefit their future. Wu Yin remained unfazed, instructing Su Moran, "You are responsible for their protection. Remember, you must observe from at least 100 meters away. Retreat if anything seems amiss." Understood. Su Moran nodded eagerly. You two should also ensure their safety. Engaging in a third-tier battle is beyond your capability, Feng Qifeng added to his two subordinates. If Yin Ziho attempts to flee, block him immediately. The two, one stout and the other lean, nodded earnestly. They had no desire to confront the terrifying Yin Ziho directly. Once all instructions were given, both Feng Qifeng and Wu Yin underwent a simultaneous transformation in demeanor, an overwhelming pressure radiating from them. At that moment, Yin Ziho, seated in meditation at a distance, slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the two, smiled. Gentlemen, this is the burial ground I have chosen for you. What do you think? Chapter 25, The Monster. Yin Ziho, before you boast, perhaps you should first ponder your own predicament. Wu Yin approached with a sardonic smile. After reaching the third tier, the abilities of an ability user undergo a qualitative transformation, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate an opponent in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet now, they faced not one but two third-tier foes, and there was no way Yin Ziho could turn the tide. Boasting? Yin Ziho grinned, rising to his feet, his condescending gaze sweeping over Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng beside him. Then, he spoke in a leisurely tone. Is it just the two of you at the third tier? How many more do you wish for? Feng Qifeng let out a cold laugh. Oh, so if I eliminate you both, I can escape this encirclement? Yin Ziho's tone was relaxed, almost nonchalant. In that case, why don't you come at me together? He spread his arms wide, and a surge of green energy erupted, causing his hair to fly wildly. Witnessing this, both Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng were taken aback. This Yin Ziho was indeed formidable. A warrior capable of carrying away the secrets of tailed beasts, and his display of energy signified a terrifying physique. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he concealed a remarkable musculature beneath his clothing. What do you say? Feng Qifeng murmured. Allow me to lead. Wu Yin bellowed, his foot striking the ground as he surged forward. He dashed across the bridge, his astonishing speed creating ripples in the water below, and in an instant, he was upon Yin Ziho, his hands forming intricate seals before he unleashed fireball technique. Boom. A searing ball of flame erupted, its horrific diameter nearly 5 meters. As it shot forth, the intense heat evaporated the water beneath, generating plumes of white mist that could be felt even from a distance of several dozen meters. What incredible power! Lung Weiniang exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Is this what a third-tier powerhouse is capable of? This is the fireball technique. Wu Yin possesses a fire affinity, making him particularly adept at fire-based techniques, and he is currently leveraging this advantage to probe Yin Ziho. Su Moran explained from the sidelines, his gaze fixated at the center of the bridge. As the flames blazed and the mist billowed, when Wu Yan's fireball dissipated, to his astonishment, Yin Ziho was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Wu Yan scanned his surroundings, only to discover Yin Ziho perched like a golden rooster on a nearby stone pillar, looking down at him. Wu Yan, I always knew you lacked intelligence. And it appears that still holds true. Yin Ziho chuckled lightly. You seek death. Wu Yan's nerves were ignited by those words, his lungs swelling as he prepared to unleash another fiery assault. However, Yin Ziho would not grant him that opportunity. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing inches from Wu Yan's face. Before Wu Yan could register his surprise, he felt a powerful grip around his throat, the sheer force halting his breath, forcing the fiery blaze in his mouth back down. Ha ha ha. Is this how you utilize your techniques? Yin Ziho's voice was a wild cackle against Wu Yan's ear, his grip tightening as the veins on his wrist bulged like iron clamps. Wu Yan, utterly stunned, clutched at Yin Ziho's wrist, exerting every ounce of strength to break free, only to realize the overwhelming power of his adversary rendered him utterly helpless. I'm doomed. Windblade. In that critical moment, Feng Qifeng's windblade struck. The invisible yet razor-sharp air sliced through the atmosphere, aimed directly at Yin Ziho's neck. Without a backward glance, Yin Ziho evaded effortlessly, his figure weaving gracefully, dodging all attacks. Simultaneously, Feng Qifeng produced a handgun, aiming for Yin Ziho's head, and with a flash of light, a bullet was fired. Yin Ziho's expression finally shifted as he swiftly abandoned Wu Yan, leaping into the air to evade the speeding bullet. Thud! The bullet plunged into the lake, emitting a hissing sound as it released wisps of white smoke, indicating its volatile contents. To think the Ability Bureau would resort to such treachery, is that a flammable agent? Yin Ziho was astounded. If it adhered to him, it would likely burn incessantly. To deal with you, one must be cunning. Feng Qifeng advanced slowly, standing beside Wu Yan. Wu Yan, regaining composure, rubbed his throat, his face still pale with shock. That was terrifying. I truly danced on the edge of death. Had Yin Ziho exerted a little more force, Wu Yan's neck would have been snapped, leaving him without even a glimmer of hope for a comeback. But why? How could Yin Ziho possess such overwhelming strength that he could not even fight back? Do not approach within 3 meters. Our techniques require time to activate. But his martial prowess does not. The closer we are, the greater the danger, Feng Qifeng cautioned. Wu Yan's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded. Understood. Hold him down for me. I will unleash my killing move. Very well. Feng Qifeng nodded slowly. Despite it being their first collaboration, they had no time to waste. He inhaled deeply and made the first move. Fierce wind palm. The blue energy fissured, forming a gale, and as he raised his hand to strike, The wind was compressed into a furious tempest. Yin Ziho was swept off his feet and sent soaring into the air. Not stopping there, as Yin Ziho was propelled upward. Feng Qingfeng dashed to adjust his position, aiming at the airborne Yin Ziho, shouting, "Technique! Great breakthrough!" Boom! A whirlwind surged skyward, and with no avenue for escape. Yin Ziho could only watch as the tempest bore down on him. Humph! Yin Ziho crossed his arms in a defensive stance against the oncoming attack. The cutting force of the whirlwind shredded his outer garments, revealing his robust musculature. Yet, in the next instant, his skin was lacerated by the fierce winds, blood seeping from multiple wounds, transforming him into a bloodied figure. What a prime opportunity! Wu Yan's eyes brightened as he formed 3 layers of explosive fire seals with his hands, directing the triangular void toward the airborne Yin Ziho, exclaiming, "Dragon Flame Technique." Boom! A massive column of flame erupted from Wu Yan, and as the fire blazed forth, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, racing towards the airborne Yin Ziho with astonishing speed. This was Wu Yan's ultimate technique. Su Moran, having diligently studied spiritual techniques over the past few days, immediately recognized the danger. His eyes shining as he concentrated his energy into a high-temperature flame capable of melting steel within seconds. Anyone subjected to such an attack would surely perish. Unless, his voice trailed off, for instead of being incinerated in the air, Yin Ziho suddenly extended his hand and struck downwards with force. Bang! The fireball was shattered into fragments. Ho ho ho! Ha ha! Yin Ziho's mocking laughter echoed through the air. You almost caught me off guard. But it seems that a single third-tier power is indeed insufficient to contend with 2 third-tier strongholds. As he spoke, a chilling aura enveloped him, a palpable killing intent emerging. Very well, allow me to take this a bit more seriously. His aura transformed, surging like a fountain, his skin shifting to a dark crimson hue. And the veins across his body bulged ominously. He had become, quite simply, a monster. Chapter 26. The Transcendent Body. This aura. How is it possible? Merely sensing the presence exhibited by Yin Ziho, both Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng's expressions turned ashen. This was not merely the peak of the 3rd tier. It transcended to a higher realm, one beyond human comprehension. Yin Ziho, have you broken through? In an instant, the previously disdainful Wu Yan's face became deathly pale. The distinction between the 3rd tier and the tier above it is an entirely different dimension. This is a true existence that surpasses the limits of humanity. 4th tier? Has he truly ascended to the 4th tier? At that moment, Su Moran, sensing something amiss from a distance, felt a prickling unease. Even from afar, he could perceive the overwhelming pressure. Especially when Yin Ziho descended from the sky onto the bridge, the inhumanity of his presence became even more pronounced. Yin Ziho at that moment resembled a fierce tiger. The 4th tier is not easily attained. It represents the true embodiment of the extraordinary. The portly guard beside them swallowed hard. Yet, after reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, breaking into the 4th tier requires undergoing 2 special transformations. One known as the restructuring of the spiritual veins, and the other, the transcendent body. Wiping sweat from his brow, the guard pointed towards the swirling green energy around Yin Ziho. The restructuring of the spiritual veins involves the transformation of one's meridians. It is well known that human muscles and bone density cannot evolve indefinitely. Regardless of how one trains, muscle strength can only reach a certain limit. Similarly, the capacity for spiritual energy is finite. Thus, without undergoing the restructuring of the spiritual veins, no matter how adept one becomes in spiritual arts, there will inevitably be a limit. The second transformation, the transcendent body, is much simpler to comprehend. Through specialized methods, one can refine the physical body to completely shatter human boundaries. Your strength will no longer be constrained by human limits. Bone density can be honed to exceed that of steel, fundamentally achieving a non-human status. No wonder it is said that the 4th tier is no longer human. It is truly a being of the extraordinary. Su Moran was taken aback. His understanding of the 4th tier was limited. Hearing the guard's explanation, he finally grasped the vast chasm that lay between them. Tianren and the others were utterly astonished. A new entity capable of infinite growth is merely the precursor to the 4th tier? If that is the case, Yin Ziho's potential is likely beyond what the 2 masters can compare. Tianren expressed his concern. Indeed, the slender guard trembled. Yet completing the restructuring of the spiritual veins in the transcendent body merely signifies the approach to the 4th tier. The true 4th tier powerhouse exists on an entirely different plane, beyond our comprehension. Moreover, even so, Yin Ziho's strength exceeds our wildest imaginations. Damn it. Hurry and call for support from Green City, or we might perish here. As a body cultivator, I have merely completed the transcendent body, still far from the 4th tier. Yin Ziho's veins bulged, resembling worms writhing beneath his skin, yet he remained oblivious, chuckling softly. But this feeling is simply exquisite. Do you know how long I have disguised myself to invite you into the trap? After countless waits, I have finally drawn you here. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yan felt his scalp tingle. Run! He shouted to Feng Qingfeng, immediately sprinting along the bridge. With Yin Ziho having completed the transcendent body, it meant that no matter how hard they struggled, victory was unattainable. This fiend had been masquerading from the beginning. Their attacks might not even breach Yin Ziho's defenses. Who knows how long he has tempered his physique? Run? At this point, do you think you can still escape? Yin Ziho roared, stepping forcefully onto the bluestone. Boom. The bridge was suddenly dented beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, the green energy stretching into a fine line. Wu Yin, feeling the rush of wind behind him, turned to see Yin Ziho's face closing in, his fury igniting. Damn it. Don't think you can kill me so easily. 3 orbs of flame materialized beside him, surging towards Yin Ziho, though they were no larger than fists. Their temperature was immense. This was indeed one of Wu Yan's trump cards. They rushed towards Yin Ziho like malevolent spirits, but he merely exhaled gently. And the flames were instead blown back towards Wu Yin and Amp, Apos, as face. Ah! Wu Yin screamed as his body ignited, the searing heat nearly melting his skin. In desperation, he leaped into the lake, using the water to extinguish the flames engulfing him. This mere spark is your trump card? Yin Ziho dispersed the azure smoke from his fingertips, observing Wu Yin plunge into the murky waters. The lake's surface rippled as he, with a powerful stomp, created a concave crater beneath him. Boom! The water erupted, sending a 10-meter-high silver column skyward, and a figure was launched from the depths. It was none other than Wu Yin. Wu Yin, akin to a lifeless fish, was flung into the air. Yin Ziho flashed forward, seizing Wu Yin by the nape, as if lifting a lifeless dog. Yin Ziho, you seek death. Wu Yin spat blood, his words slurred. Despite his bravado, his eyes began to dart nervously. He was terrified. The being before him was nothing short of a monster. In less than 10 seconds of confrontation, he was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how Yin Ziho had accomplished such near-divine feats. He had submerged underwater, yet was forcibly ejected by a singular force. What terror this entailed. The transcendent body had become so powerful that it surpassed his wildest imagination. Your bones are quite sturdy. Good. If you surrender, it would be too dull. I shall show you what despair truly means. Yin Ziho sneered, swinging Wu Yin's body and hurling him down. Thud. Wu Yin was cast forth like a cannonball, crashing into the concrete surface, which shattered instantly. Ah! The excruciating pain blurred Wu Yin's consciousness, his mind spiraling into darkness. He screamed as blood spewed forth, accompanied by fragments of his innards. With just a single strike, he felt as though his entire being was crumbling. Wu Yin. Feng Qifeng stood in shock, unable to comprehend. This was absurd. Wu Yan's strength was comparable to his own. Yet before Yin Ziho, he had no chance to flee. What in the world was happening with Yin Ziho? But soon, Feng Qifeng regretted his inquiry. For Yin Ziho and Amp, Apos, gaze had shifted toward him. Why the rush? It's your turn now. Chapter 27 Li Shao. It end Amp, Apos, as over. Upon meeting Yin Ziho and Amp, Apos, gaze, Feng Qifeng felt an immediate plunge of despair. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to flee, but suddenly, the world before him blurred, and upon focusing, he realized Yin Ziho had inexplicably appeared right in front of him. The pungent scent of fish wafted from Yin Ziho, a nauseating blend of blood and water. Panic surged within Feng Qifeng as he desperately sought to distance himself. Yet the afterimage on his retina had not yet faded when Yin Ziho's fist struck deep into his abdomen. With a flash, he was sent hurtling backward. Thud, thud, thud. In midair, Feng Qifeng expelled a mouthful of blood. He distinctly heard the sound of his ribs shattering, and as he soared through the air, he was utterly powerless. Only able to witness the world spinning around him, his mind clouded. Damn it. Damn it. For the first time in his life, Feng Qifeng felt the chilling threat of death. His body plunged uncontrollably toward the cobblestones of the bridge below. If he fell, he would surely be severely injured. It was a situation from which he could not escape, and he found himself grappling with the horrifying thought. Would he die here? Was this truly the end of his journey? Unconsciously, scenes from his life began flashing through his mind. Moments later, as he finally landed, the instant his skin met the cobblestones, the immense friction tore at him, jolting him back to consciousness. He was truly on the brink of death. Master Phone, Elder Phone, run, quickly. In the distance, Long Wanying and the others cried out in alarm, their faces etched with fear, clinging to his last vestiges of awareness. Feng Qifeng struggled to rise. Yet, as he lifted his hand, Yin Ziho and Amp, Apos, foot came crashing down. Bang! The terrifying force crushed his hand, leaving an indented crater in the ground. Yin Ziho, you shall pay for this. Feng Qifeng's eyes widened with rage as his hand was shattered under Yin Ziho's relentless foot. The searing pain drained the color from his face, his lips trembled, and despair filled his gaze. His hand was essential for forming seals, which allowed him to channel spiritual energy and transform it into corresponding techniques. Losing a hand meant his power was utterly nullified, leaving him with no chance of a comeback. Ha ha ha, the so-called Bureau of Abilities is nothing but a farce. Yin Ziho laughed heartily. Having been pursued from the Demon City to the Green City, he had endured for so long, and now, with vengeance finally at hand, all his pent-up frustration dissipated, his tone dripping with mockery. Feng Qifeng, I recall you have 2 daughters, yes? Once I eliminate you, I shall capture your daughters and enjoy them thoroughly, ha 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 ha. Bastard, bastard. Feng Qifeng's eyes bulged with fury, bloodshot with rage. In Ziho. Though one may be slain, one must never be humiliated. You dare to harm my family? The Bureau of Abilities will hunt you to the ends of the earth and never let you escape. Ha ha ha. What can you do about it? In Ziho kicked Feng Qifeng away, sending him crashing through Su Muron and the others, landing squarely on a Bentley. Boom. The entire vehicle crumpled under the impact. The engine belching black smoke, rendered entirely useless. After this display, In Ziho leisurely approached the others, his leisurely footsteps echoing like the harbinger of death. We are doomed. We are doomed. Etion and paced frantically, unable to fathom that even their last hope, the Bentley, had been utterly destroyed. They could no longer flee. Reduced to mere lands for slaughter. Long Weiniang and Xie Jun sat helplessly on the ground, trembling, with Long Weiniang having completely lost control, the foul stench filling the air. Li Qingxue too had given up her struggle, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes. Was it truly time to die? Yet at that moment, everyone suddenly heard a humming sound emanating from the water and Appo's surface. Initially soft, the sound grew louder, resembling the cacophony of countless birds, culminating in a thunderous roar that reverberated across the dam. What was that? Everyone was captivated by the sound, turning their gazes toward the distance. They beheld a shadow rapidly enlarging, and then boom. The water exploded as the shadow propelled forward, creating a curtain of water. In that instant, everyone finally discerned the true form of this entity. It was a man, with raven hair and crimson eyes, his alluring gaze bore an eerie cross-shaped pupil. An exaggerated wings sprouted from his back, reminiscent of a fractured angel. His entire being was shrouded in darkness, akin to a demon, and upon his appearance, he captured everyone and Appo's attention. Is there truly such a powerful being in Green City? In an instant, the ailing Wu Yin sensed something amiss. The man before him radiated an otherworldly aura, an oppressive presence that felt far from human. Li Qingxue and Appo's fear intensified as she noticed this dark, monstrous figure had locked eyes with her, prompting her to retreat a few steps, hiding behind Su Muron. Unbeknownst to her, Su Muron's heart was racing. The man and Appo's eyes reminded him of Li Xiao. At that time, her gaze had been equally uncanny, evoking a distinct sense of terror, her eyes sculpted with an artistic allure. Dangerous yet captivating. However, the man's eyes were entirely different. If her gaze was merely a combination of 3 spinning tomo, then his eyes were far more intricate. The cross pupil and the internal patterns forming a simple trident shape, exuding an aesthetic beauty of simplification. Yet, the most critical aspect was the overwhelming pressure emanating from this man. His mere presence rendered everyone breathless. Among those present, only In Ziho, whose entire being was ablaze with spiritual energy, dared to engage the man. With a cautious tone, he spoke. I am In Ziho, a disciple of the Evil Moon Society. Currently at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage, I have completed my transcendent body. And you, esteemed one, what kind of ability user are you? The man was none other than Li Xiao. His gaze shifted from Li Qingxue to In Ziho, his hoarse voice laced with an unfathomable chill. Oh, so, the clues to the tailed beast lie with you? Clues to the tailed beast. Upon hearing Li Xiao and Appo's words, the hearts of everyone present were once again stirred. Su Muron was astounded, for he had only shared the matter of the tailed beast with Li Xiao. Who exactly was this man? His identity was a source of immense curiosity. Feng Qifeng and Wu Yin exchanged astonished glances, never imagining the matter of the tailed beast had spread so far, even reaching the ears of such a formidable unknown force. They wondered what fate awaited them today. In Ziho coldly replied, if you seek the clues to the tailed beast, it is utterly impossible. At this juncture, Li Xiao suddenly made his move. Chapter 28, To Speak or Not to Speak. Approximately half an hour ago. In Green City, the Bureau of Abilities. Yin Fansong paced back and forth until he heard a monk's resonant voice. Director Yin, I am late. His heart lifted with joy as he turned to see a man in a black monk's robe approaching slowly. The moment he entered the main hall, he startled all the staff. Standing at 9 feet tall, with muscles as knotted as ancient tree roots and wielding a tungsten steel staff. His left face concealed by a bronze mask while his right was chiseled with striking precision, he exuded an aura of formidable power. This was none other than Xuanlu, one of the 8 stewards of Beishaolin. Master Xuanlu, you have finally arrived. Yin Fansong hurried to greet him. The Bureau of Abilities was currently in a precarious state, with him merely a common man in the role of deputy director, possessing authority but lacking strength. Though the director was immensely powerful, he was trapped in a secret realm and unable to assist, leaving the Bureau of Abilities alarmingly vulnerable. Fortunately, after persistent communication, the Shaolin had sent one of the 8 stewards, and here stood Master Xuanlu, who had thoroughly completed the reconstruction of his spiritual veins and achieved a transcendent body, truly the foremost among those below the 4th tier. Yin Fansong had specifically summoned him to solidify their defenses, with Xuanlu stationed in a particular area. Even the likes of In Ziho would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the Bureau's defenses. Apologies for the delay, Xuanlu's voice was as steadfast as iron. After exchanging pleasantries, he delved straight into the matter. Director Yin, which area do you require me to oversee? Presently, many martial monks from Beishaolin had directly entered the secret realm to confront alien adversaries, and their numbers were indeed insufficient. Him being able to free himself was already a considerable challenge. Just as Yin Fansong was about to introduce Xuanlu to the city center's location, an employee rushed in, exclaiming, "Director Yin, we have a grave situation. What is this chaos?" Yin Fansong furrowed his brow, with Master Xuanlu present. Such urgency from an employee would only reflect poorly on the Bureau's capabilities. Yet the employee, in a state of utter panic, continued, "Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng have both sustained severe injuries and are on the brink of death." "What?" Yin Fansong was instantly taken aback. "Explain this immediately. How could this happen?" Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng were formidable allies who had rushed from the Demon City and Imperial capital to provide support, both being peak third-tier abilities and considered absolute powerhouses in Green City. Yet now, they were on the verge of death? "It is Yin Ziho." The employee hurriedly recounted the situation. Although Yin Ziho is not peak third tier, he has completed the formation of a transcendent body, making him nearly invincible in physical combat. A transcendent body. Yin Fansong and Appo's face drained of color. After reaching peak third tier, any further progression led to a drastic transformation. The completion of a transcendent body indicated that Yin Ziho was no longer a mere mortal, but had evolved towards something extraordinary. Under such circumstances, Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng could indeed perish. And the employee swallowed hard. "Stop stammering and speak," Yin Fansong urged. "According to our investigation, Yin Ziho is not an ordinary outer disciple." The employee paused before continuing. "He is a core member of the Evil Moon Society at the third tier. Although he is yet to reach the fourth tier, he carries significant responsibilities. Intelligence from the Demon City indicates that he possesses a teleportation scroll. Originally intending to eliminate all threatening ability users in Green City, then infiltrate the secret realm to summon core members of the Evil Moon Society, effectively establishing a stronghold within the city." As the employee spoke with increasing urgency, Yin Fansong felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Yin Ziho harbored such an astounding plot. It was no wonder the Evil Moon Society had dispatched both Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho into Green City. It appeared that Lei Yutao was merely probing for hidden powerhouses, while Yin Ziho was the true trump card of the society. Damn it, Green City is a first-tier metropolis, yet it lacks competent guardians. If the enemy exploits this weakness, the entire city could descend into chaos, transforming into the Evil Moon Society's stronghold. "Master Xuanlu." Yin Fansong turned urgently to the monk beside him. Given the gravity of the situation, Xuanlu understood the seriousness immediately, reciting a Buddhist incantation. "Amitabha. Director Yin, do not fret. Now that I am aware of Yin Ziho and Appo's nefarious plan, I will not allow him to succeed. I will immediately seek assistance from Bei Shaolin. I fear he may summon forth a fourth-tier powerhouse. The situation would become catastrophic." Yin Fansong clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Even a being with merely a transcendent body like Yin Ziho was already alarmingly powerful. One could only imagine the strength of a true fourth-tier entity. Should such a being infiltrate the city center, they would be like a fish in water, rendering containment nearly impossible. "Rest assured, no fourth-tier warriors from the Demon City will be dispatched," Xuanlu assured. "Leave the matter to me, Director Yin. You need not worry." With that, he turned and departed. Yin Fansong remained anxious, yet in this dire situation, he had no other options, and so he continued to pace within the bureau. At the Tiana Dam, Yin Ziho fixated intently on Li Xiao. He could not fathom where such a formidable figure had emerged in Green City, nor how Lei Yutao had failed to uncover this. Moreover, the man's immediate inquiry regarding the tailed beast caused his expression to darken. The matter of the tailed beast was a core secret of the Evil Moon Society. And how could it be freely divulged? Without a hint of hesitation, Yin Ziho outright refused. However, in that fleeting moment, the man moved, swift as a black thunderbolt. In an instant, Yin Ziho found himself confronted by the terrifying figure, who had crossed the bridge in the blink of an eye. Seeking death, Yin Ziho seethed with anger. He had extended an olive branch only to be met with aggression. As he attempted to retreat, he looked up to find the man standing directly before him. With a flourish reminiscent of a fallen angel spreading its wings, black feathers scattered around him. The speed was unfathomable. Yin Ziho could scarcely comprehend when the man had appeared before him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared blankly at the imposing figure. The man's broad frame loomed in front of him, his blood-red cross-shaped pupils devoid of emotion, reaching out slowly to grip his throat. "Damn it. You think you can catch me with such speed?" Yin Ziho sensed the arrogance of the man, sneering as he attempted to escape. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt as if something within his consciousness was under attack. His once clear mind was now overshadowed by those blood-red eyes, which seemed to gaze down upon his very soul, like a deity surveying his spirit. What is this? He found himself utterly immobilized. Even the thought of fleeing seemed to dissipate. His body was no longer under his control. Yin Ziho's mouth gaped in horror. He wished to roar, to scream. Yet all that escaped were meaningless sounds. His gaze remained fixed on the entity before him, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. What on earth is happening? What manner of creature is this man? Crack. At last, Li Xiao's grip tightened around Yin Ziho's throat, and he felt the spirit that had been stripped from him flooding back into his being, his senses returning like a surging tide. He heard that icy voice once more. To speak or not to speak? Chapter 29. Are you ready? You will die. At this moment, Yin Ziho felt an unprecedented pressure, his heart racing so violently it seemed ready to burst from his chest. It is crucial to remember that he is a core member tasked with the mission of the Evil Moon Society. Should he perish here, the entire plan of the society would be irrevocably shattered. There was no time to waste. He must play his trump card. In this instant, In Ziho and Amp, Appos, S thoughts crystallized. He opened his mouth and exhaled, and a scroll suddenly unfurled in the air. With a thunderous pop, In Ziho transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing from Li Xiao and Appos' grasp, only to reappear 10 meters away. This was a substitute scroll. The Evil Moon Society had acquired numerous treasures in the secret realm, one of which was this substitute scroll. It could release a substitute technique at a critical moment, allowing one to escape perilous situations. Due to its extreme rarity, even In Ziho possessed only one. Once used, it would determine the outcome of the battle. However, In Ziho understood that the disparity in strength between himself and this individual was too great. Merely using the substitute scroll would serve no purpose. He even chose to cease his escape, for he knew he could not match Li Xiao's speed. At this moment, the only path to survival lay before him, to summon forth the masters of the Evil Moon Society under his command, and collectively slay the adversary before him. He exhaled again, producing another scroll, grasping it in his hand, and addressing Li Xiao. I must admit, you have exceeded my expectations. I never anticipated such a formidable expert existing in Green City. However, your journey ends here. The onlookers, including Wu Yin and others, stood utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired? From their perspective, they could only witness Li Xiao pursuing In Ziho with astonishing speed, before suddenly slowing his movements. Yet In Ziho appeared as if paralyzed with fright, helplessly watching as he was restrained, ultimately compelled to resort to his hidden means. The rapidity of this scene was astonishing. It had unfolded in a mere 5 seconds. Yet from In Ziho's expression, it was clear he was in a state of utter panic. Wu Yin, what is going on here? Feng Qifeng leaned against the wrecked Bentley, glancing at Wu Yin, who had been carried over by Su Mo Ran and others. Both of them had lost their combat capabilities, barely able to move their necks and mouths. This person's aura is overwhelmingly fierce. I cannot articulate it. Wu Yin shook his head gravely. Even with his keen perception, he could not discern the true power of this sudden, enigmatic figure. 4th rank? However, they would surely recognize any 4th-rank individuals in Green City. The origins of this mysterious powerhouse remained shrouded in obscurity. But if he was not 4th rank, then what was his strength? It remained a mystery. Su Mo glanced at the trembling Coldwen Ing, Li Qingxue, and others, speaking solemnly. What is there to fear? Death is all that awaits, and besides, you are still alive. Remember, if you wish to become strong in the future, you must witness battles of this caliber, observe closely, and engrave it in your minds. This will be immensely beneficial for you later on. Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled deeply, shedding their fear, and continued to widen their eyes in anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, arms crossed, regarded In Ziho with a hint of surprise. A substitute technique? You truly are aware of it. In Ziho's pupils constricted, a cold laugh escaping his lips. So you are familiar with the life-saving art of the substitute scroll. It appears you two have emerged from some secret realm. Yet, below the 4th rank, you are ultimately but an ant. Since you are so relentless in your pursuit, I shall have no choice but to reveal the trump card of the Evil Moon Society. Li Xiao replied nonchalantly. I shall grant you 10 seconds to prepare your spiritual technique. You scoundrel. In Ziho inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He had deliberately invoked the name of the Evil Moon Society to instill caution in Li Xiao. However, this man showed no regard, even allowing him 10 seconds to prepare. It was utterly intolerable. He grinned maliciously. Very well. Since you have shown me such disrespect towards the Evil Moon Society, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he bit down on his thumb, breaking the skin, and unfurling the scroll, casting it into the air. The scroll instantly revealed a vast array of summoning techniques, and In Ziho traced his bleeding thumb across it, swiftly forming seals with his hands and pressing them to the ground. Reverse summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures were summoned forth in an instant. This, I understand now. Feng Qifeng, who had been intently observing In Ziho, widened his eyes. In Ziho was employing the reverse summoning technique, capable of directly summoning 3 individuals. No wonder he sought to infiltrate Green City and had concealed his extraordinary identity. It was clear he intended to orchestrate a grand scheme. Wu Yin looked at the summoned trio, his pupils contracting in shock. Poison Master In Jiuzhu, Demon Princess by Wu Mian, Blood Azure Tu Qianyu. All of them are 3rd-rank peak experts. My heavens, the Evil Moon Society has gone mad, hiding such power. This beast, In Ziho. Does this mean that even if we manage to defeat him today, we will still face the onslaught of these 3? Feng Qifeng, in a fit of anger, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, that mysterious powerhouse is surely doomed. 3rd-rank peak experts are those who have simultaneously completed both spiritual vein reconstruction and extraordinary body transformation. The mere presence of 3 such beings is catastrophic. Is this the secret realm of Green City? Such sparse spiritual energy still lingers in Green City? Clad in a blood-stained white coat and wearing a gas mask, In Jiuzhu scanned his surroundings before fixing his gaze on In Ziho. Boy, what is the meaning of this? As soon as he spoke, The other two turned their attention toward Yin Ziho as well. The escape plan is of utmost importance. The sect had even provided Yin Ziho with a precious substitute scroll, yet he had summoned them while still outside. This was a grave offense. Under the scrutiny of those piercing gazes, Yin Ziho felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly pointed at Li Xiao. Gentlemen, we face a formidable adversary. This individual has thwarted my plans, and I had no choice but to summon you before the secret realm. TSK, he certainly does not seem like a harmless fellow. Tu Qianyu, shouldering a decapitating blade and boasting a remarkable physique, immediately noticed Li Xiao and Appo's peculiarity and said casually, Bai Wu Mian, stop playing coy. This person is extraordinary. He is searching for Moon Princess. I distinctly sensed her presence nearby. Bai Wu Mian rolled her eyes, yet she too felt Li Xiao's presence. Pursing her lips and smiling, oh dear, what a captivating image. This is truly my first time witnessing such a formidable aura. Li Xiao was unfazed by their banter and, seeing that all had gathered, remarked playfully, is this everyone? Indeed. A smirk crept across Yin Ziho and Appo's lips. With these individuals by his side, he felt invincible against Li Xiao. However, as he spoke, he sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere emanating from Li Xiao. The overwhelming aura was starkly different from before. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. Very well. Though somewhat lacking in strength, having numbers is delightful. Allow me to stretch my limbs a bit and use you all as offerings for the forbidden technique of reincarnation. Forbidden technique of reincarnation? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, everyone present paused in shock. Yet, the sense of dread only intensified. What could it possibly entail? Merely hearing the name instilled an ominous feeling. However, there was no time for contemplation. Above, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sunlight. Li Xiao, shrouded in shadow, gradually lifted his foot. Are you ready? Chapter 30. Lightning Release. Qilin, the dull sound of footsteps gradually echoed through the air. At this moment, Yin Jiozhu and his companions had come to realize the formidable strength of Li Xiao, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. They held their breath, intently watching as Li Xiao approached. Initially, Li Xiao moved at a moderate pace, but as he began to accelerate into a run, the onlookers felt his figure drawing nearer and nearer until he transformed into an imperceptible line and abruptly vanished. Beware of his speed, Yin Ziho shouted, having already experienced Li Xiao's extraordinary mobility. Yet it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiao appeared directly above him, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. His speed was akin to lightning, unavoidably swift. Yin Ziho attempted to defend himself with a kick, but Li Xiao did not evade. Instead, he struck down with his elbow from above. The sound of a resounding crack echoed as Yin Ziho's shinbone was shattered. What? The onlookers were left in shock. It was well known that Yin Ziho possessed an extraordinary physique, his bones honed through rigorous training, far from that of an ordinary person. Yet, against Li Xiao, he could not withstand even a single blow? This was ludicrous. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiao's comprehension of chakra surpassed anything they could fathom. Despite lacking any weapon, he could directly utilize the properties of chakra on himself. The dark purple lightning enveloping him operated on principles identical to the third Raikage lightning release armor. In this state, not only was his defensive capability enhanced to the utmost, but every movement he made was a potential lethal strike. How could Yin Ziho, a mere newly empowered individual, possibly compare to Li Xiao? Then, an astonishing event unfolded. With a thunderous crash, Li Xiao descended from above, delivering a blow that severed Yin Ziho's shinbone. Yin Ziho remained in a kicking stance, yet his lower leg was shattered, blood gushing forth, searing pain coursing through him, leaving his mind blank. Impossible, he screamed, his psyche teetering on the brink of collapse. His pinnacle of strength, his most cherished martial prowess, could not even endure a single exchange against this man? Yin Ziho and Appo's already fragile was shattered completely. Nearby, Tu Qianyu was taken aback. Quickly, provide support. This man is not right. Die. Yin Jiozhu advanced towards Li Xiao, his mechanical limbs releasing steam as they struck downwards. The force of this attack was astounding, especially since Yin Jiozhu's prosthetics had been specially modified to double his strength. Any ordinary person who underestimated this seemingly unblinking assault could find themselves utterly pulverized in an instant. However, just as Yin Jiozhu believed he would succeed, he suddenly saw the man before him turn around. The crimson eyes, adorned with patterns reminiscent of a Magatama, imprinted themselves upon his mind. He froze in place, paralyzed by the sight. What manner of eyes are these? Terrifying, almost soul-stealing. His body refused to respond. Yin Jiozhu watched helplessly as Li Xiao drew nearer, wishing to attack, yet unable to move, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a series of ice spikes suddenly shot through the air from a distance. Li Xiao moved swiftly, evading all the icy projectiles, simultaneously distancing himself from Yin Jiozhu. Only then did Yin Jiozhu fully regain his senses, drenched in sweat. He exclaimed in terror, "Do not look into his eyes. He just stripped me of my consciousness." Could he possess a form of mental controlling technique? Bai Wuming's expression was one of astonishment. She realized why Yin Jiozhu had seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter. He had been manipulated. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, a blade gleaming, aimed directly at Li Xiao. It was Tu Qianyu. He was very close to attaining the fourth tier and was the strongest among them. At this moment, he sought to press Li Xiao down with overwhelming force, hoping to drive him back through brute strength. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiao merely curled his lips in a smirk and raised his hands. Clang! The heavy decapitating knife, weighing over 200 pounds, was caught by him with both hands. Not only that, but Tu Qinyu found himself suspended in midair, unable to move. Trapped in a position of downward pressure. My heavens! This strike of mine exerted at least 5,000 pounds of force, yet he stopped it effortlessly. Without even bending his knees, Tu Qinyu finally comprehended why Yin Ziho had been so easily defeated. This man was not of the same realm as ordinary beings. They were not even from the same dimension. His face flushed with strain, he exerted all his might to reclaim his decapitating knife. Yet all he faced was Li Xiao's enigmatic expression. This was terrifying. He was renowned for his strength, yet before this man, he could not budge an inch. I will have you dead. Tu Qinyu roared, abandoning his decapitating knife. He drew a short blade instead. His stout figure erupted with astonishing speed, striking with a flurry of blows akin to a dancing butterfly. In mere moments, dozens of slashes were unleashed. Such an assault was overwhelming. Any ordinary person would likely be torn apart in an instant. Yet, Tu Qinyu soon grasped the true meaning of disparity. He aimed for Li Xiao's throat. Yet each strike fell short. He targeted the heart, but each time he missed by a hair's breadth. Even when he aimed for the legs, Li Xiao seemed to toy with him, expertly evading each attack, turning Tu Qinyu's own strikes against him. No matter how he swung, he could not touch this man even slightly. Boom. Ultimately, a casual touch from Li Xiao sent Tu Qinyu's abdomen crashing inward. Li Xiao's crimson arm protruded from Tu Qinyu's back, dripping with blood. Emotionless, he gently pushed Tu Qinyu aside, coolly stating, "Come again." This was utterly outrageous. The onlookers from afar were left in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Incredible, unfathomable. Su Morin stood rooted, feeling dizzy. The spectacle before him was shocking beyond belief. The horror of this mysterious powerhouse exceeded his wildest imaginings, transcending all dimensions. He turned to See Tian'an and Xie Jun utterly dumbfounded, while Lang Weining and Li Qingxue covered their mouths, scarcely daring to make a sound. This was the true terror of a powerful being. Such a bloody and brutal display left everyone in a state of shock. Similarly, Wu Yin and Feng Qingfeng's eyes reflected profound fear. Who is this? Who exactly is he? Wu Yin murmured, struggling to recall the identity of the man before him, yet found no recollection. Feng Qingfeng was equally tense, fixated on the battlefield. A monster. We cannot win against him. We stand no chance at all. On the other side, Yin Ziho had completely crumbled, sitting on the ground, blood pooling around him. He could only laugh bitterly, uttering words of despair. Beside him, Yin Jiozhu and Bai Wuming bore expressions of utter dismay. They had never anticipated that such a formidable individual existed in Green City, capable of rendering them completely powerless with mere martial arts. However, all was not lost. They had yet to observe this man utilizing any techniques. This fellow might be an absolute physical cultivator, potentially several times stronger than Yin Ziho. Bai Wuming spoke solemnly. We must counter him with techniques. We cannot engage him in close combat. Agreed. Yin Jiozhu nodded gravely, taking a deep breath. The deep purple energy surrounding him suddenly coalesced in his mouth, aimed at Li Xiao as he unleashed corruption fog. Simultaneously, Bai Wuming shouted. Frost sound burst. Two streams of energy, one purple and one white, intertwined and erupted into a spectacular light, hurtling towards Li Xiao. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Li Xiao was unexpectedly propelled through the air. It was done. In that moment, Yin Jiozhu and the others were filled with immense joy. Their spiritual techniques were no ordinary feats. Yin Jiozhu's corrupt bone miasma was laced with deadly poison, capable of reducing flesh to liquid in an instant. Bai Wumian's frost sound burst contained extreme low temperatures, fundamentally obliterating a person's limbs. Alas, Feng Qifeng and the others felt a sinking sensation within, realizing that the power of a third-tier ultimate technique was not to be underestimated. If that individual had succumbed to such an attack, even if he survived, his combat prowess would surely be decimated. However, everyone beheld as Li Xiao adjusted his posture mid-air, landing gracefully and sliding across the bridge. Ziz, ziz, his body seemed to emit a peculiar sound. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that he was enveloped in a shroud of black and purple lightning, which completely shielded him. He was unscathed. What was that? Bai Wumian and the others stared in astonishment. Was that a spiritual technique? What kind of technique was it? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Li Xiao rotated his wrist, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and calmly stated, "You were the ones who initiated with the ninjutsu." Suddenly, the rain began to fall, droplets cascading from the heavens, drenching his hair. The shadows deepened. What did he just say? The thunder echoed. And Yin Jiozhu could scarcely believe his ears. Did Li Xiao mean that he had ceased his warm-up? Impossible. Did he possess other hidden cards? Li Xiao merely chuckled, raising his gaze to the darkened sky, feeling the cool rainwater against his face, a glimmer of realization igniting a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Whether one lived or died would depend on their fortune. He raised his hand high, his hair billowing, as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmered with an eerie red light. Then, all present heard the ominous whisper of death. Lightning release. Kirin. Chapter 31. The Rebirth of Impure Earth. The sky was engulfed in tumultuous clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. The electric arcs danced within the darkened mass like serpents. Li Xiao stood upon the bridge, gripping the inky lightning that connected heaven and earth, resembling a spider's web climbing into the clouds. Suddenly, with a fierce tug, creak, an astonishing event unfolded from the swirling mist. The furious thunder erupted as if a wrathful thunder dragon had been captured by Li Xiao. The onlookers gazed upward, stunned to witness a cerulean beast being forcibly drawn from the heavens. What was this? How could he seize thunder from the clouds? This was the work of a deity. The crowd was left in awe, and figures like Tu Qianyu felt an icy dread rising from their souls. Just by observing the scene before them, they realized this was a force beyond their reckoning. Even a futile resistance was impossible, faced with such a monstrosity. Their only recourse was to flee. They ran desperately, without a moment's hesitation. Tu Qianyu, Bai Wumian, and Yin Jiuzhu scattered in different directions, hoping to survive through dispersion. Only Yin Ziho remained, fixated on the beast in the sky, as though he beheld a divine entity. At last, the clouds exploded, radiant light consuming the firmament. This was not merely ninjutsu. It resembled a legendary creature shattering the heavens. The thunder condensed into a qilin, descending with the might of 1,000 forces. Its beastly head thrown back in a deafening roar, its gaze piercing, as it lunged forward. Boom! The blue lightning surged, catching up with the fleeing Tu Qianyu in the blink of an eye. No! In this dire moment, Tu Qianyu felt his spirit shatter. He summoned every ounce of energy to defend against the thunder, initially conjuring a barrier with his spiritual energy, then drawing forth a scroll and brandishing a decapitating blade. In less than a second, he exhausted all his means. Yet it was in vain. The lightning shattered his defenses instantly, engulfing Tu Qianyu in an instant. Tu Qianyu was dead. Bai Wumian turned back to witness this scene, and terror coursed through every cell in her body. Her strength was nearly on par with Tu Qianyu's. If he could not withstand a single moment, what chance did she have? Just as she turned, the qilin had already set its sights on her, leaping with terrifying lightning radiating through the air. Crash! White light erupted, swallowing the entire Tianhe Dam. The thunder raged, and countless dead fish surfaced in the lake. Ancient trees disintegrated into dust, and waterfalls evaporated into white mist. In that fleeting moment, Bai Wumian and Yin Jiuzhu felt their bodies succumbing to paralysis. The overwhelming voltage ravaged their forms, capable of carbonizing everything in an instant. At this moment, Bai Wumian was shaken. She could not comprehend why such a formidable foe would appear in the small green city, nor why it would target them. On the brink of death, she suddenly realized that human interactions were merely exchanges of interests. What, then, did she possess that would catch the other's attention? Tailed beasts? In desperation, she opened her mouth, shouting, "Do not kill me. I possess information about the tailed beasts." Buzz. The lightning abruptly dissipated. Bai Wumian stared blankly at her surroundings. The once verdant ground was now scorched earth from the lightning's wrath. Beside her, the area within 1,000 meters was barren. She gazed into the distance, where a man clad in darkness stood amidst the rain, his fractured wings rendering him demonic. Tap, tap, tap. The man stepped through the puddles, approaching Bai Wumian with an imposing presence. Speak. Upon hearing these words, Bai Wumian and Appo's heart instantly relaxed. Indeed, the other party had motives. This made matters simpler. At least she still had the opportunity to negotiate. She cautiously replied, "You must promise me that if I finish speaking, you will let me go." Before she could complete her sentence, the surviving Yin Jiuzhu cried out in desperation, "My lord, I will speak. I will tell you everything. The tailed beast is within the depths of the Green City secret realm. If we gather the necessary conditions, we can enter that area. Our Evil Moon Society seeks to capture a tailed beast to harness its power and create an absolute powerhouse. If you spare my life, I will provide you with the specific information." This fool, Bai Wumian, was taken aback that Yin Jiuzhu was still alive, and that he had divulged such crucial intelligence. However, thankfully, this imbecile had retained the core secret, leaving them room for negotiation. While she contemplated this, she noticed Li Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha. What a bunch of fools, thinking such tactics would deter me. How naive." Li Xiao raised his hand, carelessly discarding the half-dead Yin Ziho to the ground. "I trust the words of the dead more than those of the living." At this declaration, both Bai Wumian and Yin Jiuzhu widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not yet fathom the meaning behind Li Xiao's words, but they were soon struck with horror. Li Xiao swiftly drew a formation, casting Yin Ziho into the center of the array, then clapped his hands, his voice cold, in pure world rebirth. Amidst the chaos, the dust beneath Yin Ziho's feet began to crawl up his body. In an instant, he transformed into the deceased Tu Qianyu. Tu Qianyu felt as though he had merely awoken from slumber, blinking in confusion at his surroundings. Strange, wasn't he dead? What is happening? Turning his head, he beheld the nearly shattered expressions of Bai Wumian and Yin Jiuzhu. He murmured, "Bai Wumian? Yin Jiuzhu? How could you two bang?" Bai Wumian hastily knelt before Li Xiao, repeatedly bowing her head. "My lord, spare my life. I will tell you everything. I beg you, please." She was genuinely terrified, overwhelmed with fear. Bai Wumian could never have imagined that Li Xiao possessed such godlike abilities, capable of summoning even the deceased Tu Qianyu. Did this not imply that even in death, she would find no peace before this man? Such a terrifying prospect was too much for her to contemplate. Meanwhile, beside her, Yin Jiuzhu trembled uncontrollably, joining Bai Wumian in pleading for mercy. The Impure World rebirth technique wielded significant deterrent power, even for a cult. In response, Li Xiao merely glanced at them, chuckling softly. Your corpses hold no value for me. I only require verification of the truth of your words. Li Xiao had engaged in numerous collaborations with Orochimaru, thus his methods were naturally ruthless. However, he seldom employed the Impure World rebirth technique. He did so now merely as a precaution. A talisman materialized in his hand, which he cast into Tu Qianyu's mind. Then said, tell me everything you know about the tailed beasts. Chapter 32. Hurry. Meanwhile, the tardy Master Xuanlu finally descended from an SUV, standing by the roadside. He gazed down from a height, immediately taking in the entirety of the Tianhe Dam. With just a glance, his complexion shifted drastically. How could the scene be so devastating? At the edge of the dam lay a charred wasteland, as if struck by lightning, devoid of any life. This is, beside Xuanlu, another martial artist, Emma Wujian, similarly felt his pupils constrict as he solemnly remarked, fourth stage? This is undoubtedly of fourth stage intensity. The Evil Moon Society has evidently invested heavily. It appeared to indeed reach fourth stage strength, yet the exact level remained uncertain. The final monk, Wu Jie, intently stated, do not linger here. Let us proceed directly. Regardless of whether Su Moran and the others are alive or dead, we must witness it with our own eyes. Agreed. The other two nodded. As formidable beings, even with a 50-meter drop from the dam, they traversed the terrain with ease. After swiftly descending the mountain, they soon spotted Su Moran and the others huddled in a corner of a Bentley. Xuanlu exchanged glances with the other two, ultimately remaining in place as he promptly inquired. Esteemed ones, what is the situation? Meanwhile, Emma Wujian and Wu Jie immediately caught sight of the horrific scene at the heart of the battlefield. In the center stood a figure with flowing black hair and blood-red eyes, bearing tattered wings that exuded an exaggerated aura of menace. In an instant, both Emma Wujian and Wu Jie felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This person is perilous. Emma Wujian shouted, instinctively channeling his energy to unleash a formidable presence. However, at that moment, Wu Yin swiftly cautioned, Master, wait. This is no jest. He has just witnessed Li Zhao's terrifying prowess. If these three clash with him, it could cost us dearly. Emma Wujian paused, glancing at Li Xiao, only to be met by the gaze of the Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. What an intimidating aura. Upon regaining his composure, cold sweat drenched Emma Wujian's back. He realized he was no match for this individual. Acting recklessly could lead to his demise. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind as he clasped his hands toward Li Xiao. May I inquire, who might you be? He recalled no such formidable presence in Green City, adorned with such an aura of malevolence, resembling a fallen angel. Who could this enigmatic figure be? Li Xiao cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Following his earlier conversation with Tu Qianyu, he had begun to grasp the situation at hand. Simply put, these individuals were indeed aware of the tailed beast's location, hidden within the Green City's secret realm. Within that realm lay a place sealing the tailed beast. Referred to as a relic, yet access to it required a map. The map was divided into an external and an internal version. The external map guided users to the relic's location, like the one in Li Zhao's possession, which was not particularly rare. Many knew how to reach the relic, as it was a smokescreen deliberately released by the Evil Moon Society. The truly valuable one was the internal map, essential for navigating the intricate interiors of the relic and locating the tailed beast. Furthermore, opening the relic necessitated gathering keys, which were represented by the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Collecting them would unlock the relic. Li Zhao's curiosity about the secret realms of this world deepened. It seemed there was much more than he had imagined. The realization of all this stirred something within him. Initially, witnessing Lei Yutao's display, reminiscent of ninjutsu, led him to believe that the secret realm bore significant ties to the world of ninjas. However, the events of the day reshaped his understanding. Evidently, this secret realm was grander than he had envisioned, possessing certain merits. Additionally, according to Bai Wumian, there was likely a powerful individual named Yuji nearby, serving as their informant in Green City. This so-called Yuji must be in close proximity. This revelation diminished Li Zhao's interest in conversing with the recently arrived Emma Wujian and the others. He merely glanced at the trio before turning away. Of course, he had noticed Li Qingxue among the crowd, yet he did not intend to acknowledge her. He had no desire to draw Li Qingxue into the extraordinary world, for it was fraught with peril. He had witnessed countless families torn apart in the ninja realm. Yet, he also did not wish to prevent Li Qingxue from choosing this extraordinary path, having seen many perish due to their weakness. Therefore, he resolved to let his sister explore this world and make her own choices. The only assurance he could provide for Qingxue was that regardless of her chosen path, he would always be there to catch her if she fell. Li Xiao gazed down at the bewildered Li Qingxue, smiled softly, and then vanished swiftly from sight. On the ground. Ha ha ha. Mo Wujian clutched his chest, gasping for breath as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. The pressure is overwhelming. What kind of monster is he, to be so terrifying? Mo Shizhu, beware your words. Wu Jie quickly cautioned. That formidable one has not strayed far. Beside them, Xuanlu immediately produced a wooden fish, rhythmically striking it while chanting a sutra, Amitabha. Imo Wujin has no ties to our North Shaolin. He is an exceptionally gifted practitioner who, years ago, learned some martial arts from a Taoist on the mountain, later establishing his own style. The monk merely happened to pass by and brought him along. Xuanlu, you old bald donkey. Imo Wujin's face turned green with rage. He had not anticipated that Xuanlu, with his thick brows and large eyes, would so readily betray him. However, despite his ire, he felt a profound sense of dread. Both Xuanlu and Wu Jie were no ordinary individuals. As two of the 8 esteemed officials of Shaolin, they could be considered elite. The fact that even they were wary of that mysterious powerhouse indicated just how formidable he truly was. Cursing his ignorance inwardly, he scanned his surroundings. Sensing the chilling atmosphere thick with danger, causing him to shudder involuntarily, he quickly forced a smile. I misspoke. In my opinion, we should hasten to clean up the surrounding battlefield and report back to the Anomaly Bureau. Remain calm. There are other matters to address here. Xuanlu glanced at Bai Wumian and Yin Jiuzhu, who were slumped on the scorched earth, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Could it be the infamous Poison Master and the Demoness? Wu Jie and Imo Wujin were taken aback. These two were their equals in prowess. To see them here was astonishing. Upon noticing Xuanlu and the others, Bai Wumian immediately wailed, Master Xuanlu, I was wrong. I truly repent. I will never join a cult again. Please imprison me. I would even work like a beast in the Anomaly Bureau. Yin Jiuzhu echoed, resembling a fervent disciple, repeatedly mimicking Bai Wumian's plea. The three were taken aback, astonished to see the once manic duo in such a state. They instinctively glanced at Su Moran and the others, who appeared pale, seemingly urging them to flee. Recognizing their expressions, Xuanlu and his companions understood immediately. The recent powerful figure was undoubtedly connected. Quickly, we must depart, Wu Jie decisively declared. They could no longer linger in this place. Chapter 33, The Furious Wuyan Boom. In the sky, a shadow clad in black surveyed the entire Tianhe district with a disdainful gaze. It was Li Xiao. 3 distinct auras lingered nearby. Yet they were too weak to be those of the Moon Princess. Li Xiao swiftly scanned the vicinity for survivors, but regrettably, his efforts proved futile as he uncovered no leads. The area, being a remote countryside, was densely populated with trees, providing ample cover for anyone hiding. Even with his ability to fly, locating the so-called Moon Princess was a daunting task. Nevertheless, with 2 months remaining until the relic's activation, he had ample time to grow stronger. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiao resolved to abandon the search for the Moon Princess. This world was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Evidently, many powerful figures were vying for something within the so-called secret realms. For Li Xiao, this presented a splendid opportunity to restore his own strength. Furthermore, he had discovered another remarkable aspect. This world possessed a unique cultivation system, which had taken him by surprise. Upon witnessing Lei Yutao employing techniques reminiscent of ninjutsu, he instinctively believed the cultivation system stemmed from the ninja realm. However, after engaging with Yin Ziho and others, Li Xiao realized their cultivation had distinctive traits, diverging sharply from the chakra pathways he was accustomed to. It seemed to pursue an all-encompassing approach. To illustrate, the chakra he utilized was a fusion of mental and physical energy, continuously generated as long as his stamina and mental fortitude remained intact. In contrast, Yin Ziho and his companions harnessed spiritual energy, which, as per Li Xiao's observations, was energy absorbed from the external environment and stored within their meridians. If chakra cultivation speed correlated with the intensity of training, spiritual energy cultivation speed was contingent upon the density of spiritual energy in the vicinity. In locales rich in spiritual energy, human cultivation could accelerate exponentially. This marked the most significant distinction between chakra and spiritual energy. No wonder they incessantly spoke of spiritual energy resurgence. It turned out to be quite profound. Li Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Truly, one learns throughout life. This so-called spiritual energy must be extraordinarily formidable. While it was difficult to ascertain which was superior, chakra or spiritual energy, what was certain was that Li Xiao could also cultivate the latter. Ultimately, he should be able to forge a novel system combining spiritual energy and chakra, leading to a qualitative transformation of all ninjutsu and physical techniques. However, it seemed that cultivating spiritual energy would necessitate specific guidance, a rather troublesome predicament. Perhaps he could enlist Su Moran to resolve this? As he pondered this, Li Xiao noticed a taxi speeding toward him from a distance. Realizing this, he dismissed his thoughts. This matter required careful deliberation. For now, he decided to return home, as he had already expended considerable energy and felt fatigued. Simultaneously, on the national highway returning to Green City, the increasing number of vehicles brought a sense of relief to Xian Lu and the others. While a greater presence of people did not guarantee safety, the atmosphere felt akin to that of a ghost story. More people inevitably provided a semblance of comfort. At this point, they finally dared to speak freely. What was the deal with that mysterious powerhouse? How did he emerge? Xian Lu glanced at Wu Yin and Feng Qifeng, who lay in the back seat. The driver, Imo Wuji, and the monk Wu Jie in the back also turned their attention to the two. Su Moran, seated beside them, was too weak for Xian Lu and the others to consider his opinions. That elder was terrifyingly powerful. The moment he appeared, he effortlessly cornered Yin Ziho. Subsequently, Yin Ziho summoned by Wu Mian and others using summoning techniques. Yet the three of them combined were no match for that elder. The likes of Tu Qianyu were obliterated in an instant. Feng Qingfeng's voice trembled with fright. What was even more horrifying was that he could resurrect the dead. I witnessed him use Yin Ziho as a sacrifice to summon the deceased Tu Qianyu and interrogate him about the tailed beasts. The reason Bai Wumian and Yin Jiuzhu listened so obediently was that they had witnessed such a gruesome display of power, one that could only be described as divine sorcery. This. Xian Lu and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Feng Qingfeng's revelation carried too much weight, immense strength, the ability to resurrect the dead, especially the latter, which was an utterly nefarious practice. Do you think he cares about the whereabouts of the tailed beasts? Emma Wuji's expression flickered. Indeed, Bai Wumian had nearly been killed. At a critical moment, she suddenly claimed to know the location of the tailed beasts, prompting the lightning to vanish, followed by the resurrection technique to validate her statement. Wu Yan added from the side. What a predicament. Emma Wuji sighed. The Green City secret realm had already attracted numerous factions, and now, with the addition of a mysterious powerhouse, it was bound to cause significant turmoil. Wu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, is Green City truly so captivating now? Humph, that's an understatement. Wu Jie interjected. Do you think our Shaolin has refrained from acting for no reason? It's because we are besieged from all sides in the secret realm. The tailed beast's relic is exceedingly precious, and this time, it's a weakened tailed beast. Who wouldn't covet it? Green City is likely to descend into chaos first. Wu Yan and Feng Qifeng exchanged glances, both shaken. This was ominous. Green City was on the brink of a major crisis. Yet among them, only Su Moran remained deep in thought. For some reason, he felt an uncanny resemblance between that terrifying powerhouse and Li Xiao, particularly in their eyes, both blood-red and equally enchanting. However, Su Moran struggled to explain why their eye patterns differed so drastically, nor could he reconcile their starkly contrasting appearances. To assert it was Li Xiao seemed far-fetched. What had gone awry in this situation? Su Moran remained perplexed. Just then, Wu Yan shouted, "Oh no, I almost forgot," startling Feng Qifeng beside him. Feng Qifeng retorted angrily. What is all the fuss about? I still want to confront that Li Xiao, Wu Yan declared. I just emerged from the gates of hell and need someone to spar with. That Li Xiao seems rather arrogant. I must challenge him. Is that really necessary? You'd be better off resting and recuperating, Feng Qifeng questioned, bewildered. However, Wu Yan had his reasons. What do you know? My martial heart demands audacity. With the great elixir from Shaolin, I and Amp, Oppos, I'll soon recover fully. I intend to provoke Li Xiao and engage him in a duel. What can he do about it? It will serve to hone my resolve. Su Moran was about to dissuade him, but, realizing Wu Yan was at the pinnacle of the third tier while he himself was inconsequential, he sighed in resignation. There was no point in trying to persuade him. Xian Lu and the others exchanged glances, dismissing Wu Yan's antics. They were far more concerned about the mysterious powerhouse. Chapter 34. The ancestor of the Li family on the roadway, another vehicle approached. Etienne trembled all over, seemingly still lingering in the fear experienced moments ago. Yet, a glimmer of exhilaration shone in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Today, I witnessed a miracle. It turns out that true extraordinary beings can accomplish such feats. It is no exaggeration to say they can traverse heaven and earth, doing the impossible." Cold Wanying, Li Qingxue, and Xie Jun regarded him with curiosity. Then Cold Wanying remarked, Etienne, you are too naive. Do you genuinely believe that level is within our reach? Naive? Me? Etienne scoffed at her words, asserting. Cold Wanying, what do you understand? I just inquired with Elder Zhang. The martial arts realm comprises 10 stages, and what we just witnessed, while seemingly extravagant, was merely a battle between the third and fourth stages. Just think, with so many divisions in martial arts, if we strive a little harder, could we not also achieve such heights? The Elder Zhang he referred to was one of Feng Qingfeng's two subordinates, the portly one named Zhang Liyan, who was currently driving. The slimmer one was called Wang Zhilong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liyan, who was at the wheel, turned back and chuckled. Haha, Etienne is quite right. We are presently in the early stages of spiritual energy revival, so everyone and Oppos' strength has not yet manifested significantly. As the spiritual energy continues to surge and saturate the earth, the third stage may soon no longer be regarded as formidable. Such a thing exists. Cold Wanying had not anticipated this revelation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xie Jun, astonished, inquired, so, does that mean we could potentially become like that mysterious strong man, capable of performing various supernatural feats? Of course, it is merely a matter of time. Zhang Liyan replied with a smile. You are unaware of the conditions within the secret realms. It is said that the concentration of spiritual energy there is tenfold that of reality. Countless esteemed elders are cultivating within, their power is terrifying. Once all the secret realms open, it is likely we will enter an era of universal cultivation. Wang Zhilong, seated in the passenger seat, interjected, all this talk is pointless. One must seize the opportunity to cultivate. The earlier one gains strength, the greater the achievements will be. Otherwise, when resources become scarce, ascending will be exceedingly difficult. Etienne fumed. This is all that Li Xiao and Apos' fault. Were it not for him impersonating my great-grandfather and Apos' name, how could we have been rejected by Elder Su? Now we cannot even attend the supernatural school. It is infuriating. Impersonating great-grandfather's name? Zhang Liyan sensed the unusual implication in Yi Tianran's words and inquired in surprise, Yi Tianran. What is going on? Please elaborate. Li Qingxue, sitting nearby, paled and hastily interjected, that is not the case. My brother would never do such a thing. Qingxue, you cannot decide this matter, Cold Wanying sighed. Elder Su has already hinted quite clearly, shielding Li Xiao will be of no use. It would be better to admit it early, perhaps the consequences will be mitigated. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tianran disclosed the incident of Li Xiao masquerading as the ancestor of the Li family to Zhang Liyan and Wang Zhilong. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Liyan and Wang Zhilong were taken aback. This is truly. No wonder Su Moran so vehemently rejected your entry into the supernatural school. According to your account, this ancestor of the Li family may be an extraordinary figure, at least a century old, and undoubtedly a true martial artist, Zhang Liyan remarked gravely. To impersonate such a person's name, that is a serious taboo. What? The group was astonished, not realizing Li Zhao's great-grandfather was so formidable. Cold Wanying cast a contemplative glance at Li Qingxue. It was no wonder her talent was so extraordinary, catching Su Moran's attention. It was due to this connection, wasn't it? Li Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. If it is true, what will happen to my brother? She asked cautiously. Zhang Liyan shook his head. The gravity of impersonating a name can vary, but since the impersonated individual is your great-grandfather, you, as relatives, should receive a lighter sentence, right? Li Qingxue fell silent. Taking a deep breath as she swallowed her humiliation, she observed Cold Wanying and the others, who seemed to worry for her expression gradually turning placid. In the brief days of their association, she realized that her so-called friends were unreliable. At this juncture, today's predicament was beyond her resolution. Yet this did not signify that Li Qingxue would relent. On the contrary, she firmly etched today's indignation in her memory. I will undoubtedly embark on the path of cultivation to protect my brother. In the passenger seat, Wang Zhilong silently absorbed the conversation, immediately formulating a plan. He was aware of Li Xiao, as Wu Yin appeared to regard him as a rival. Though, as a subordinate of Feng Qifeng, he should not be entangled with Wu Yin. Being in Green City now implied he would work here in the future. With Wu Yin being a fellow third-stage strongman, he would also be considered a superior. Informing Wu Yin about this matter seemed plausible. After all, it would not offend Feng Qifeng and could earn him favor in Wu Yan's eyes. If one day Wu Yin remembered him, gaining some benefits would be entirely justified. With this thought, he secretly nodded and discreetly shared Yi Tianran and Apos' account with Wu Yin. Before long, Wu Yin felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at it and was increasingly startled. This was indeed evidence regarding Li Xiao impersonating a high-level strongman. Seeing the records provided by Wang Zhilong, Wu Yin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, splendid. Just what I needed. I was struggling to find a reason to challenge him, and now it seems fortune has smiled upon me." Feng Qifeng and the others gazed at him in disbelief. "Wu Yin, have you lost your mind?" "Lost my mind? You will understand soon enough." Wu Yin thought gleefully, commanding Su Moran, "Contact that Li Xiao for me. I want to arrange a duel." "What?" Su Moran believed he had misheard. After confirming, he realized Wu Yin was indeed ordering him, prompting his ire. "Lord Wu Yin, such matters cannot be decided with a few words. Our supernatural bureau must not offend any strongman. This is..." Before he could finish, Wu Yin interjected coolly. "Let me inform you that Li Xiao may have impersonated the name of the ancestor of the Li family in his actions." "Ancestor of the Li family?" Feng Qifeng was momentarily stunned. "Who is that?" Master Xuanlu interjected. "Regarding the Li family, 80 years ago, there was a prominent Li family in Green City, whose young master was a martial arts genius, originally named Li Cha-Qing. This elder Li is formidable. He has lived until now, and is at least a 5th-stage strongman." 5th stage. Upon hearing Master Xuanlu's words, everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Su Moran, astonished, exclaimed, "Master Xuanlu, the revival of spiritual energy only began in recent years. How could there be a 5th-stage strongman?" Master Xuanlu shook his head. "The revival of spiritual energy pertains to the real world, meaning the energy has overflowed from the secret realms to the modern age. Secret realms have existed since ancient times. Some call them blessed lands, while others record them as celestial realms or netherworlds. They are merely secret realms." Su Moran felt as though he had turned to stone. Meanwhile, Monk Wu just stated, "If that is the case, then the matter of Li Xiao is indeed serious. We should go together." Seeing everyone adopt this stance, Su Moran felt somewhat powerless. He knew that among this group, he was the most familiar with Li Xiao. He had always sensed a profound connection between Li Xiao and the powerful figure he had previously encountered. How could he possibly impersonate the ancestor of the Li family? However, the key to this conundrum eluded Su Moran, and ultimately he could only helplessly say, "Very well, I will assist you in contacting Lord Li Xiao." Chapter 35. There are supernatural beings in this world. Li Qingxue returned home first today, as both her parents were undergoing surgery at the hospital. Only her brother would be at home. She glanced back at Long Wanying and the others, saying helplessly, "My brother is at home." If you have something to discuss, just say it. Regardless of the circumstances, today's events could not be avoided, especially since Long Wenying and her companions had witnessed the formidable strength of Yin Ziho and his associates, igniting an unparalleled yearning for supernatural abilities within them. Given Li Zhao's situation, they would inevitably confront him with questions, a fact Li Qingxue felt powerless to alter. Wang Zhilong and Zhang Liyan exchanged glances behind her. And then Zhang Liyan asked, Zhilong, what are you planning to do? He could not comprehend Wang Zhilong's sudden desire to join in, as they had ostensibly completed their task and were expected to report back. Yet, Wang Zhilong insisted on involving himself in Li Xiao and Appos' matter, leaving Zhang Liyan puzzled as to why he felt compelled to do so. Wang Zhilong smiled slightly. You don't understand, do you, old Zhang? We need to gather evidence. It would be best if we could hear Li Xiao confess his crimes himself. If that happens, perhaps Lord Wu Yin might take notice of us. Zhang Liyan understood now. No wonder Wang Zhilong was so enthusiastic. He was scheming to curry favor with Lord Wu Yin. At that moment, Yi Tian stepped forward and knocked on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a tall, ethereal young man. Yi Tian and Xie Jun paused for a moment, taken aback by Li Xiao and Appos' unique presence, which exuded an air of superiority. Just encountering him made them feel a sense of inferiority. Long Wenying was even more astonished. The last time she had seen Li Xiao, he had been feeble. Now, in just a few days, he had transformed into someone strikingly formidable. Even the stars she had encountered previously paled in comparison to his commanding aura, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. What is it? Li Xiao scanned the group and then turned his gaze to Li Qingxue. Upon meeting her brother's eyes, tears glimmered in Li Qingxue's eyes, and she dared not hold his gaze. Noticing this, Li Xiao said calmly, come in and talk. Yi Tianran snapped back to reality, cursing his own ineptitude. Just a moment ago, he had been so overwhelmed by Li Zhao's presence that he had been rendered speechless, cursing himself for being too lenient. He followed Li Xiao into the courtyard. Observing Li Xiao and Appos' indifferent demeanor, Yi Tianran cleared his throat and said, Li Xiao, you must be Li Qingxue and Appos' brother. We're his classmates. May I call you brotherly? Li Xiao paused and turned to him. Seizing the moment, Yi Tianran continued with an air of arrogance. Let me recount the events from a few days ago. Brotherly, you truly are foolish. To uphold your family's reputation, you fraudulently used your great-grandfather's name to deceive the entire Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, am I right? You utilized the name of the Li family's ancestor to trick Su Moran and Director Yin Fansong into believing you were a top-tier expert, allowing you to shine at the banquet. Indeed, you succeeded. At the recent banquet, Su Moran, Director Yin Fansong, and Mr. Wang Zhang all rushed to congratulate you, making all your relatives believe you had accomplished something remarkable and caught the attention of significant figures. It was indeed a brilliant scheme, executed flawlessly. As he spoke, he observed Li Xiao and Appos' impassive expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Throughout their journey, Yi Tianran and the others had pieced together Li Zhao's alleged crimes based on the events of that day, and now, with his smooth delivery, Yi Tianran felt confident that his assumptions were not far from the truth. Thus, Li Xiao found himself unable to refute his claims. Wang Zhilong nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Yi Tianran's eloquence, he realized that standing in Li Zhao's position, it was challenging to counter Yi Tianran's assertions. It seemed that securing credit for himself was all but guaranteed. Yi Tianran continued, what a pity, brotherly, that you calculated every detail but failed to fathom the terrifying and noble identity you were impersonating. You are merely an ordinary person, having been in a coma for a decade, unaware of the changes in the world outside, and oblivious to the wondrous complexities hidden within it. At this moment, Li Xiao took out his phone and noticed a message from Su Moran. It read that Wu Yin was coming to challenge him. Li Xiao could not help but chuckle softly. This fellow was indeed persistent. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I'm at home. Let him come find me. However, Su Moran, it seems you have forgotten what I said earlier. Previously, Li Xiao had made it clear that if Wu Yin displayed any hostility, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Su Moran, Master Li Xiao, my apologies for my lack of strength. Wu Yin is at the peak of the 3rd tier, and I cannot go against his wishes. Li Xiao, very well. Since he is coming, if he dares to make a move, I will make an example out of him. Su Moran, understood. After shutting off his phone, Li Xiao turned to the incessantly chattering Yi Tianran. What were you saying just now? As soon as he spoke, Yi Tianran, Long Wenying, and Xie Jun fell into silence, looking at Li Xiao in disbelief. This guy, had he not heard anything just now? However, this could not be blamed on Li Xiao. If Wu Yin's presence was significant enough for him to take notice, Yi Tianran and the others were akin to bothersome flies in his eyes. Li Xiao was indifferent to their words, his mental age far surpassed theirs, allowing him to selectively ignore trivial matters. Moreover, what adult would stoop to argue with children? Regardless of Yi Tianran's hostile demeanor and frantic gestures, they appeared utterly powerless in Li Xiao's eyes. Li Xiao, you are exceedingly arrogant. Finally, Yi Tianran, provoked by Li Zhao's indifference, assumed a condescending posture and said with disdain, you have no idea what kinds of crises and horrors lurk in this world. It's a realm of dangers that mere mortals like you could never comprehend. He took a deep breath, his demeanor radiating arrogance. That world belongs to the supernatural beings. Li Xiao, there are indeed supernatural beings in this world, existences you could never dare to imagine. Do you know why we came to find you? Because of you. Su Moran dares not take us as disciples, all because you impersonated the ancestor of the Li family. As he spoke, a sound of tires screeching to a halt echoed from the road outside, followed by an elderly voice urgently calling, Master Li Xiao. Master Li Xiao. That voice sounded familiar. Tianan and the others turned and saw Su Moran rushing over, bowing to Li Xiao with great deference. I brought Wu Yin and the others. What do you think? Upon witnessing Su Moran's attitude toward Li Xiao, Tianan and the others suddenly found themselves in a state of shock. How was it that the reality seemed so different from their expectations? Chapter 36. The question comes full circle. Su Moran's demeanor rendered Tianan's expression rigid. Glancing at the respectfully attentive Su Moran, and then at the composed Li Xiao, he found himself momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Just then, Li Xiao spoke in a calm tone. I understand. You may leave. Yes. Su Moran responded fervently, visibly relieved. As he turned, he spotted Tianan and the others standing nearby, and he felt a sense of gratification. You truly came to seek out Lord Li Xiao, as I suspected. Eh? Lord Li Xiao? Upon hearing these words from Su Moran, Tianan, Lung Wening, and Xie Jun were momentarily taken aback. How could such a combination of titles even exist? Yet, it was indeed Su Moran who uttered them. What could this possibly signify? Li Qingshui was even more bewildered. She had prepared herself for any eventuality, accepting the possibility of returning to previous circumstances. But the current outcome suggested that Su Moran's relationship with her brother was far from ordinary. While they stood there in shock, Wang Zhilong was utterly confused. Su Lao, what is the situation with this Li Xiao? Unexpectedly, Su Moran shot him a glare. Is Lord Li Xiao a name you can freely utter? Wang Zhilong found himself momentarily speechless. But I am a second-tier powerhouse. Why can I not address others by their names? Su Moran and Apos. S words insinuated that he had offended someone of great significance. At that moment, Wu Yin entered through the door. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense immediately. Tianan and the others were invigorated. They had witnessed Wu Yin before. He was a genuine third-tier ability user. Even if he had been defeated by Yin Zhe Hao, he remained an individual they could only look up to. But today, Wu Yin had come to see Li Xiao. What did this imply? As he pondered, Lang Wening grew bolder and quickly asked, Master Wu Yin and several other masters, what brings you here? Wu Yin cast a glance at Lang Wening, then turned to the long-absent Li Xiao, erupting into laughter. Haha, what else could it be? Li Xiao has been impersonating a high-ranking powerhouse, which is a profound disrespect. As the head of the new investigations department of the Green City Ability Bureau, I am here to apprehend Li Xiao. What? Li Qingshui's expression tightened. She had not anticipated that even Wu Yin would say such a thing. Did her brother truly commit such an act? Tianan and the others were momentarily stunned. But soon they grasped the gravity of the situation. This matter was indeed true. Especially for Tianan, his mind was in turmoil. He had merely speculated that Li Xiao and Apos' actions might have led Su Moran to bar them from attending school. But he never expected Wu Yin to speak with such certainty. It must be indeed true, unbeknownst to them. Wu Yin's confidence stemmed from Wang Zhilong discreetly sharing his conclusions with him. This led to an absurd situation where both Tianan and Wu Yin believed the other possessed concrete evidence, thus bolstering their confidence. Amidst this gathering, the only one taken aback was Su Moran. How was I unaware of this matter? His expression shifted as he pondered, perplexed about which part of the scenario had gone awry. Li Xiao, impersonating a high-ranking powerhouse? That was implausible. He had no recollection of such a thing. Where did Wu Yin derive such confidence? Furthermore, if the stalemate continued, a confrontation might indeed ensue. Realizing this, Su Moran felt a pang of urgency. He understood that Li Xiao possessed an exceedingly cold demeanor, and at this moment, he had yet to take action, merely intrigued by Wu Yan's rationale. Should Li Xiao become serious, he feared it could lead to a fatal clash with Wu Yan. As for Wu Yin, he was simply a hot-headed fool, lacking in foresight. A solution must be found promptly. Su Moran glanced at the observing Master Xian Lu and others behind Wu Yin, his mind racing faster. At this juncture, nearly all eyes were fixed upon Li Xiao. With a gentle smile, Li Xiao exhibited no trace of anger at the misunderstanding. Instead, he expressed genuine curiosity. I would very much like to know how you came to learn of this matter. You admit it? Humph, it makes sense. The witnesses are right before us. What grounds do you have to deny it? Wu Yin scoffed, pointing at Wang Zhilong, since you were the one who mentioned it. You shall now expose this person's crimes. Caught off guard, Wang Zhilong, who had originally been an observer, suddenly found himself thrust into the spotlight. Why is this falling on me? Seeing the collective gaze of Feng Qingfeng, Xian Lu, and others upon him, seemingly demanding answers, the formerly composed Wang Zhilong hastily replied, Everyone, I heard about this from Tianan. Tianan, could you please clarify? At this, all eyes turned toward Tianan. Initially confident in Wu Yin and Apos' grasp of the situation, Tianan was now left in a daze. What? Why was the focus back on him? He had speculated that Li Xiao might be misusing another and Apos' name. But was it not Wu Yin who had come forward to question Li Xiao? Did Wu Yin himself lack evidence? Tianan, speak quickly. Surely you must have irrefutable evidence to make such a claim? Wang Zhilong urged, pressuring him to present the evidence to the masters. Etienne Ran's mouth fell agape as he stared incredulously at Su Mo Ran. It was Su Mo Ran who said we could not attend the ability school due to Li Xiao and Apos' involvement. Therefore, I suspected that Li Xiao might have offended Su Lao. And then I heard from Li Qingshui that there seemed to be a very mysterious, elderly great-grandfather in the family, possibly a high-ranking ability user. He stammered through his words, swallowing hard before continuing. Thus, I inferred that Li Xiao might have misappropriated the name of that esteemed ancestor of the Li family. As soon as he uttered these words, Su Mo Ran interjected vehemently. What? You little rascal, how dare you slander my innocence without basis? I merely thought that your connections with Lord Li Xiao were profound, and rather than recommending you for admission myself, it would be better to see how Lord Li Xiao arranges it. How could you concoct such an elaborate tale? You have truly caused me great distress. Su Mo Ran had never anticipated that this matter would become entangled with him. He felt utterly wronged, having never intended to harm Li Xiao. However, with Su Mo Ran and Apos' denial, Wu Yin and the others erupted in disbelief. He was astonished, glancing between Etienne Ran and Su Mo Ran, his eyes widening. So the accusation that Li Xiao impersonated another and Apos' name was entirely unfounded? Gulping, Etienne Ran felt he had stumbled into a great mess. He cautiously nodded. Yes. It seems that way. Chapter 37, A Life and Death Struggle. The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Was it merely a farce after all this commotion? Yet, Xuanlu and his companions appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, exchanging knowing smiles. After all, the spiritual energy had only just begun to revive. It was rare for an ordinary person to even be aware of its existence, let alone pretend to be a high-ranking powerhouse. Nevertheless, their visit was also aimed at gauging Li Xiao and Apos' strength. For them, the conflict between Wu Yin and Li Xiao is secondary. True power was the crux of the matter. Once they entered the Special Abilities Bureau, opportunities to thoroughly assess one another and Apos' prowess would dwindle significantly. Wu Yin, with his volatile disposition, often irked others, yet he could pave the way for the group. Alas, it appeared that a confrontation was unlikely to materialize now. Wu Yin was increasingly incensed. This Etienne Ran was utterly unreliable. How could it possibly turn out this way? He had never anticipated that after finally finding a pretext, it would morph into a blunder, especially upon feeling the peculiar gazes of Feng Qifeng and the others behind him. Wu Yin felt his blood boil, nearly fainting from embarrassment. Today was indeed a disgrace, a monumental one. He had intended to use this excuse to trouble Li Xiao. But now it seemed he had been naively optimistic. Kid, you truly are a simpleton, daring to speculate about others without any basis? Wu Yin berated Etienne Ran vehemently. Feeling utterly helpless, this incident was rendered moot. Not only had he humiliated himself, but he had also failed to reprimand Li Xiao, resulting in a loss on all fronts. Yet even in his fury, he found himself disinclined to take it out on Etienne Ran. After all, he was just a high school student. Forget it. After a tirade of curses, Wu Yin felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Li Xiao, we shall meet in the Special Abilities Bureau. Hearing this, Su Moran and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Su Moran had not anticipated that matters would resolve so simply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Xuanlu and his companions had foreseen the current situation and began to chant Buddhist sutras, preparing to depart. However, it seems I never said you could leave. Li Xiao and Apos' voice suddenly rang out. What? Including Xuanlu, none expected Li Xiao to suddenly take a stand. To them, Wu Yin had seemingly chosen to let the matter rest, effectively retreating. Yet, with Li Xiao and Apos' sudden interjection, even if he had been justified moments ago, his reasoning had now dissipated into absurdity. Was he not merely inviting trouble? Indeed, upon hearing Li Xiao and Apos' voice, Wu Yin and Apos' spirits lifted. Oh? Does that imply you have something to say? He had felt embarrassed by today and Apos' events, having neither showcased his strength nor held the moral high ground. Such a predicament was intolerable for Wu Yin. He had thought he would leave in frustration, but unexpectedly, this fellow named Li Xiao seemed to possess a bit of spirit. Naturally, I have something to say. Li Xiao's lips curled slightly, ready to speak, when he noticed his sister, Li Qingshui, anxiously tugging at his sleeve. Seeing his sister, Li Xiao paused. His previously icy gaze seemed to soften. Yet, when he blinked again, his once jet black eyes had transformed into a scarlet Sharingan. Qingshui, go to bed. Li Xiao and Apos' calm voice resonated. His sister, who had been tense, nodded dully and slowly made her way to her room. After ensuring she was settled, he turned back to Wu Yin, his tranquil eyes revealing no trace of emotion. The previous Sharingan appeared to be but an illusion, replaced by deep, inky blackness. I cherish tranquility and detest insects, particularly those that buzz incessantly in my ears. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. Interesting. Ha ha, how amusing. You dare liken me to an insect? Young man, you truly possess courage. Since you have laid your cards on the table, allow me to be forthright. I challenge you, and I intend to trample you beneath my feet. But do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not act out of some peculiar interest. It is simply because resources in this world are exceedingly scarce, while practitioners abound. If I can defeat you, I shall ascend to a higher position within the Special Abilities Bureau and acquire more resources. In essence, Wu Yan's actions were merely a means to suppress newcomers. However, others found no fault in his conduct. In the realm of the extraordinary, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses might, their words hold weight. Moreover, the scarcity of resources is a tangible reality. The existence of various factions is a result of the struggle for the same limited resources, born from discord in distribution. Wu Yan and Apos' actions were but a minor reflection of this truth. The Special Abilities Bureau maintained a faade of order, thus his behavior could only occur in private. Li Xiao remained indifferent to Wu Yan and Apos' rationale. He was fully aware that Wu Yan and Apos' antagonism toward him was not unfounded. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. And my method of dealing with insects is singular: extermination. Li Xiao's cold voice reverberated, akin to a depth charge detonating in the ears of the bystanders. What an arrogant fellow! Though Wu Yan had been in the wrong, he had merely sought resources to elevate himself. Yet, Li Xiao and Apos' declaration of extermination was no different from the path of malevolence. Ba, benefactor, such words are excessive, Xuanlu spoke calmly. It and Apos' merely a spar. Why resort to such grandiose declarations? Grandiose declarations? Is that how you perceive it? Li Xiao scoffed lightly, continuing, enough of this. Verbosity is not my style. I shall only say this once. You may all come at me together. Come at me together. This domineering proclamation caused the crowd to stiffen in surprise. Xuanlu and the others could distinctly sense the innate arrogance radiating from Li Xiao. It was as if he did not merely look down upon them. He had never regarded them as worthy of his consideration. His tone was not one of conversation but rather that of surveying mere insects. It seemed that from the outset, Li Xiao had been unconcerned with their demeanor, viewing them solely as bothersome pests in need of eradication. Faced with this disposition, Xuanlu, Mengwu Jie, and Mo Wenjian exchanged glances, furrowing their brows. Regardless of the circumstances, this was an utter disregard for their presence. They understood that Li Zhao's strength might be considerable, yet they were all third-stage extremes, far from ordinary peaks of the third stage. However, Wu Yan merely scoffed, so. You seek a life-and-death struggle? Indeed, a life-and-death struggle. The mere utterance of those two words instantly altered the expressions of Xuanlu and the others. Chapter 38. Let this be your final resting place, a deathmatch? At the mention of this intriguing term, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Wu Yan, and then said, follow me. He did not directly address Wu Yan's inquiry, nor did he offer further explanations. Simply leading the group out from behind. Before them lay an expanse of undeveloped wasteland, overrun with wild grass and dilapidated structures, the perfect setting for a confrontation. Long whinnying, and the others stood still, and she whispered, what should we do? Should we follow them? Perhaps we should, and Apos. I feel like something is amiss. Etienne ran. Catching on late, remarked, Li Xiao seems more formidable than we anticipated. Xie Jun trembled as he spoke. Did you notice? Just now. Li Qingxue appeared as if she had lost her soul, staring blankly as if in a trance. She must have fallen under some strange influence. Her brother seems terrifyingly powerful. We should avoid getting involved. He was utterly terrified. The aura Li Xiao had exuded made Xie Jun and Apos' heart race and his adrenaline spike. It felt akin to being in the presence of a ferocious beast, goosebumps prickling all over his skin. It was too terrifying. He wished to leave the place immediately. Perhaps. We are ill-suited for this school of extraordinary abilities. He swallowed hard, feeling a genuine fear from the depths of his being. Meanwhile, Xian Lu and the others followed in Li Xiao and Apos' wake, the surrounding grass towering high, some dry stalks even reaching above their heads. Xian Lu, what is your view on the current situation? Mo Wujian initiated the conversation, glancing at Xian Lu. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Lu replied slowly. Li Xiao is indeed not to be underestimated. He appears to have great confidence in his abilities, suggesting he possesses numerous techniques. Mo Wujian shook his head. I am not referring to that, but rather the personalities of these two individuals. Observe Wu Yan. He has even suggested a death match. The conflict is far too intense. And it may not end well. Wu Yan has always had a foul temper. I fear he will inevitably bring about trouble. Feng Qifeng grimaced. Recalling how he had been intimidated by Wu Yan and Apos' irascible nature upon their first encounter. Some individuals are simply like that, fiery and impulsive, especially after gaining extraordinary powers. Wu Yan has only become more reckless. Had he not encountered Ain Ziho today, he might have become even more arrogant. It should be fine, said Five Precepts Monk with a smile. Even if these two cause a ruckus with us here, we can easily intervene. Upon hearing Five Precepts' words, the others pondered for a moment and felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, while Feng Qifeng and Wu Yan were at the peak of the third stage, Five Precepts and the others were all at the pinnacle of the third stage, making it relatively simple to prevent any fatal confrontation. However, it seemed that today, Wu Yan would once again take advantage, given that his master was the renowned Burning Heaven Elder. Feng Qifeng remarked with a hint of envy. The Burning Heaven Elder? Xian Lu exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. No wonder Wu Yan possesses such a temperament. It is indeed true that a master produces an exceptional disciple. Mo Wujian and Five Precepts exchanged glances, instantly sharing their thoughts. The Burning Heaven Elder was an exceptionally powerful individual at the peak of the fourth stage, and this was far from his limit. He was merely constrained by a lack of spiritual energy, temporarily stuck at this level. If he had sufficient energy, his strength would likely ascend several tiers. At such a level, even a vast power like Beishelin would have to show him some respect. Xian Lu and Imo Wujian swiftly comprehended why Wu Yin had been dispatched to Green City. It seemed he was here to gain prestige. In this light, Li Xiao might find himself in trouble. Imo Wujian mused as he observed Li Xiao and Apos, as retreating figure. With such an esteemed elder backing Wu Yin, would they merely stand by if he were to suffer? Surely they would lend a helping hand. As for Li Xiao, the Bureau of Abilities had described him as a powerful individual who had undergone an extraordinary transformation during the resurgence of spiritual energy. In other words, he lacked any connections. It was clear who held the advantage. The group was lost in their thoughts, save for Su Moran, who followed behind. Due to his advanced age, he was unfamiliar with many matters related to extraordinary abilities, yet there was one thing that haunted him, the figure of Li Xiao. The first time he encountered Li Xiao, the absurdity and terror he felt, as if facing a divine being, lingered in his memory. Especially today, witnessing the mysterious strongman dispatching Yin Ziho and others. He felt an unsettling connection. That enigmatic figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Xiao. Now, with the reckless Wu Yin clashing with Li Xiao, the calm demeanor of Li Xiao sent a shiver down Su Moran and Apos' spine. He sensed that something significant might transpire. He stood at the back of the group, eyeing Xian Lu and the others, hesitating before finally summoning the courage to speak. Master Xian Lu, might it be possible for Wu Yin to take a step back? From my assessment of Lord Li Xiao, he does not seem overly contentious. If Wu Yin were to cease hostilities and offer a respectful apology, perhaps there remains a chance for reconciliation. Have Wu Yin apologized? Xian Lu was taken aback. Wu Yin was backed by the Burning Heaven Elder. Demanding an apology from him would be tantamount to shaming the Elder. How could he possibly agree to such a request? Xian Lu shook his head. Su Moran, I too am powerless in this matter. Imo Wujian chuckled. Su Lao sure. What do you mean? It sounds as though you were suggesting Wu Yin is destined to lose. Su Moran fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, I believe Wu Yin is fated to lose. Moreover, it is not just him. We might also face dire consequences. As soon as he spoke, Imo Wujian burst into laughter. Ha ha, Su Laosher, you are being rather humorous. This is merely a spar among ordinary warriors. How could it escalate to such extremes? Imo Wujian waved his hand dismissively, clearly disregarding Su Moran and Apos' counsel. Seeing the reaction of the group, Su Moran felt a surge of anxiety. These powerful individuals emerging from the secret realm were so full of themselves that they hardly took his words to heart. The impatience evident in Imo Wujian's tone only deepened Su Moran's sigh of resignation. Everyone, please, do not regret this. Su Moran clasped his hands and ceased further discourse, yet his unease grew ever more palpable. Imo Wujian, Xian Lu, and 5 precepts remained silent. Do not regret? Huh. Su Moran was clearly inexperienced, utterly unaware of the might of the third stage's pinnacle. Even Feng Qingfeng frowned, astonished. This Su Moran, a mere unremarkable ability user, dares to preach to us? It seems the Green City officials are indeed as inept as the reports suggest, mere amateurs. As he pondered this, a sudden gust of wind rustled the dried grass, creating a swishing sound from nearby. At that moment, the group regained their focus. They had arrived at their destination. Li Xiao stood at the center of the wilderness, gazing up at the sky, speaking in a calm yet unwavering tone. Let this be your final resting place. Chapter 39. The Plunder of Talent. Who are you? Upon hearing Li Xiao's address, Wu Yin responded with a smile that was not quite a smile. I believed myself to be quite arrogant, yet I never anticipated encountering you today. It remains a mystery whether you are truly conceited or simply a frog at the bottom of a well. Xian Lu and the others clearly heard Li Xiao's words but dismissed them, considering them merely the bravado of a youth unwilling to back down. They observed the standoff between Li Xiao and Wu Yin, gradually distancing themselves to watch. Gentlemen, who do you think will emerge victorious? Imo Wujian's gaze flitted between Li Xiao and Wu Yin. They were well aware of Wu Yan's capabilities, despite having sustained some injuries in his previous battle against Yin Ziho. He had fully recovered thanks to the Great Rejuvenation Pill and was now capable of unleashing formidable combat strength. As for Li Xiao, the crowd held little faith in this newcomer, only knowing he had once defeated Lei Yutao. However, Lei Yutao was merely a second-tier fighter, and in the eyes of the onlookers, defeating him was hardly a noteworthy achievement. They believed Wu Yin would likely claim an effortless victory. Feng Qingfeng shared his thoughts. Let us not forget that Li Xiao was once in a coma for 10 years. His unique power must have been cultivated from the spiritual energy he absorbed during that time, and he likely lacks any combat techniques. Indeed, Xian Lu nodded in agreement, noting that strength is closely tied to the years of cultivation. Regardless of whether it pertains to ancient martial arts or modern abilities, mastery requires time to hone. Some prestigious sects begin training their strong practitioners in herbal baths as early as 3 years old, rigorously conditioning their bodies until adulthood, resulting in skin impervious to blades and diseases, a testament to the relentless pursuit of cultivation and the stark contrast between sects and ordinary folk. Wu Yin, as a disciple with a lineage, had endured a level of training far beyond ordinary imagination, while Li Xiao, as a rogue, likely lacked any systematic training. This created an insurmountable chasm between the two. The outcome of the battle seemed devoid of suspense. Wu Yin shook his head, acknowledging the vast disparity. He regarded Li Xiao, flexing his wrist as his joints crackled ominously. I have encountered many young individuals like you who suddenly acquire tremendous abilities. They all begin with your level of arrogance. And some are even more audacious, Wu Yin remarked with a laugh. But alas, in the extraordinary world, mere arrogance does not equate to strength. Eventually, they will confront even more gifted and powerful opponents and come to understand that what they consider talent holds no value before me. Boom. He erupted in blazing flames, igniting the surrounding dry grass, and in the blink of an eye, the area transformed into an astonishing inferno, scorching everything in its path. Under the searing heat, he advanced towards Li Xiao like a man ablaze, laughing heartily. Let me show you what a true powerhouse is. This is the body of the flame. Xian Lu and the others frowned at Wu Yan's display of power. Wu Yan has truly lost his mind, employing such techniques against his own kind. Emma Wujin commented. He must be using a secret technique to forcibly enhance his potential through the flames. With this fire alone, his combat strength has likely doubled. I see. He was restricted by the reservoir earlier, making it difficult for him to utilize this ability. Now, in this wasteland, the terrain greatly benefits him. Suddenly, the crowd wondered how Li Xiao would respond, and they turned their attention to him. To everyone's surprise, Li Xiao stood motionless, facing the oncoming Wu Yin as if paralyzed by fear. This is bad, Xian Lu exclaimed, wanting to intervene but realizing it was too late. The blazing Wu Yin moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to Li Xiao in an instant, and clenched his hands toward the void. Bang! A fire dragon surged forth, hurtling towards Li Xiao. Wu Yin truly intends to kill. Xian Lu gasped in horror. The intensity of the attack was clearly meant to obliterate Li Xiao, exuding a palpable threat that even he could feel. At such extreme temperatures, Li Xiao would not only be unable to evade, but could also be reduced to ashes. Wu Yin, you. Xian Lu glared at Wu Yin, hoping he would reconsider, yet was dismayed by the latter's ruthlessness. However, an astonishing event unfolded. At that moment, everyone witnessed the raging flames freeze mid-motion, the fiery tendrils suspended in the air as if time had stopped. Then, the space where Li Xiao stood suddenly warped, resembling a gravitational vortex, drawing the flames into its core in a frenzy. It was only then that the onlookers perceived that the flames had not vanished but had been absorbed into Li Xiao's very eyes. I had thought it formidable, but it is merely ordinary fire at best. Nevertheless, your fire control technique possesses a certain intrigue. Li Xiao stood calmly atop a stone, surrounded by charred remnants of grass. His right eye transformed into a three-blade pattern, embodying his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. While utilizing the kaleidoscope against someone like Wu Yin might seem excessive, Li Xiao held a different perspective. Through his observations, he discerned that extraordinary beings could be categorized into two major types, those like Yin Ziho, who were martial artists, honing their physical prowess into lethal weapons, and those like Wu Yin, who wielded supernatural abilities. The latter's distinction lay in a seemingly innate talent for fire manipulation, a characteristic that starkly contrasted with the individuals from the ninja realm. Given this disparity, can the Divine Nest Sun truly plunder? After all, the ability of the Divine Nest Sun was almost passive for Li Xiao, activated at the same moment as the Shinra Tensei, and it wouldn't hurt to experiment. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. The absorbed flames were expelled from Li Xiao's right eye in an instant, and he raised his hand, compressing and reshaping the orange fireball until it morphed into a terrifying energy sphere. What is this? Wu Yin, who had been brimming with fervor, now stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Li Xiao from his elevated position. His ultimate attack, the fire control technique he took pride in, had simply vanished. As he watched Li Xiao manipulate the flames, an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. What kind of joke is this? What is happening? It resembles the ability of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Li Xiao remarked, his fingertips guiding the flames in a mesmerizing dance, spiraling like a compressed sphere or coiling like a fire dragon, as if he were immune to the flame's searing touch. Pausing for a moment, his voice grew laced with intrigue. However, it is now mine. Chapter 40. Come, let us engage in battle. My power. Wu Yin gazed at Li Xiao standing before him, his expression suddenly contorting in disbelief. How could this be possible? You have actually managed to seize my fire control ability? What sort of jest is this? What in the world is happening? Supernatural abilities are the most vital powers for all extraordinary beings. Some individuals awaken unique abilities in places where spiritual energy resurges, and these powers are unrelated to their cultivation. They are derived from the primordial force of the soul, with some even capable of touching upon the very fabric of rules. Take Wu Yin, for instance. Years ago, he was merely an ordinary high school bully. During an incident of tormenting others, he inadvertently ignited a classroom, nearly causing the death of his classmates. In a moment of desperation, Wu Yin discovered he could manipulate the flow of flames, drawing those flames toward his body with mere thought. The more flames that surrounded him, the more potent his ability became. Possessing such a gift, Wu Yin was soon recognized by his master, who took him as a disciple and nurtured his talents. At that time, spiritual energy had yet to resurge, and Wu Yin, due to his lack of strength, could not venture into secret realms. Nevertheless, his progress was rapid, easily reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. This was all thanks to his fire control ability. He firmly believed that with this power, he could undoubtedly ascend to the peak, at least to the level of his master, a top-tier powerhouse. Yet now, Wu Yin found himself in despair, realizing that his most cherished ability had been effortlessly stripped away by the individual before him. No matter how hard he strained to sense or manipulate the flames, they ignored him entirely, as if he had been fundamentally severed from his connection to fire. Upon realizing this, terror gripped Wu Yin. That was his most fundamental source of strength. How could it be so easily taken from him? Yet the truth lay starkly before him, as flames swirled around Li Xiao, entirely disconnected from him. Return my ability. Wu Yin roared, his blue spiritual energy erupting around him as he charged fiercely at Li Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a rain of fists struck around Li Xiao. However, to Wu Yin and Appos, as shock and confusion, his flames formed a shield that seemed almost tangible around Li Xiao. No matter where his fists landed, the fiery shield would preemptively intercept, thwarting all of his assaults. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wu Yan's fury boiled over as he bellowed, I will kill you. As soon as he spoke, Li Xiao suddenly halted, his Sharingan glancing at Wu Yin with a sardonic smile. I almost forgot, there's still you to deal with. With a flick of his hand, Li Xiao tossed a ball of flame into the air, nonchalantly deciding to toy with them for the moment. It was only then that Wu Yin sensed something was amiss. This Li Xiao seemed to have never exerted his full strength. His demeanor was akin to a child playing house, effortlessly toying with the situation. Seeing Li Xiao casually toss the fireball into the air, Wu Yin finally awakened to the reality that he seemed to have provoked someone truly terrifying. In the distance, Xian Lu and the others observed the clash between Li Xiao and Wu Yin. What on earth was Wu Yin doing? Not utilizing his adept fire control but instead resorting to physical combat? This was utterly disadvantageous. Feng Qifeng was perplexed, wondering if Wu Yin intended to humiliate Li Xiao. How strange. Due to the distance, the onlookers could only see Li Xiao engulfing the flames, unaware that Wu Yin's ability had already been usurped. Believing instead that Wu Yin was simply overconfident. No, perhaps Wu Yin had discovered that Li Xiao possessed fire control as well, prompting him to switch to hand-to-hand combat. Xian Lu, however, noticed the flames surrounding Li Xiao but still frowned, remarking, Yet, the current situation is indeed peculiar. Wu Yin's state seems somewhat off. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiao raised his hand, and the fireball was directly tossed into the air. What was that? The ability to control fire? So ostentatious? Was he proclaiming his might? The spectators gazed at the fireball suspended in the air, utterly bewildered. The blazing fire was compressed by Li Xiao, forming a sphere that hung aloft like a second sun. But what purpose did such a thing serve? Soon, they would find out. With a single hand, Li Xiao formed a sword gesture and coldly commanded, Amaterasu. Boom. Black flames suddenly materialized from the void, and the moment these dark flames appeared, they were instantly absorbed by the fireball in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the crimson sphere transformed into a jet-black orb, and the already sweltering weather became unbearably scorching, the high temperatures distorting the vision of all present, making everything appear warped. This is. Xian Lu's complexion changed dramatically as he exclaimed, This fire is unnatural. Just the heat alone is unbearable for my skin. What a joke. I am an extraordinary body. At the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, especially since Xian Lu hailed from Shaolin and had undergone rigorous physical training, enabling him to withstand various natural environments. Yet now, he felt as if his very skin were on the verge of evaporating. What temperature could this fire possibly be? 5Jia Monk and Mo Wujian's faces also turned ashen. Mo Wujian cursed, What on earth does Li Xiao mean? Is he intending to kill us all as well? As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. That Li Xiao seemed to possess a resolute demeanor. Could it be that he truly intended to? No way. Wasn't this merely a straightforward case of Wu Yin bullying the newcomer Li Xiao? What did they have to do with it? At most, they were merely standing behind Wu Yin, observing. But now, a sense of foreboding surged within Mo Wujian as he subtly began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he distanced himself from Li Xiao, the temperature above him began to cool, and Mo Wujian felt a glimmer of relief, hastily attempting to escape the influence of Amaterasu. Yet, just at that moment, the black sphere in the sky suddenly burst apart, scattering black flames like a meteor shower, enveloping the surroundings completely. Crackling, countless black flames surged wildly nearby, even igniting the earth in their frenzy. Mo Wujian, on the edge of the fiery circle, felt the moisture from his skin evaporating the moment he drew near the black flames. Terror gripped him. What kind of fire was this? But soon, anger followed. He shouted at Li Xiao, Li Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to drag us into this battle? Are you seeking death? What? He is so audacious. Feng Qifeng finally grasped the situation, his expression shifting wildly. This Li Xiao, has he lost his mind? Seeking death? Ha ha ha. Li Xiao burst into laughter, beginning with a light chuckle that escalated into an uncontrollable roar. You truly have a way with words. But I had already stated. This is the grave I have chosen for you. Come, let us engage in battle. Chapter 41. The 100 Steps Flying Sword, you madman. Mo Wujian roared, ready to retort, when he suddenly noticed Su Miran kneeling a short distance away. Lord Li Xiao, I, an old man, have been utterly loyal to you, yet I have done nothing wrong. I implore you, magnanimous sir, to spare this useless wretch. His defection momentarily stunned Imo Wujian, who retorted angrily, Su Miron, as a cadre of the Supernatural Ability Bureau. How can you lack such resolve? Is this a sign of your distrust in us? Su Miron huffed. What do you mean by lacking resolve? Lord Li Xiao is also one of the Bureau and Oppos' allies. You all, leading the charge against him, now see that his strength rivals yours, and you regret it? What does that have to do with me? You, Imo Wujian, aware of his own shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he knew of Wu Yan's attempts to provoke Li Xiao, but to him, this was merely a matter of new recruits suppressing each other, a common occurrence across various professions. Even in bureaucratic settings, it is customary for newcomers to fetch milk tea for their seniors. However, he never anticipated that Li Xiao would disregard such trivialities and instead incite a rebellion among the crowd. Li Xiao, noticing the comical Su Miron, smirked slightly and said, Go on. As he spoke, a pathway opened within the encircling black flames. Su Miron, upon seeing this, rejoiced and dashed through the exit. Strangely, although the black flames radiated extreme heat, Su Miron felt no discomfort upon contact and safely exited the encirclement. Unbeknownst to him, this was one of the characteristics of Amaterasu. Though its temperature was high, it did not emit heat unless touched. Of course, this temperature could be controlled, and Li Xiao typically allowed some heat to escape, creating immense pressure on others, as not everyone could withstand combat in such high-temperature environments. Calm yourself, Master Imo. It is merely a battle, Xian Lu said, palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant. For us, combat is merely a commonplace affair. There is no need to be timid. I cannot abide Su Miron's attitude, Imo Wujian scoffed. At that moment, they witnessed a figure hurtling towards them like a kite with severed strings, Wu Yan. Wu Yan! Feng Qifeng exclaimed, aghast, as he saw Wu Yan. His body charred, skin covered in blood blisters, clearly gravely injured, causing Feng Qingfeng's heart to tremble. Yet, a more terrifying revelation ensued as Wu Yan whispered, Run. That guy can steal my abilities. Steal abilities? The words sent a shiver through the hearts of the others. The next instant, Li Xiao suddenly launched an aerial assault. Li, you have gone too far. Xian Lu's voice turned icy as he thrust out a palm. Boom. In an instant, his spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal handprint, gleaming with golden light, hurtling towards Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao merely chuckled coldly, and the golden handprint, upon materializing, abruptly froze in midair. Xian Lu sensed his spiritual energy halting as if ensnared by an invisible force, attempting to extract something from his very soul. His expression shifted in horror. He is absorbing my abilities. Stop him. This was one of Li Xiao's defining traits. Unlike Uchiha Ibito, who could absorb any energy, Li Xiao specialized in plundering. Any energy material could be immobilized by his gaze, subsequently devoured. However, this absorption had its drawbacks. The more energy the opponent possessed, the more challenging it was for Li Xiao to absorb. Conversely, if the energy was minimal, the absorption process accelerated exponentially. The golden handprint of Xian Lu clearly belonged to the latter category. As it froze in midair, it began to deflate like a punctured balloon, swiftly shrinking from the size of a car to a miniature palm, directly entering Li Xiao's right eye. Buddhist martial arts. Oh. The prototype is the iron sand palm? In that instant, Li Xiao discerned the source of Xian Lu's technique and shook his head slightly, merely average. However, what was considered average by Li Xiao posed a catastrophic threat to the others. Li Xiao truly could absorb their abilities. In that instant, Imo Wujian and the others were collectively stunned, with the monk Wu Jie exclaiming, This man possesses some sinister qualities. Imo Wujian, it falls to your swordsmanship. Eliminate him directly. I understand. Imo Wujian felt a weight in his heart, swiftly drawing the blade from his back. If anyone present could counter Li Xiao, it was undoubtedly his skill. Although Imo Wujian had trained in solitude, he mastered pure swordsmanship, lacking any extraordinary abilities. This resulted in his sword being exceptionally sharp and terrifying. Clang. He drew his sword, the gleaming silver blade emitting a soft hum, akin to a dragon's roar. In that instant, a wind-like aura enveloped Imo Wujian, a technique without any tricks, purely channeling his spirit, stamina, and spiritual energy into a singular point, the ultimate swordsmanship, 100 steps flying sword. Imo Wujian had slain countless foes with this technique, typically reserved for when he found himself in dire straits. Now, upon seeing Li Xiao, he knew he had to wield this blade. Li Xiao, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Imo Wujian bellowed, hurling the sword with all his might. Whoosh! The blade erupted through the air, its force causing the atmosphere to scream as it sped towards Li Xiao. In that moment, Imo Wujian's legs surged with unprecedented power, propelling him at breakneck speed to grasp the sword's hilt. Boom! The sword energy surged, murderous intent erupting, all power converging as one, like a vengeful spirit aiming to sever Li Xiao's head. This was Imo Wujian's ultimate skill, 100 steps flying sword. However, the speed was insufficient. No matter how he transcended his limits, within the scope of Li Xiao's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, every movement of Imo Wujian was laid bare. Just as Imo Wujian reached Li Xiao made his move as well. Within his crimson right eye, the fabric of space warped, and a blade emerged, gripped firmly by Li Xiao. Clang! Imo Wujian's astonishing strike met Li Xiao's weapon, the two blades colliding with a deafening clang of metal. This, Imo Wujian's eyes widened in disbelief. His most potent strike had been effortlessly blocked? Oh, your weapon can indeed withstand the Kusanagi sword's might. However, should it be referred to as the Kusanagi sword? Li Xiao, grasping the blade, twirled it with finesse, channeling thunderous energy around it. Your technique is intriguing, gathering all your strength to a single point. Risking life for a chance at survival. Is that how it is used? As his words fell, a hum resonated. The Kusanagi sword crackled with lightning. The sword energy surging. What are you doing? Imo Wujian watched Li Xiao's movements, his consciousness utterly entranced. That was unmistakably the initiation stance of the 100 Steps Flying Sword. But it was impossible. His 100 Steps Flying Sword. A pinnacle technique passed down since the spring and autumn period, derived from the teachings of Gagouzi. For anyone to master this sword style, a decade of grueling effort was requisite. Even then, advancement was exceedingly arduous. Yet now, had it been stolen? Merely by a glance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He clung to this belief, yet Li Xiao offered Imo Wujian no chance. Crackle. Lightning erupted, fracturing the ground beneath Li Xiao's feet into a web of fissures. At that moment, Li Xiao moved. Chapter 42. The Venerable of the Burning Sky. It was the same initial move, yet it bore an even greater potency. As the Kusanagi sword soared towards him, Imo Wujian was momentarily taken aback. His abilities had truly been imitated, and, even more formidable. No, save me. In that fleeting moment, a sense of impending doom emanated from the depths of his heart. There was no doubt, he was destined to perish. Shocked to the core. He desperately sought aid, but it was far too late. With a swift whoosh, when Li Xiao teleported before him, Imo Wujian's entire body went rigid as he witnessed a flash of sword light, followed by a resounding clang. Imo Wujian, observing this scene. The onlookers felt a deafening buzz in their minds. Imo Wujian was dead. Li Xiao had dispatched him with but a single strike. Bah! This was truly merciless. Xuanlu clasped his hands together, sorrowfully stating, although Mo's status as a recluse is precious in the martial world, and he bore no enmity towards you, why resort to such cruel measures? Master Li, your ruthlessness warrants universal condemnation. Standing nearby, Monk Wujia's eyes shimmered with disbelief. Imo Wujian was his equal in strength, both being at the 3rd tier of the martial realm. This meant they were but a hair's breadth from the 4th tier. Yet, this Imo Wujian had been effortlessly slain by Li Xiao in an instant, without a chance to retaliate. What level of power did Li Xiao possess? His pupils constricted momentarily. Before he promptly declared, Li Xiao, enough. Since you have already killed Imo Wujian, let this matter conclude here. You must face the consequences of your actions. Oh, Li Xiao, retracting the bloodied Kusanagi sword, replied with keen interest. I am curious, what gives you the confidence to make such a statement? Despite having the upper hand and showing no signs of defeat, Monk Wujia appeared more confident, which piqued Li Xiao's curiosity. What was his source of assurance? Confidence? Wujia replied solemnly. There is no particular confidence, merely an observation that you, in your arrogance, have slain Imo Wujian. Perhaps unaware of the formidable forces that exist in this world. Humph. You were fortunate that your first kill was the unconnected Imo Wujian. However, both Xuanlu and I have the backing of Shaolin, and Wu Yuan has his master. As for Feng Qifeng, he is a powerful figure in the Abnormal Powers Bureau of Modu. Surely, you do not believe that the Bureau is as defenseless as your Green City? Should you slay any of us, the powers behind us will not rest until they exact revenge. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao replied with surprise. So it is. Your confidence stems from the belief that your allies will seek vengeance for you. No, it is not vengeance, but rather a pursuit of evil. Wujia stated with indifference. Li Xiao, you are too extreme. What began as a trivial matter has escalated due to your reckless actions, resulting in the death of a 3rd-tier powerhouse. Regardless of your own strength, this is a grave transgression. I have informed the Buddhist sect, and soon, formidable beings will come for you. Indeed, I have also reported your actions to the Modu Abnormal Powers Bureau. Li Xiao, you are finished. Wu Yuan seized the opportunity to add. Wu Yuan, hiding behind the crowd, wore a triumphant expression, gazing at Li Xiao with smugness, murmuring, Li Xiao, I never imagined your strength would be so formidable, but what of it? This era still values connections. No matter how powerful you are, the rules will bind you. Now that you have broken the rules, you need not worry about me. Those strong figures will surely set their sights on you. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, Li Xiao sighed softly. I find myself regretting my actions now. Regret now is too late. Wujia's voice was filled with authority. Before he added with a smile, however, if you truly feel remorse, it may lessen your punishment. Provided you comply, what I regret is having first slain the unconnected Imo Wujian instead of you all. A mocking smile graced Li Xiao's lips. You. Wujia could not believe Li Xiao's obstinance. Eyes wide with disbelief, he was about to strike when Li Xiao, wielding the Kusanagi sword, suddenly slashed diagonally. With a piercing sound, akin to 1,000 birds in flight, the blade shimmered with lightning as it descended, severing a significant portion of Wujia's shoulder and causing blood to spray forth. Wujia. Xuanlu gasped in astonishment. Yet, Li Xiao showed no mercy, clapping his hands coldly, declaring, Fire release. great fire extinguishment. A torrent of flames erupted, reminiscent of the Milky Way in reverse. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in shock. This was outrageous. As the flames roared forth, Xuanlu hastily raised his bronze staff to defend, his body enveloped in the protective golden light of Buddhism. Yet, in an instant, his form was scorched to cinders, and he could only cry out in desperation, "Abbot, save me." Wu Jie too struggled to resist. His robe burst apart, revealing a golden body covered in scars, as he crossed his arms to form an indomitable seal, bellowing, "Stop." In a stunning turn of events, the Sanskrit golden bell that surrounded him crackled under the licking flames, melting away like spring snow under the blazing sun, on the verge of being reduced to ashes. Behind him, Wu Yuan, positioned favorably, stood sheltered behind Xuanlu and Wu Jie. Though slightly weaker, he could hold out for a while. However, the surrounding chaos filled him with despair. He had never imagined that Wu Jie's threats would only embolden Li Xiao, prompting him to unleash his lethal intent. At this rate, he was left with no escape. In desperation, he hastily retrieved the talisman hanging from his neck, shattering it and shouting, "Master, save me." In that instant, the talisman transformed into a brilliant light that soared into the sky, coalescing into a radiant sphere that halted the raging inferno. Then, a commanding voice resonated forth, "Who dares harm my disciple?" Upon hearing this voice, Wu Yuan rejoiced, astonished that his talisman had indeed summoned his master. It was known that his master, the Venerable of the Burning Sky, was an immensely powerful being capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire town within the secret realm. Moreover, judging by this display of thunderous might, the Venerable of the Burning Sky was certainly not to be underestimated. He possessed powers akin to divine abilities. That voice, the Venerable of the Burning Sky? Lying on the ground, on the brink of collapse, Xuanlu revealed an expression of surprise, and then, his charred face finally relaxed. "This is splendid. This is splendid since it is but a projection of the Venerable. We shall surely survive." Li Xiao regarded the luminous sphere before him, stating flatly, "It seems you are their backing." Chapter 43, The Heights Are Chilling Behind the Scenes? I cannot bear that responsibility. The radiant sphere transformed into the projection of an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in formal attire. He appeared to be around 50, with short hair and piercing eyes, gazing at Li Xiao from a distance. "However, you still have time to withdraw. Out of respect for Wu Yin, who is not yet dead, I can spare you a complete corpse." With that declaration, a torrent of flames erupted around him, an astonishingly high temperature that was terrifying. "Is this the manifestation of the Burning Heaven Master?" Feng Qifeng exclaimed. He had burrowed underground moments ago, thus escaping disaster. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by Li Xiao's inferno. Not quite. Nonetheless, the power of the Burning Heaven Master is indeed formidable, even in this situation. He can still unleash a staggering blow. Xian Lu observed the Burning Heaven Master in the sky, exhaling in relief. Although the Master was merely a projection with limited power, should this avatar perish, his true self would undoubtedly sense it. "We should be safe now." The abbot is likely aware of what is transpiring here, Wu Jie remarked. Lying on the ground, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. The abbot of the Northern Shaolin and the Burning Heaven Master are both exceedingly terrifying figures. Among the extraordinary, their mere names can cause others to retreat in fear. "Do you really think I would be afraid of your so-called avatar?" Li Xiao's tone was mocking. Utterly unafraid. He stepped forward, approaching Wu Yin, raising his blade. Under the scorching sun, the razor-sharp sword sent shivers down Wu Yan's spine, and he hastily pleaded, "Master, save me." The Burning Heaven Master remained impassive, his hands clasped behind him, coldly stating, "Wu Yin, I am merely an avatar, though I can utilize some extraordinary powers. They are but a drop in the bucket." However, at this juncture, he turned his gaze toward Li Xiao. "It seems you truly wish to oppose me." Hovering in the air, the Burning Heaven Master looked down upon Li Xiao. "Young man, I can offer you a piece of advice. No one who has crossed me, the Burning Heaven, has ever survived. Do you truly believe I am merely an avatar, incapable of uncovering your true identity?" Li Xiao casually swung his sword. Thud. Wu Yan's head was instantly severed and soared high into the air. In that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. He actually dared to. Feng Qingfeng trembled as he stared at Li Xiao, incredulous. Is this person insane? Does he truly not comprehend what kind of being the Burning Heaven Master is? This fellow. Xian Lu and Wu Jie were equally incredulous, unable to fathom that Li Xiao would dare to kill Wu Yan. That was the Burning Heaven Master. At that moment, a chill ran down their spines. Li Xiao's madness implied that their lives were also in jeopardy. Xian Lu and Wu Jie suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had they known Li Xiao was a madman, they would never have followed Wu Yin to witness this commotion. They had thought it was merely an ordinary event, only for it to escalate into such chaos. Incredible. Ha ha ha, good lad. The Burning Heaven Master hovered in the air, coldly laughing. Since you seek death, do not blame me. I will uncover your true identity, find your family, and reduce them to ashes. As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of crimson light. Buzz. The light transformed into a fiery phoenix midair, speeding toward Li Xiao at an astonishing rate. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, discerning some peculiarities. What a remarkable technique. To his discerning eye, the phoenix bore no tangible threat, yet it contained a mysterious energy, seemingly capable of piercing through illusions and revealing some semblance of truth. Due to its non-threatening nature, the phoenix flew at lightning speed, almost instantaneously entering Li Xiao's body. Subsequently, the phoenix suddenly exploded, as if it had extracted some information, morphing into countless embers that ignited. I see you, Uchiha-shan. The burning heaven master snorted coldly, his figure gradually fading. Await your fate. I shall make you comprehend the terror of consequence. Interesting, this phoenix possesses such capabilities, able to glimpse fragments of my memories. Li Xiao was taken aback, his frown easing. Just moments ago, he sensed that the phoenix had accessed parts of his memory, the most relevant being his name and all those related to him by blood. However, Li Xiao had spent far too long in the world of ninjas, and now much of his memory pertained to that realm, while his time in the present world had been a mere few decades. Consequently, the phoenix extracted only the name Uchiha-shan. Yet, the adversary gained more than just that information. Li Xiao sensed that they had a rough idea of his location. It would not be long before he encountered the so-called Burning Heaven Master in Green City. How nostalgic. Li Xiao stood in place, lost in thought. The nearby raging flames reminded him of when he was similarly aloof and solitary in the ninja world. Back then, he had no family, and his sole purpose was to grow stronger, to wage war and eliminate his former enemies, seeking vengeance against Konoha. Now, returned to the modern era, he retained that character, making it difficult to change. Sigh. Suddenly feeling a sense of ennui, Li Xiao realized he had sat atop the pinnacle of the ninja world for too long, gradually losing sight of humanity. In the past, he found Naruto Uzumaki repulsive. That boy was often spouting about friendship and bonds, which led Li Xiao to consider killing him, though he had never succeeded. In hindsight, perhaps his failure to act decisively stemmed from seeing in Naruto the familial affection and camaraderie he so desperately craved. He approached Xian Lu and Wu Jie, who were on the brink of death, particularly Xian Lu, whose body was severely burned, nearly extinguished. Upon seeing Li Xiao, even his compassionate heart could not help but tremble. Li Xiao looked down at him, saying softly, "Where is your abbot? Why has Te come to rescue you like the Burning Heaven Master?" "The abbot is in the secret realm." Wu Jie gritted his teeth. "Is that so?" Li Xiao felt disinterested, rising to his feet and stating nonchalantly, "You have survived." What? Xian Lu, Wu Jie, and even Feng Qifeng gazed at Li Xiao in disbelief. Up until now, they could not accept that Li Xiao would be so benevolent. He had achieved a great victory. With Wu Yan's head rolling on the ground and having already offended the Burning Heaven Master, it was clear that the two sides were irreconcilable. Now, Li Xiao chose to forego killing them? Why? Yet Li Xiao said nothing further, quietly turning to head home. He seemed to exude a unique gravitational pull. As the surrounding black flames were drawn into his right eye, the others watched Li Yao's silhouette as he walked upon the scorched earth, his figure appearing somewhat aloof. Both Xian Lu and Wu Jie could sense it, the unmistakable aura of a powerful individual, the chilling solitude of those who stand at the heights. Chapter 44. The normal sage mode in a dense forest. This realm diverges from reality. The sky is not blue but a rugged terrain, illuminated by patches of glowing moss that cast light upon the peculiar woodland below. Suddenly, a man opens his eyes wide. Uchiha-shan. His gaze transforms into a fierce glare, causing nearby creatures to flee in a frenzy. Yet, it proves futile, as those fleeing beings are engulfed in flames, instantly vaporized. Run. The Burning Heaven Master has lost control. What formidable flames! Has he ascended further? He is far from an ordinary peak of the 4th tier. The air is filled with the sounds of anguish. The Burning Heaven Master, however, remains cold and indifferent, speaking in a deep tone. "I never anticipated such events in reality. It truly saddens me. Uchiha-shan, you possess remarkable audacity to lay hands on my esteemed disciple. Beside him stands a voluptuous woman, her face veiled, who teases, you, old fool, still harbor emotions? You youngsters know nothing." The Burning Heaven Master replies calmly. Wu Yan possesses a rare, pure yang body, naturally attuned to flames. Should I cultivate him to the 4th tier, I could extract his blood and seize his talents, thus effortlessly breaking into the 6th realm. But now that Wu Yan is dead, I suspect that man has taken away his pure yang body. Truly a wretched beast. TSK, you had it all planned out. Yet someone else has beaten you to it. The woman chuckles. Let him survive another month. What of it? I already know his location. It's in Green City. The Burning Heaven Master clenches his fist, flames erupting from his palm. Once I emerge from seclusion, I shall show this fool what a true warrior is capable of. Heh, Green City? That place is bound to be lively. The woman muses, immediately grasping the implications, her smile widening. The first-tailed beast to manifest in the secret realm will surely attract numerous contenders. Countless factions will converge upon Green City. The thought alone is terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Xiao returns home after his encounters with several individuals, having acquired some unique items. Beyond Wu Yan's fire control techniques and the 100 Steps flying sword, he also stumbled upon a fascinating aspect, the cultivation system of this world. This was not something Li Xiao sought to claim. Rather, it was an inherent technique within the 100 Steps flying sword, seemingly an ancient martial heritage traceable back to the spring and autumn period in the warring states. To his astonishment, someone is indeed teaching modern cultivation in this so-called system. It is undoubtedly a path entirely different from that of the ninja world. Drawing from his memories, Li Xiao quickly discerns the essence of modern cultivation. The primary method involves drawing spiritual energy into the body to enhance oneself. Central to this process are the meridians and the technique of absorbing spiritual energy. The technique he has mastered is known as the Qi induction method, requiring one to perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and draw it into the body. At sunrise or moonrise, one must sit in meditation, adjusting their breathing frequency using the turtle breathing method, visualizing the dantian as a whirlpool to attract spiritual energy from the Bai Wei and Yongquan acupoints. How intriguing! So long as the dantian feels a slight warmth and the meridians illuminate with a glow, one can achieve the so-called first tier. Upon learning of this cultivation method, Li Xiao is pleasantly surprised. It mirrors the narratives found in many martial arts novels. Explaining why so many authors employ the same system, there must be a real prototype in existence. Additionally, aside from sunrise and moonrise, there are other methods to induce energy: harvesting with spiritual energy in the mountains, collecting fire spiritual energy from volcanic craters, and drawing water spiritual energy from the depths of the sea or lakes. According to the Qi induction method, spiritual energy permeates everywhere, as long as one can perceive it. It can be absorbed. Of course, this is based on ancient beliefs, when spiritual energy was abundant and secret realms were accessible, making cultivation feasible. Modern times, however, merely experience a nascent revival of spiritual energy. Li Xiao's home is situated in the suburbs, and given that Yuzhou is predominantly flat, devoid of mountains or lakes, and lacking volcanic craters, he can only rely on his innate talent to sense the heavens and earth. With this in mind, Li Xiao begins his practice according to the Qi induction method, eager to see if he can attain the first tier once more through the absorption of spiritual energy. Although he suspects it may have to wait until nightfall, nonetheless, he remains patient, continuing his training. That night, moonlight filters through the gauzy curtains, casting shadows on the bedside as Li Xiao sits cross-legged. In the dimly lit room, his dark eyes flicker under the moon's glow, with faint blue motes resembling summer fireflies trickling through the window. This is the spiritual energy described in the Qi induction method. Suddenly, a searing pain radiates from his dantian, as if a red-hot iron rod has been thrust into his lower abdomen. Li Xiao furrows his brow as a violent red vortex manifests in the meridian diagram, tearing through the surrounding azure light. Oh, this power. Is it a result of the special physique I acquired from Wuyan? He is astonished. The fire control talent he seized has transformed into a miniature sun within his dantian, now clashing fiercely with the incoming water-type spiritual energy and expanding it uncontrollably. On the windowsill, a potted plant quivers without wind, its leaves curling and withering at a visible rate. Li Xiao senses a peculiar change occurring within his meridians. The Sharingan suddenly whirls. The dark, hooked tomo emerges from the depths of his pupils, and the rampaging crimson flames in the meridian diagram come to a standstill. The divine creation eye activates, drawing the scarlet vortex deep into the kaleidoscope. The released flow of spiritual energy bursts forth, surging through the Ren and Du meridians like a mighty river. Crack! The wooden floor splinters, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Li Xiao's pores ooze fine droplets of blood, which evaporate into a pale red mist in an instant. All 365 acupoints illuminate with a ghostly blue glow, resembling a galaxy descending upon the mortal realm. In the distance, a wild cat lets out a mournful wail. The spiritual energy from the entire block converges towards this bedroom, forming a visible light blue tornado. Li Qingxue, in the adjoining room, rolls over in her sleep, oblivious to the fact that her bedside glass has formed a thick layer of frost. The first tier, Li Xiao gazes at the crackling lightning dancing in his palm, his expression one of astonishment. He discovers that the chakra sphere suspended in his dantian is voraciously devouring the spiritual energy, expanding exponentially with each rotation. Indeed, these two forces trigger a chain reaction. It is known that chakra is a unique energy formed from a blend of physical and mental strength. When combined with natural energy, it leads to the sage mode. Now, with the infusion of spiritual energy, Li Xiao distinctly perceives subtle changes occurring within him. To put it simply, whereas he previously needed to absorb natural energy to activate the sage mode, now, with the active mingling of spiritual energy and chakra, he finds himself intuitively aware of a different transformation. Even without the use of natural energy, Li Xiao can harness the power of sage mode. This revelation astonishes him. What further transformations might occur if he were to integrate natural energy as well? With this thought, a spark ignites in Li Xiao and Apos' eyes. Chapter 45. I shall become a student for now. I shall refrain from merging. The night has deepened, and considering the addition of natural forces, my strength may surpass my expectations. Li Xiao gently shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further. However, the fusion with natural forces could indeed serve as a trump card. He sensed that he might enter a unique state, one that lies between the sage mode and the six paths mode. If one were to seek a middle ground, it could be likened to Naruto Uzumaki and Apos' sage fox mode. Upon contemplating this, Li Xiao felt a sense of clarity. His intuition assured him that this was the state he sought. Spiritual energy is an external force, which, to some extent, bears a striking resemblance to the fresh chakra granted directly by tailed beasts. The principle of enveloping oneself in spiritual energy parallels that of entering beast mode through tailed beast chakra. The similarity arises because both forms represent a fusion of energies. Yet, the distinction between spiritual energy and tailed beast chakra lies in the limited capacity of his meridians to absorb spiritual energy, preventing him from attaining the true might of a tailed beast. Nevertheless, should he cultivate for a sufficient duration, the comparison between the two may not be so easily drawn. Unexpectedly, he had found an alternative source of power to replace the tailed beasts. It was no wonder that people in this world held a fascination for them. With clarity on this critical state, Li Xiao felt a heightened anticipation for the Green City secret realm. He was eager to discern whether the so-called tailed beast matched his prior impressions, and he was resolute in his pursuit of it. Thus, he deemed the day's reflection sufficient. The following day, awakened at dawn, Li Xiao drew the sun's energy into his body, experiencing notable changes. However, compared to the intense sensations of the previous night, this feeling had considerably diminished, suggesting a threshold between the first and second stages. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Brother, are you awake?" Come in," Li Xiao replied, aware that Li Qingxue had something to share. As she entered, she hesitated before speaking. Brother, Mr. Su told me that if there is anything, I can contact him, Su Moran." Li Xiao recalled that he had allowed Su Moran to return to the Ability Bureau yesterday. He probably had matters to discuss with him. Nodding, he replied, "I understand." Noticing Li Qingxue linger, he asked, "Is there anything else? Do you know that there are superpowers in this world?" Li Qingxue inquired cautiously. Due to Li Xiao's influence, her recollections of the previous day were somewhat hazy, but she quickly pieced together the reason. The superpower battle had unfolded before her eyes, and she suspected that the Ability Bureau possessed similar memory erasing capabilities to prevent information leaks, something she had seen in countless films. "I see. Do you wish to learn?" Li Xiao nodded, pausing before continuing. "Yes." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I heard that Green City has established a school for superpowered individuals, and I want to attend. I also heard that they accept people of all ages. Would you like to join?" Li Xiao discerned that her suggestion for him to study superpowers was merely a pretext. She primarily desired for him to reintegrate into society. This was indeed a matter worthy of careful consideration. A century of solitary existence had distanced him from humanity, and particularly after his peculiar studies with Orochimaru. Li Xiao had grown increasingly apathetic towards life, a realization that prompted him to value it anew. "I'll think about it," he said, suddenly hesitant. "But since you want to learn about superpowers, never mind, I'll probably accompany you." "Yay." With his affirmative response, Li Qingxue couldn't help but pump her small fist in triumph, exclaiming joyfully, "I'll go buy breakfast, and then we'll tell Mom and Dad no. We should mention superpowers to them. Let us just say we got into a special admissions program." "Yes, we got into a special school." She skipped away, brimming with excitement. Li Xiao watched her retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He had initially considered personally teaching his sister, yet the events of the previous night led him to reconsider. He sensed that the spiritual energy path in this world was indeed promising, perhaps even more suited for study than chakra. The so-called ninjas had little worth learning. Chakra could be enhanced through training, as could physical skills, all of which did not necessitate formal instruction. The only commendable aspect was ninjutsu, yet powerful ninjutsu often relied on various bloodline limits. Even a versatile technique like the Shadow Clone Jutsu required an immense reservoir of chakra, or else the side effects would be considerable. The true strength of a ninja lay in their humanity and lineage. Mediocrity would never triumph over genius. That was the essence of being a ninja. In contrast, if Li Qingxue adeptly cultivated the spiritual energy path, she could easily extract chakra as her physical and mental prowess grew, and with a bit of ninjutsu training, she would successfully emerge from her sheltered existence. Yet, as for the spiritual energy cultivation route, Li Xiao himself lacked sufficient knowledge to serve as her mentor. Schooling, such a distant concept. Li Xiao mused, then retrieved his phone, discovering a message from Su Moran. "Su Moran, Lord Li Xiao, Xian Lu, Wujie, and Feng Qifeng have not disclosed yesterday's events. However, you can rest assured that even if Shaolin and the Magic City Ability Bureau become aware of it, they will not take any action against you. Su Moran, additionally, there is something else I must report. Our Green City has established a school for superpowered individuals today, recruiting talented youths to cultivate their abilities and training methods. Would this interest your sister? I previously misunderstood your intentions regarding Miss Li Qingxue. Please forgive me." The message was sent in the early hours, and Su Moran's tone seemed particularly cautious. Li Xiao glanced at the text and scoffed softly. This fellow truly understood the times, yet he was genuinely interested in the school's developments. Contemplating, he decided to inquire directly. "Li Xiao, Li Qingxue is quite interested in the superpower school. I'll join her as well." Su Moran replied almost instantaneously. "Su Moran, splendid. If you come as a teacher, the school will be exceptionally welcoming. Li Xiao, I shall go as a student." Su Moran? Chapter 46, Moon Princess Li Xiao wishes to become a student? Su Moran gazed at the message sent by Li Xiao, momentarily bewildered. However, recalling Li Xiao's inherently audacious demeanor, he refrained from arguing and promptly replied, "Very well, Li Xiao, I shall arrange it for you at once." the following morning. After completing his usual training, Li Xiao set off for the so-called School for Extraordinary Individuals alongside his sister. The name sounded rather mystical, yet it was an open institution. Known as the Green City First Middle School of Extraordinary Abilities Vocational Training. It bore the essence of a technical school, and indeed, it was quite similar to one. The only distinction was that those fortunate enough to study there were either affluent or of high status. And students here found it remarkably easy to gain admission to prestigious universities, often having the luxury of choosing from top-tier options. However, for those who possessed extraordinary abilities, such prestigious universities may have long ceased to be their ultimate aspirations. But that is a discussion for another time. Accompanied by Li Qingxue, Li Xiao followed Su Imo into the school, where luxury vehicles sped past in abundance. Noticing Li Xiao's gaze, Su Imo quickly clarified. Establishing a school for extraordinary individuals requires significant funding. Therefore, apart from exceptionally gifted students, the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities has sought out wealthy patrons, allowing them early access to the world of the extraordinary and encouraging their investment. Consequently, our school has a notably high number of affluent offspring. Moreover, the age classification here differs from that of typical schools. Since the institution primarily admits prodigies, the majority of students are quite young, yet a select few late bloomers, like yourself, are also granted exceptions, typically found in their senior year. Li Xiao nodded in understanding and inquired, what subjects are taught at the school? Fundamental knowledge of extraordinary abilities, methods of training, practical exercises in secret realms, and so forth. Among these, the most crucial is the combat course, which instructs students in the arts of fighting and skirmishing. At this point, Su Imo hastily added, however, fundamentally, the school operates much like a high school. For instance, since Qingxue is a freshman this year, we will try to place her in the first year. I will manage the third year just fine. Li Xiao casually interjected. Furthermore, I prefer not to attend classes regularly and request minimal inconvenience. Understood. I shall relay this to the principal. Su Imo nodded repeatedly. Over the course of their interactions, Su Imo had gradually come to comprehend Li Yao's temperament. In brief, Li Xiao is a pragmatic individual who, despite his flamboyant personality, shies away from trivial matters. He had gleaned some insights on how to navigate his relationship with Li Xiao, the most crucial being to avoid adding to Li Xiao's burdens. After familiarizing Li Xiao and Li Qingxue with the school, Su Imo took his leave. Li Xiao watched as his sister entered the first-year classroom, then made his way to the third-year classroom. Upon his arrival, he found several students already present. As he pushed the door open, curious glances were cast in his direction. Li Xiao surveyed the classroom and noticed that the students, both male and female, appeared somewhat youthful. However, his attention was drawn to a girl seated at the back by the window, not due to her appearance, but rather her prowess, that aura, third rank, or perhaps even higher. Having engaged in previous battles, Li Xiao could discern that this individual was concealing her true strength, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Was she mingling among the students with a purpose akin to his own, or did she harbor ulterior motives? Leaning against the classroom door with one hand tucked into his pocket, Li Xiao's gaze locked with the girl at the back, who was inscribing runes on a piece of scrap paper with a pencil. The dark purple energy swirling at the tip of her pencil appeared as nothing more than a blurred ink stain to an untrained eye. New here? At this moment, a boy seated near the entrance noticed Li Xiao's gaze fixed on the girl and jested. So, you've taken an interest in our class's beauty right off the bat. What is your rank? First rank, Li Xiao replied, casting a sidelong glance at him before inquiring, who is she? Her? The boy with yellow hair lowered his voice. The fragments of the thermos bottle by my neck have formed an icy mirror, reflecting the silver ends of her cascading hair. She is Murong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Murong family, a prodigious spellcaster who earned the title of Ice Phoenix at the tender age of 18. The icy mirror shattered into stardust, revealing the subtle dark golden family crest visible at her sleeve as she wrote. It is said that during her awakening, she encased the entire Weiming Lake in ice. A special designation granted by the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities as an S-level potential candidate. A girl with twin ponytails in the front row chimed in. Our school was apparently established because of her. It is said. She abruptly covered her mouth. For an ice butterfly conjured from Murong Shui's runes now hovered at her nose. Murong Shui's expression remained frosty as she softly admonished, do not speak of trivialities. Yes, yes. You are absolutely right, miss. The girl with twin ponytails nodded vigorously, utterly captivated by Murong Shui's display of finesse, which seemed far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Li Xiao found the unfolding scene equally amusing. He flicked his fingers, shattering the ice butterfly, the fragments coalescing in his palm into tiny shards of ice that gradually melted away. The sensation was unmistakable and reminiscent of the energy he felt from Wu Yan, yet even more potent. Based on Li Xiao's experiences, Murong Shui appeared to possess talents akin to those with bloodline limits. In his recollections, there was a character named Bai in the ninja world who wielded a rare ice shield and demonstrated considerable strength. Murong Shui, however, seemed to surpass Bai, effortlessly generating various ice crystals. Moving through the suddenly frost-laden corridor, Li Xiao curiously addressed Murong Shui. What is your rank? Peak of the first rank. Murong Shui returned his gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. But why do you inquire about my strength? That hardly pertains to you. Just a casual question, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly, smiling. I hope you won't mind if I sit beside you. Oh, are the older gentlemen now this forward? Mo Rongshui looked at Li Xiao, unable to suppress a smile. While I don't particularly mind, the seat next to me has already been taken. You'll have to ask them. Li Xiao nodded. Turning his attention to the student seated beside Mo Rongshui, you should move to another seat. Who do you think you are? The student was about to retort when he abruptly shifted his tone. Fine, I suppose that's acceptable. He promptly gathered his belongings and moved to another position. This fellow. Is he adept in mental manipulation? Mo Rongshui regarded Li Xiao with surprise, impressed by his skill in mental influence. She had not anticipated that Li Xiao would be so adept at controlling psychic energy. One could only surmise that he was indeed a student who had entered the third year directly, presumably possessing a matured extraordinary ability, specially recruited for this purpose. Li Xiao pulled out the chair to the right of Mo Rongshui and sat down, casually brushing away the ice shards from the backrest. Mo Rongshui. You aren't the Moon Princess, are you? Chapter 47. School. Mo Rongshui's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the classroom's overhead light fracturing into crystalline shards within her gaze. Her fingertips caressed the edges of the talisman paper, dark purple runes slithering like living creatures up Li Xiao's wrist, which rested upon the desk. As a student, how could you possibly know about Yu Ji? She inquired, a note of astonishment in her voice. Li Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, yesterday. The events surrounding the Evil Moon Society caused quite a stir in Green City. With fatalities and arrests, only a woman named Yu Ji was singled out. Mo Rongshui rolled her eyes at this. Yu Ji is a witch of the Evil Moon Society. And I am the 76th direct descendant of the Morong family. How can you compare me to that madwoman? Just a casual inquiry, Li Xiao chuckled lightly. Upon hearing her response, he had formed a few conjectures in his mind, but chose to remain silent, merely smiling. Mo Rongshui observed Li Xiao with curiosity. You seem to have quite an array of information sources. Are your family wealthy? No, judging by your attire, you do not appear to belong to that echelon. So, you must be a transfer student relying on talent, am I correct? One could say that, Li Xiao replied, non-committal regarding the notion of talent, merely lifting his chin. No one in this class could surpass me. Mo Rongshui laughed, covering her mouth delicately. You are quite confident. However, it is amusing that you would boldly engage with me. Aren't you afraid of attracting attention? Is that so? Li Xiao glanced at her, acknowledging her beauty. As Mo Rongshui tucked her silvery hair behind her ear, sunlight streaming through the window crystallized upon her profile. Years spent in the company of ice symbols imbued her skin with a jade-like coolness. When she lowered her gaze, tiny ice crystals formed on her lashes. And each blink resembled the fluttering of snowflakes. This phenomenon likely stemmed from the unique abilities within her, yet it also lent her an extraordinary allure, allowing her to stand out amidst her peers. However, having traversed the ninja realm for a century, Li Xiao had encountered countless beauties. He had long become indifferent to women. While he had witnessed transformations from youthful beauty to aged crone, he understood that appearances were but illusions when faced with true strength. Mo Rongshui, with a cunning glint in her eyes, remarked, given your age, you hardly seem like a typical teenage boy, yet you must have some understanding of what occupies their minds. Right? What do boys of this age think about? 17 or 18, brimming with youthful passion, it is indeed a time of hormonal surges. Li Xiao's expression momentarily reflected surprise. He had nearly forgotten that primal instinct, at 17 or 18, jealousy and rivalry flourish. With someone as stunning as Mo Rongshui, had he been a youth himself, he would undoubtedly have been enamored. If he possessed even a modicum of power, he might have regarded her as a coveted treasure. Reflecting on this, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. I almost forgot. That's precisely it. Are you not afraid? Mo Rongshui gazed at him with curiosity. Sensing that Li Xiao seemed somewhat estranged from his current life, akin to a lone wolf who had not returned to communal living in ages, now suddenly rejoining the fray. This notion piqued her interest. Fear? No, it merely reminds me of days gone by. Li Xiao shook his head, reclining casually in his chair. However, such matters are of little concern to me. The competition among youth does not pertain to me. You speak as if you were an old man. Mo Rongshui could not help but tease. Perhaps, Li Xiao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the classroom door silently swung open, the air crystallizing as a tall woman with cascading silver hair entered, dressed in a black professional attire adorned with an icicle-shaped brooch. Her stiletto heels left frosty blooms in their wake, the podium instantly veiled in a web of icy cracks. I am Lung Qingli, responsible for the practical and theoretical training of Class 2 in the senior year. She tapped the ice-crystallized podium, causing all the metal objects in the classroom to shudder. I am also a special investigator from the Ability Bureau. The files of each of you, including some unique, powerful individuals, are in the drawer of my desk. After a brief pause, Lung Qingli continued, although this school for ability users has only recently been established, I'm sure those of you in your final year possess considerable knowledge of the extraordinary realm. I shall be direct. Our school operates under military management. Anyone daring to defy this will find no mercy from me. Mo Rongshui whispered beside him, this teacher is exceptional. She emerged from a secret realm. She is the Ice Phoenix of the Northern Realm, who single-handedly quelled the class's secret realm uprising at Kunlun Mountain 3 years ago. The school must have invested significantly to have her teach us. It is said that she will lead us to the secret realm afterward. Is that so? Li Xiao's interest peaked. What is her level of power? Uncertain, Mo Rongxue shook her head. But she is akin to an ancient martial artist. What is an amp? Oppos. Ancient martial arts and amp. Oppos. Li Xiao seemed to recall hearing this term before. He had a great-grandfather who lived past 100, presumably also following the ancient martial path. It refers to a cultivation method passed down from ancient times. Unlike the sudden awakening of abilities, practitioners of ancient martial arts train from a young age, establishing a solid foundation. Their inability to break through is merely due to the insufficient modern spiritual energy. Mo Rongxue elaborated. You should be aware that fourth-tier abilities are exceedingly rare in modern times, correct? It is not that reaching the fourth tier is exceptionally difficult, but rather that the spiritual energy required is overwhelming. One must venture deep into secret realms to find heavenly materials and treasures for a breakthrough. And such resources are exceedingly scarce. However, it is certain that if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were sufficient, these individuals could instantly ascend. Teacher Leng is one of them. Li Xiao nodded, recognizing her words aligned with his speculations. In this era, the division among ability users had long since crystallized. Those of the ancient martial school leaned towards martial prowess. Some could grow stronger even without abilities. The new generation, referred to as ability users, primarily emerged due to their awakened talents. Lastly, there were those who combined both paths, typically from long-established families, much like Mo Rongxue. Suddenly, Lang Qingli's pointer struck the holographic topographic map of Kunlun Mountain, icy tendrils sprawling into a combat tableau. In next week's Secret Realm practical class, you will face a group of B-grade mutated beasts. The chill she exuded froze Li Xiao's desk into an icy sculpture, warning certain presumptuous transfer students to first learn how to survive in a snowstorm. By the way, you have yet to introduce yourself. Stand and share a bit about yourself. Li Xiao, unfazed, simply stated, you may call me Li Xiao.